Chapter 716. The following is provided for you. Chapter 716. Chapter 716. Please enjoy. Tuoba Wuchen saw his cold appearance and tapped his shoulder with the folding fan in his hand. That's an auspicious beast. Are you really not interested at all? Feng Zhixing didn't even bother to look at him. He scanned the crowd again and really didn't find Sima Yue. He wanted to leave. It's just an auspicious beast. If you want it, hurry up and go back early. Okay. Tuoba Wuchen saw Fan Lei and asked, "Are you Principal Fan Lei?" "Yes. Young master is." Fan Lei saw that Tuoba Wuchen didn't intend to make a move immediately, so he didn't shed all pretense of cordiality and responded politely. Now he could delay for as long as possible. "It's really you." Tuoba Wuchen looked a little embarrassed. "This trip is difficult." "What's wrong?" Han Er, sigh. "That kid said that if I meet Principal Fan, I have to help him. But you see, it's obvious that he's going against thousands of people alone. If I help him, won't I have to go against so many people?" Tuoba Wuchen let out a long sigh. It seemed that this matter was difficult and gave him a headache. And Yue is also from the academy. Logically speaking, we should also help. Feng Zhixing said. Those people had been paying attention to the situation here. When they heard that Tuoba Wuchen wanted to steal the auspicious beast, although they felt a little depressed, it was still reasonable. With them, breaking the enchantment would be more assured. But what was the situation now? They wanted to help Fan Lei. "Young Master Tuoba, this heavenly sect person is trying to monopolize the auspicious beast. Are you going to be enemies with so many of us for him?" Someone asked. Tuoba Wuchen waved his folding fan, and the person who spoke was beaten to the ground. At the same time, Tuoba Wuchen's body flew out and landed beside that person. Tuoba Wuchen stepped on that person's chest and scolded angrily, "I can do whatever I want. How dare you threaten me? Young Master Tuoba, what are you doing?" That person's fellow disciple saw his own person being beaten and scolded. "Didn't you see what I did?" Tuoba Wuchen turned around and glared. "He dared to threaten my Tuoba family. I'm already being merciful by not taking his life. How dare you question me? Tuoba Wuchen, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the Tuoba family behind you." The person under Tuoba Wuchen's feet roared. "I don't think I'm invincible, but if I want to destroy you, I still have the ability." Tuoba Wuchen said, "Especially you." After he finished speaking, he exerted force with his foot. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. No one knew if he was dead or just fainted. "Tuoba Wuchen, you've gone too far." That person's fellow disciple berated. "I didn't go too far. It's just that someone offended the dignity of my Tuoba family. How can I ignore it?" Tuoba Wuchen retracted his foot and looked at that person. "What, you also want to try?" That person was so frightened by the killing intent in Tuoba Wuchen's eyes that he broke out in a cold sweat, but he was still trying to be brave. "Tuoba Wuchen, even if your Tuoba family is a big family in the middle region, there are so many people here today. Do you want to kill them all and become the enemy of the entire continent?" "I don't plan to do that. Even if I wanted to, my family's old man wouldn't agree. But for those who offend my Tuoba family, we won't let them go." Tuoba Wuchen wasn't stupid. This guy dragged everyone down, so he wouldn't foolishly follow his words. Everyone's thoughts turned a few times. Tuoba Wuchen's meaning was obvious. They didn't want to become enemies with everyone, but if anyone dared to offend the Tuoba family, they wouldn't shrink back. Tuoba Wuchen flew back to his flying beast and said, "Everyone, the Heavenly Heaven School isn't to be trifled with. Today, you're forcing their vice principal. Have you thought about what will happen to the continent if you become their enemy? This auspicious beast is a spirit beast of heaven and earth. It doesn't belong to the heavenly heaven school. The things of heaven and earth belong to the people of the world. We're just chasing treasures. We don't want to be enemies with the heavenly heaven school. An old man opened his mouth. His turbid eyes shot out a sharp gaze. However, his words described the conflict with the Sky Heaven School as a pursuit of treasure and not as an enemy. Even the old bastard of the Tianshan sect has come out. Tuoba Wuchen seemed to have just seen the old man. I heard that your lifespan is almost up. You want to use the blood essence of the auspicious beast to increase your lifespan, right? Don't talk nonsense. The old ancestor of the Tianshan sect shouted angrily. If this auspicious beast is obtained, it will naturally be given to the younger generation of the sect to contract. How can it increase lifespan? No. Tuoba Wuchen looked at him with an expression that said, so, you won't fight with us for the auspicious beast? The auspicious beast is so rare. We naturally won't give it up. The old ancestor of the Tianshan sect said, Tuoba Wuchen, don't confuse the public here. I'm not confusing the public. Tuoba Wuchen looked innocent. I'm telling everyone openly that I'm protecting this auspicious beast. Please give me some face. The Tuoba family will be grateful in the future. The same goes for the Feng family. Shimin Feng echoed. Some people were a little hesitant. Between becoming enemies with the Tuoba family and the Feng family and the auspicious beast, they couldn't make a choice. Some people who reacted quickly immediately made a decision in their hearts. They weren't strong. Today, so many people came. Even if they wanted to fight, it wouldn't be their turn. Moreover, they would become enemies with the Tuoba family and the Feng family. After today's matter, the Tuoba family and the Feng family wouldn't let it go. Thinking of this, some people immediately stood up and cupped their hands towards Tuoba Wuchen. Since young Master Tuoba said so, then we'll give you some face. We won't participate in today's matter anymore. Thank you, everyone. Tuoba Wuchen cupped his hands and smiled. Wuchen will remember everyone's friendship today. Young Master Tuoba is too polite. Let's go. That person waved his hand and the people behind him left. Their strength wasn't very strong. As more and more large forces got involved, their weak strength would only be cannon fodder. If they left now, they could still save their lives. After the first wave of people left, some other small forces or people with low strength also chose to leave. After a while, almost a third of the people left. The rest were people from the large forces in the middle and outer regions. Seeing those people leave, the rest of the people didn't have any objections. The fewer people there were, the fewer opponents there would be. Even if these people didn't pose a threat to them, leaving would save them a lot of time. Thank you, young Master Tuoba. Fan Lei cupped his hands towards Tuoba Wuchen. You're too polite. Who told my nephew to be your student? Tuoba Wuchen waved his fan and said, Principal Fan, there are still so many people left. It seems like they won't give up until they reach their goal. Tell me, what's down here? A student of my inner courtyard is here to heal. Fan Lei said. Since it's like this, why haven't you dispersed? Tuoba Wuchen asked. Tuoba Wuchen, Feng Zhixing, you came back and didn't stay in your family to cultivate. Why did you come here to make a fool of yourself? Actively cooperate with the special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Book friends, please report. Thank you everyone. Chapter 717. When Tuoba Wuchen heard this familiar sarcasm, he lifted his chin and said, I said that the Sage Pavilion would get involved no matter where they go. How was it? I wasn't wrong, was I? It's everywhere. Feng Zhixing narrowed his eyes, and a murderous aura seeped out. Tuoba Wuchen, others may be afraid of your Tuoba clan, but my sage pavilion is not. Jia Hongguang said, today's auspicious beast, my sage pavilion will definitely take it. Then kill them all. Feng Zhixing glanced at the people from the sage pavilion. Teacher Feng. Nalan Lan was stunned when she saw Feng Zhixing. Her heart was filled with hatred. Wasn't it because of him that she had been expelled from Imperial College? Who would have thought that he was actually from this continent? No wonder he was so strong back then. Junior sister, do you know him? Ma Lin asked. I do. When I was in the continent below you, he was a teacher in our academy. He suddenly appeared and disappeared. So he's from this continent. Nalan Lan glared at Feng Zhixing. She guessed that since he was here, Sima Yuyue must have come as well. Tuoba Wuchen didn't hear Nalan Lan's words, but he saw her hateful eyes. He teased, is this the saintess of the branch? Zhixing, why is she looking at you like that? She looks so sad. Could it be that you have abandoned her before? Feng Zhixing glanced at Nalan Lan and felt that she was somewhat familiar. However, she was wearing a veil and only her eyes were exposed. He couldn't recall who she was. I don't know him, he said coldly. I say, are you guys planning to keep chatting here? If you want to chat, then move further away. Don't block our way. Black Baldy roared impatiently. Chat my ass, I'm not in the mood to chat with you. I said that I will protect this auspicious beast today. If you don't want to go against my Tuoba family, then scram. Tuoba Wuchen shouted back at Black Baldy. Tuoba Wuchen, do you really think that you can go against so many of us? The ancestor of the Tian Shan school shouted, just the few of us are enough to deal with you. Do you dare? Aren't you afraid that my family's old man will flip out? Tuoba Wuchen asked shamelessly. PFFF, Sima Yuyue laughed out loud. Tuoba Wuchen's behavior reminded her of the people on Earth who competed with their fathers. Roar! Little Two suddenly roared. Yoyue's heart tightened as she looked up at the sky to observe the situation. She turned around and saw that Little Two's entire body had ruptured. His body constantly emitted cracking sounds, and his blood quickly dyed the surrounding blood red. He should be undergoing the final evolution. Little Seven said, remember to stop it at this time, if not he won't be able to evolve anymore and will forever be a cripple. In serious cases, he might even lose his life. Sima Yu took out a pill and flicked it. The pill immediately landed in Little Two's mouth and melted in his mouth. Yu, look. Little Seven pointed to the sky and said anxiously. Sima Yuyue looked over and saw that those people had become excited because they felt Little Two's aura. Tuoba Wuchen's deterrence was no longer effective on them. Their desire for the auspicious beast made them crazy. At this moment, many people started attacking the barrier again. If they continue like this, the barrier won't last much longer. Little Two is at a critical moment, I have to go out and take a look. Little Seven, you stay here and look after Little Tuesday, okay? Little Seven nodded, but she didn't say that she wanted to go out with her. Sima Yuyue called out Honor Rock and the elders of the Egret clan, saying, you guys come with me. This barrier could be left but not entered. When she came in, it was because she had fused with Little Roar. Now that Honor Rock and the others went out, they couldn't come in by themselves. As the barrier weakened, the fog inside also became thinner. They could already vaguely see the situation inside. Fan Lei, let's see how long your barrier can last. A large man attacked the barrier and laughed loudly. Sima Yu happened to come out of the spirit barrier with her men and attacked the person who was laughing. That person was only a divine emperor. After being attacked by Sima Yuyue, he didn't have time to react and was sent flying. This is my heavenly sex territory. Whoever dares to attack this barrier will be killed by the elders. Sima Yuyue ordered coldly. Yes, young master. The elders were all experienced people. When they stood on the lake, those people immediately didn't dare to move. Feng Zhixing saw Yue standing in the air against the wind and smiled for the first time since coming here. Although she changed her appearance, the people behind her didn't. The elders of the Egret clan had always followed her and would only listen to her. Who are you? When those people saw so many transformed beasts suddenly appear, everyone's movement stopped. I am a student of the heavenly sect. Sima Yue said, Principal Fan has already told you that there are no auspicious beasts below. You should quickly leave. A student of the heavenly sect. When did the heavenly sect have such a powerful student? You've, Tuoba Wuchen also recognized Sima Yue. At the bloody passage, he also knew that Sima Yue had brought the Egret clan people there. Thank you, young Master Tuoba, for being willing to help us in our hour of need. Sima Yue interrupted him and said with a salute. Tuoba Wuchen's eyes turned twice and understood what she meant. This girl didn't intend to let him reveal her identity. Well said, well said. I can't stand those people with their tails up in the sky. Tuoba Wuchen intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Jia Hongguang and the others. Suddenly, someone pointed to the lake and shouted, there really is a person inside. It really is a person. Sima Yue and Fan Lei looked over and saw that Little Two was crazily absorbing spiritual power. The surrounding spiritual power was all gathered over, and even the spiritual power of the array was sucked over. The array couldn't get enough spiritual power to support it and became shaky. The originally concealing fog disappeared and the people outside could clearly see the situation inside. There is really only one person. How is that possible? Where did the auspicious beast aura come from? The bald black man saw Little Two and exclaimed. The others were also very surprised. This was clearly the aura of an auspicious beast. How did it become a person? I already said that this is a student of my inner courtyard healing here. Fan Lei said. No. Tian Shan Mountain's old ancestor shouted, that is a child with a bloodline. He is activating the auspicious beast bloodline. No, he has completely activated his bloodline and is now undergoing a complete evolution. If the evolution is successful, he will be a complete auspicious beast. He is a humanoid auspicious beast from the beginning. This is better than an ordinary auspicious beast. A person who came with Jia Hongguang said. So Hongguang, you have profited. Another person laughed. My luck is really good. Jia Hongguang's gloomy face finally had a trace of a smile. I think you are really lucky. Sima Yue coldly snorted. Chapter 7:18. Sima Yue's cold aura was so strong that Jia Hongguang could not ignore it. Moreover, the group of old fellows behind her all had extraordinary auras. Although they had more people, they were still lacking in comparison. But even if it was difficult, it could not stop his determination to obtain this auspicious beast. Elder Bai, help me guard this place. Kill whoever dares to get close to Little Two. Sima Yue said coldly. Yes, young master. The White Clan elders nodded and flew above Little Tuesday. They stood in various positions and surrounded Little Tuesday. No one was allowed to touch Little Tuesday. Hongguang, this auspicious beast's bloodline has been completely stimulated. Now it is only undergoing the evolution of its body. If we can contract it now, we don't even need a beast tamer to tame it. One of Jia Hongguang's friends said, if we wait until he fully recovers before we act, I'm afraid it will be troublesome to form a contract with him. Patriarch, if you want to obtain his essence blood, it's best to act now. It'll be much harder for us to kill him once his body completes its evolution. Someone beside Patriarch Tianshan said. Yes, we don't want to form a contract. This is the best time to act. The old ancestor of Tianshan Mountain nodded and gestured to the people beside him. Everyone, we must get this auspicious beast. The people around the Tianshan sect's old ancestor roared. The people of the Tianshan sect immediately attacked Little Tuesday. Everyone, let's go together. There aren't many of them. As long as we can stall them, we can get the auspicious beast. Everyone, let's go. We can't let others get the auspicious beast first. Seeing the people of the Tianshan sect taking action, the others couldn't help but attack. The Patriarch of Heavenly Mountain, the patriarchs of the other sects, and a few old fellows tangled with the Patriarch of Eager Clan. They fought and flew into the sky. Little Two gradually lost his protector. You guys go down and protect him. Tuoba Wuchin said to the people around him. Yes, young master. The members of the Tuoba family all jumped off their flying beasts and started fighting with those people. You guys go too. Protect that person and that young master well. After Feng Zhixing finished speaking, he flew to Sima Yoyue's side and struck down the person behind her with his palm. The Feng clan and Tuoba clan didn't have a lot of people. Facing nearly 1,000 people and their contracted beasts was still a bit strenuous. Roar! Little Two's aura became thicker and thicker, and his roar attracted the attention of many people. In order to get Little Two first, they bypassed the Feng and Tuoba families and went straight for Little Tuesday. The boundary formation fell apart under the lack of spirit power and the aftermath of the various spirit techniques. Without the boundary, those people were about to reach Little Tuesday. F***CK, do you think I'm invisible? Little Seven roared and flew above Little Tuesday. She swung her fists at the people who were flying over. She sent one of them flying with each punch. She sent all the people who came over flying. Hua Hua, you're allowed to eat meat today. Sima Yuyue waved her hand and threw the Hua Hua out. The Hua Hua landed on the lakeside and grew at lightning speed. Before anyone could react, it had occupied the entire lakeside. Receiving Yoyue's amnesty, the Hua Hua was very happy. Flowers as tall as a person floated on the lake and in the air. Looking at it, the entire lake was full of man-eating flowers. The flowers wrapped around Little Two, and anyone who came close was eaten by it. The situation of the two sides suddenly reversed. Man-eating flower king. Someone recognized the Hua Hua and exclaimed. Waha, there are so many people today. I can eat a lot. The Hua Hua's flowers swayed in the air proudly. Retreat, don't be wrapped by the flowers. Someone shouted. But it was too late. Dozens of people with low power were eaten by the Hua Hua's flowers. Only those with high power relied on their speed to escape by luck. Even the battle between the ancestors and the elders of the Egret clan stopped temporarily and confronted each other in the air. Hongguang, this is the man-eating flower king. One of Jia Hongguang's friends frowned and looked at the flowers with fear. Man-eating flower king. The continent hasn't seen a man-eating flower for a long time, let alone a man-eating flower king. Jia Hongguang said. Is this man-eating flower very powerful? Ma Lin and the others didn't know much about this plant-type spirit beast. As long as the main root of this man-eating flower king doesn't die, it can keep blooming. Each flower has the same power. It can be said that the man-eating flower king can fight 1,000 enemies. Jia Hongguang said. So powerful. Ma Lin exclaimed. The others who knew about the man-eating flower king were also shocked. Jia Hongguang quietly took out a jade slip and crushed it. Some others did the same. Waha, why don't you come over? The Hua Hua shouted at the people who kept retreating. Its voice was as smug as it could be. Sima Yuyue flew and landed on a flower, the branches swaying gently. The elders of the Egret clan also landed on the flowers behind her, standing with her as the center. She looked at everyone with her hands behind her back. She didn't say anything, but it gave people the feeling of standing at the top of the world looking down on everyone. Fan Lei saw Hua Hua, as well as the elders behind her, and the way they looked at her changed. Others didn't know, but he knew. These elders came out of the enchantment, and these people didn't exist before he came out. So where did these people come from? He already had some guesses in his heart. Tuoba Wuchen looked at Sima Yue, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and elbowed Feng Zhixing beside him, saying, "Zhixing, is this really her?" Feng Zhixing and he knew each other since they were young, so he naturally understood what he meant. However, he didn't say anything, but looked at Sima Yue with a smile. She had grown very quickly in the past few years. Now, she was completely different from the girl who had just started cultivating. Although she grew very quickly, he still hoped that she could grow faster, because there were still many things waiting for her to do. Naylan Lan looked at Sima Yue, and suddenly thought of that person in the Yilan continent. They were clearly two different people with different temperaments, and the difference in strength was too great, so why did she think of her? Sima Yue looked at the few elders. These people were the top existences of the sect, and their strength was not much worse than her own elders. They were the same as the elders in the sky, and came to participate in today's matter because their lives were coming to an end. I didn't expect that the extinct man-eating flower king on the continent would be obtained by you. The Tian Shan Mountain elder said, although it's very powerful, it's just that your level is not high enough. You can deal with those people, but to deal with us, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. I know this can't hurt you, but don't forget, my elders are enough to deal with you. Sima Yue said, you're tied down, can you still deal with my man-eating flower king? Chapter 719. Remember, Sogu, in 1 second. You can read it anytime. Mobile users, please visit. The Heavenly Mountain Patriarch almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, what she said was also the truth. So many of these old fellows who had not come out for many years had come out this time. She did not know which clan's elders were from, but they had tied down the group of old ancestors so tightly that they could not do anything about it. Sima Yue looked at the crowd and did not intend to continue fighting. Now that the formation was interrupted and the barrier was gone, Little Two was exposed outside. If he was accidentally injured, he would regret it to death. However, the other party didn't seem to have any intention of attacking immediately. It was as if they were waiting for something. The two sides were in a stalemate. Fan Lei had noticed Jia Hongguang's small movements before and knew that he was delaying to wait for reinforcements. However, he had no way to stop him. Little Two still needed time. Now, he only hoped that when the other party's backup arrived, Old Yuan and the others would also be able to bring their men over. Time passed quickly in the stalemate between the two sides. Little Two's situation became more and more stable. His breath was involuntarily released and slowly restrained until it could no longer be felt. Little Two stood up from the water and put on his clothes under the cover of the flowers. Then, he jumped onto a flower and roared. His aura was completely released, and everyone could faintly feel the pressure of a supreme being. At the same time, in a certain forest, several golden eyes opened at the same time, their eyes flashing with joy. The few of them came out of their cave residences and flew into the air. You guys felt it too? Yes, indeed. Let's go take a look. Yes, I have to confirm it. Little Two retracted his aura and jumped to Sima Yue's side. He shouted happily, Big brother. Sima Yue looked at Little Two, who was already in his 20s, and suddenly felt as if her own child had just grown up. She reached out to stroke his head and smiled. You've grown up. You're even taller than me. That's also my brother's and sister's little pictures. Although Little Two's body had grown up, his smile was still the same as before, and his dependence on her was the same as before. Far away on the mountain, Bei Gong Tang and the others were also extremely emotional. Seeing Little Two grow up after suffering so much, they all felt their hearts ache. I knew that Little Two was in danger, but I didn't expect him to experience 2 years of pain. It's a good thing that he's fine now. Fatty Chu lamented. He has recovered, but his current situation is not optimistic. Sima Yulin said as he looked at a certain spot in the sky. What is it? Sima Yuming asked. There's movement in that space. Someone should be coming. Sima Yulin's perception of space was very sensitive. It was just a small fluctuation, but he could feel it. Little Tu then bowed to Fan Lei and said gratefully, "Thank you, Dean Fan, for taking care of me these past 2 years. It's good that you've recovered." Fan Lei smiled. "Let's leave this place first." Before the other party's reinforcements arrived, it was better to leave quickly. "Do you think you can still leave?" Jia Hongguang sneered. "Martial uncle, our master and the others here?" Ma Lin asked excitedly. "It should be soon." Jia Hongguang said, "Go and stop them. No matter what, don't let them leave. Once they leave today, it will be difficult to catch this auspicious beast later." "Yes, martial uncle." The people of the Sage Pavilion knew that their pavilion master was coming. They were not afraid of the man-eating flower and surrounded them in the air. The others also contacted the people behind them. Before they arrived, they did not dare to let Little Tu and the others leave. A group of bandits stood on the same front again. They called for reinforcements. "This is to delay time. We have to kill our way out immediately," Fan Lei said as he immediately attacked Jia Hongguang. The two immediately fought. Sima Yu also guessed that Jia Hongguang and the others wanted to delay time. At the same time as Fan Lei's order, the Huahua controlled the flower branches to bite those people. Those with low strength could not escape its speed and were swallowed by it. Little Tu's strength increased sharply. From the strength that had not yet reached the divine rank, he became an expert comparable to a high-level monarch rank. He fought with an expert who came with Jia Hongguang. Feng Zhixing and the others also joined in. The battle broke out. "Hongguang, we can't hold on anymore. We can only summon the bird clan for help," a friend of Jia Hongguang said. "Then brother, please summon them. When we return, the Sage Pavilion will reward you greatly," Jia Hongguang said. This was what the other party had been waiting for. With his guarantee, that person shouted loudly and called out his contracted beast, saying, "I know you want to help me, but if I die, you will die too. I don't ask you to do it, but please summon the nearby bird clan to help. You don't want me to die, right?" That person summoned a phoenix, and it was a very strong one. It was unknown what method he used to contract it. That phoenix had a cold aura. It looked at its master with a murderous aura. He glanced at the chaotic battlefield and the injuries on its master's body. He released his aura. Very quickly, a cry came from not far away. It was considered a response. Sima Yu had noticed the phoenix the moment it appeared. She could also feel that it was not an ordinary oppressive force. Yu, this should be a swanni. It's a strong one. There is no obedience in its eyes. It must have been accidentally contracted by someone. Little Rock said to Sima Yu in the spirit pagoda. Phoenixes were the bird clan whose bloodline was closest to the vermilion bird. It was divided into swanni, Qingluan, golden phoenix, blue phoenix, etc. The swanni had a higher status in the phoenix clan. It was also known as the Phoenix Emperor. Their clan was much smaller than the other clans, but their overall strength was much stronger. It was obvious that their battle strength was high. And it was said that this swanni was very arrogant. It would definitely not recognize anyone as its master. It was unknown how this person managed to contract it. "Do you know what he was doing just now?" Sima Yu asked. "The swanni has a very high status. It can summon the nearby bird clan. I think he was summoning those people. Little Rock guessed. Sima you could not help but laugh. This guy actually wanted to use the bird clan here to deal with them. She wondered what his expression would be when he knew the result. You, let Little Rock go out later. I'm really curious what their expressions will be when they see him. Little Dream giggled. Sima you replied. She was also curious as to what kind of expressions the people from the Sage Pavilion would have. Very quickly, a flock of birds flew towards the center. Sima you was happy when she saw them. These guys were flamingos. The leader's strength was not very high. It should not be their king. When the flamingos arrived, they did not immediately join in the battle. Instead, they came in front of Lu Tian and bowed. Master, I wonder what instructions you have for summoning us. Lu Tian looked at Sima Yu and said, kill her. Remember, Sogu, in 1 second. Read it at any time. Sogu's first release, Crazy Wife, Godly Doctor 5th Young Miss latest chapter. This chapter is chapter 719. If you feel that this chapter is not bad, please do not forget to recommend it to your friends in the QQ group in Weibo. Chapter 720. From Lu Tian's point of view, he was called out because Jia Hongguang and the rest could not deal with the man-eating flower king. Sima Yue was the man-eating flower king's contracted master. As long as she was dealt with, the other problems would be solved. When Sima Yue saw Lu Tian's imposing manner, she was filled with regret. Little Rock was the king of the rocks. The two of them had never ordered these birds around like this before. Although Fiery Bird was far away from the epicenter of the battle, they still knew what was happening. Upon receiving Lu Tian's order, the leader ordered his subordinates to take action. The flamingos were not as large as other birds, but each of them was still 1 to 2 meters long. They attacked together, almost blocking the space around Sima Yue. Sima Yulin and the others, who were watching the battle from afar, didn't react. Third Aunt Du and Little Wu were shocked. When they were about to help, they were pulled back by Bei Gong Tang. Third Aunt, don't worry. You will be fine. Bei Gong Tang consoled. So many flamingos besieged her alone, how could she be fine? Third Aunt Du said anxiously. You believe her. Look, even Brother Feng didn't go. Bei Gong Tang said. Third Aunt Du followed Bei Gong Tang's line of sight and glanced at Shimin Feng. Although he was a little worried, he didn't do anything. San Yang, she'll be fine. Kong Sangyi said. Not far away, the 10 villains wanted to help Sima Yue, but when they saw how calm they were, they did not do anything. The other people who had retreated saw that Sima Yue did not recall the other flowers of the man-eating flower king to protect herself and scolded her in their hearts for being stupid. However, in the next second, they could not scold her because when all the flamingos approached her, not only did they not hurt her, but they all fell to the ground and kept trembling. This is the pressure of the golden-winged rock. The king of rocks. Why is he here? Look, it's really the golden-winged rock. Where did this person come from? He has the man-eating flower king, a plant-type contract beast that is almost extinct. Now, he has the rock king. Luckily, we backed out just now. This is the best decision we've made in all these years. Little Rock flew a circle around Sima Yue before turning into human form and landing beside her. He looked at the people who were prostrating themselves on the ground because of his aura and shouted coldly, "You have guts, daring to act against this king's contracted master." King's contractor. The flamingo crawling on the ground was horrified. How could this person be the king's contractor? If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have dared to make a move. Little Rock released his own pressure, and those flamingos couldn't even breathe. Even Lu Tian, who had already been contracted, could not resist and lowered his noble head. King, please quell your anger. We did not know that he was King's contracted master. King, please quell your anger. Fiery Bird's leader was slightly stronger and could still speak. Little Rock, don't kill them. Sima Yue said, they were just following orders. After saying this, she glanced at Lu Tian and his contractor. Little Rock retracted his aura, and those flamingos could breathe again. It was as if they had just walked one round from the edge of death. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that if they made Little Rock unhappy, he would kill them. Jia Hongguang and the rest were stunned. They originally thought that with the help of the flamingos, they would be able to quickly take down the other party. Who would have thought that Sima Yue was actually the king of the rock's contractor? Now that the flamingos were here, wouldn't they become their helpers? Indeed, after Little Rock retracted his aura, he was still angry and coldly said, "You attacked my contractor, I will not pursue this matter. Now, kill those people for me. Those who dare to attack my contractor, don't let a single one of them go." Yes. King. The flamingos all stood up. This time, they turned around and attacked the other party. Their helpers had become their enemies. Yoyue's side was originally stronger, but with the addition of the flamingos, those people were quickly taken down. Lu Fei saw that his contractor was beaten until he was on the verge of death, but he remained in his original position without any intention of helping. Seeing Sima Yue in front of him, he didn't have any other expression. Sima Yue stood on the man-eating flower and looked down at Lu Fei. This person had said that he wanted to kill her the moment he appeared. He looked at her calmly, without any killing intent or fear, as if she was an outsider. "Tell me, if I kill him, what will you do?" "Die." Lu Fei said indifferently, as if he wasn't talking about himself. "Aren't you afraid?" Sima Yue asked. "What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Fei didn't have the fear of death. "Being contracted, I should have died. But because I was worried, I dragged out an ignoble existence. Now that I'm dead, it's just helping me." Sima Yue smiled, but didn't say whether she wanted to kill him or not. But Little Seven was still angry. She flew to the side of Lu Fei's contractor and stepped on his chest. "Who asked you to call people to kill you? Who asked you to call people?" Pooh, that person was already seriously injured, and now he was on the verge of death. Lu Fei still stood there indifferently, as if that person's life and death had nothing to do with him. "I'll send you to the Western Paradise," Little Seven said as she was about to step on him. A gust of wind suddenly blew over, and Little Seven felt danger. She had no choice but to dodge, and that fatal kick was stopped halfway. "Brother, have mercy." A shout came from afar, shouting towards Sima Yue. Sima Yue looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a lady in colorful clothes flying over, followed by an old woman. The force that hit Little Seven just now was from the old woman. She had never seen this lady before, but she recognized her. Seeing that Little Seven was about to attack again, she hurriedly stopped her. "Little Seven, wait a minute." Little Seven had already lifted her leg, but when she heard Sima Yue's words, her leg stopped in midair. She looked at the old woman and shouted, "Were you the one who attacked me just now? Little friend, please have mercy." The old woman pleaded, but her expression was very arrogant, and she didn't have the consciousness to beg. "What if I don't?" Little Seven put her hands on her hips, and her leg landed on that person's chest, but she didn't use any strength. "No." The lady in colorful clothes flew to Lu Fei's side, looked at Little Seven and said, "Please spare his life." "Who are you?" "You're helping this person, are you from the Sage Pavilion?" Little Seven looked at the lady in colorful clothes. "If you are, then I can't listen to you." The lady in colorful clothes looked at Sima Yue and begged, "Brother, please have mercy on him. I don't know who he is, but he can't die." Chapter 721. Kai Hong, you've grown so big. Sima Yue looked at Kai Hong and waved at her. The little bird back then had already transformed into a human. Rainbow came in front of Sima Yuyue. Yuyue came down from the flower and stood beside her. Brother, he is my uncle. Please don't kill his contractor. Rainbow grabbed Sima Yuyue's hand and said. All right. Sima Yuyue nodded and said, since our little Rainbow has spoken, what's wrong with sparing his life? Thank you, big brother. Kai Hong smiled. Kai Hong, what's the point of begging her? Now that I've become a contract beast, I'd rather die than live. Lu Fei looked at Kai Hong, not at all happy that he had survived. Uncle, you were injured because of Rainbow. That's why this person took advantage of the situation to contract you. Are you trying to make Kai Hong die of guilt? Tears fell from Tsai Hong's eyes. Uncle, Kai Hong only has you left. Are you going to abandon Kai Hong too? Lu Fei's indifferent expression finally changed. If it wasn't for her, how could he still be alive after being contracted? Uncle, don't worry, I will find a way to remove the contract for you. Rainbow said firmly, before that, don't even think about dying. Otherwise, I'll go with you and father. Lu Fei walked over and wiped away the tears on her face. Since I promised your father that I would take care of you, I won't go back on my words when you grow up. He did not believe that there was a way to break the contract, but before Rainbow grew up, he would not end his life. Humph, little Seven snorted coldly. She couldn't help but exert more force on that person's foot. Sima Yuyue looked at that arrogant face and walked over. She pulled her over and said, Little Seven, let me introduce you. This is Rainbow, a friend of mine. Rainbow, this is Little Seven. Seven turned her head to the side. She didn't like rainbows. Humph, why did you let that person go just because this guy begged for mercy? Rainbow now looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, while Little Seven was still a few years old child. She looked like she was younger than her. She didn't like this feeling. Sima Yuyue took out a pill and gave it to Rainbow, who fed it to the man. Rainbow, take this person to Bei Gong and the others. I still have some things to take care of. She pointed at the mountain where Bei Gong Tang and the others were. Rainbow did not know what Sima Yuyue wanted to do. He nodded and flew away with Lu Fei. The old woman grabbed the man's clothes and left with him. Little Seven, you should leave with them too. Sima Yuyue said to Little Seven. I don't want it. Little Seven threw her a sideways glance. Sima Yuyue did not force her and ordered Hua Hua, eat these people. Hua Hua was very happy. One flower after another, it ate all of them. Marlin was not spared either. Only Nalan Lan had used some kind of divine weapon to isolate herself, making Hua Hua helpless. Your Highness Holy Maiden, save us. The people from the Sage Pavilion kept begging her for help, but the divine weapon's light was only big enough for one person. She had no way of letting them in. So she could not say or do anything. She could only close her eyes and put on a pained expression, as if she was feeling guilty for not being able to save them. Your Highness Holy Maiden, save us. I'm sorry. Nalan Lan kept shaking her head, praying for her master to come quickly. So, a few spiritual powers suddenly appeared in the air and broke Hua Hua's branches. The flower buds fell to the ground and the people who had been swallowed rolled out. Sima Yuyue's face darkened. After a while, the other party's reinforcements had arrived. Master. Nalan Lan opened her eyes and looked at the sky happily. A space tunnel opened and Nalan Lan's master, Yu Qingbai, brought a group of people out. With a wave of his hand, more than half of the Hua Hua's branches were cut by him. The Hua Hua had lost so many of its branches and was in so much pain that it went crazy. Its vines grew quickly and new branches bloomed. Humph, it's just a man-eating flower king. How dare it act so rashly in front of me? Yu Qingbai shouted. His spiritual powers quickly condensed and he was about to attack the Huahua. That power could directly smash the Huahua into pieces. Sima Yue quickly kept the violent Huahua. This guy had been provoked to the point that it had lost its mind. Even if it saw the attack coming, it would not dodge. Yu Qingbai's attack lost its target and hit the ground, creating a hole that was tens of meters deep. Seeing that the Huahua had been kept, Neilanlan kept her divine weapon and flew to Yu Qingbai's side. Master! Are you alright? Yu Qingbai asked with concern. I'm fine. Luckily Master came in time. But those senior brothers and sisters. Neilanlan said sadly. Although the Huahua's buds had been cut, some people had already lost their lives and would never wake up again. Yu Qingbai looked at the dead people wearing the Sage Pavilion's clothes and said, "Those who hurt my Sage Pavilion's people will not be let off." "Thank you, Master." Neilanlan obediently flew behind him and stood together with the people who came with Yu Qingbai. Yu Qingbai turned his gaze to Little Two and said, "This is that auspicious beast. It actually turned into a human form." "Master, this is originally a person." Neilanlan said, "He has the bloodline of a beast. Now that the spirit beast bloodline has swallowed the human bloodline, he is already an auspicious beast. Postnatal auspicious beast. This kind of auspicious beast is not that useful." Yu Qingbai looked at Little Two and was somewhat disgusted. "Master, although he is a postnatal auspicious beast, the power of his bloodline is very pure. It is higher than the average auspicious beast." Neilanlan said. "What kind of auspicious beast is he?" "This. I don't know. He only has the aura of an auspicious beast, but he did not show his true form." Neilanlan said, "So we still don't know his true form." "Don't know his true form." A voice came from the space. Then, except for the sky above the lake, there were spatial fluctuations in several other places. Those people who were paralyzed on the ground saw their own rescuers. One by one, they were half dead and half alive. They were all full of energy. "Ancestor. Sect Master. Master, you're here. Clan Master." Those who came later were very angry when they saw their own disciples or clansmen beaten up like this. But now was not the time to be angry. With a wave of his long sleeves, a pill was sent directly to those people's mouths. Fan Lei saw the people who came later. His face was darker than the bottom of Yue's cooking pot. These guys seemed to have other intentions towards Little Tuesday. It did not seem to be just because he was an auspicious beast. He glanced at Little Two and could not guess the real reason. Chapter 722. The following is provided for you, 722. Please enjoy. There was a constant fluctuation in the air, and one by one, people came out of the spatial tunnel. Only a small number of people were summoned by their own people, and most of the people came this time. Sima Yue saw the new people and came to Fan Lei's side, saying, "Dean Fan, what do you think? The situation is getting more and more complicated. These people seem to have come for other purposes." Fan Lei said, "But what purpose could they have, for so many people to gather here?" "No matter what the reason is, their goal is Little Tuesday," Sima Yue said. "I only sent a general request signal to Old Yuan and the others. I didn't expect so many people to come. Even if he brings people here, it's useless." Fan Lei said worriedly. Sima Yue looked at those people, saying, "There are dozens of people from the central region, and hundreds of people from the outer region. What's going on? You can recognize their power from these people, not bad. Unfortunately, we may not be able to do anything this time." Fan Lei said. There were so many people, and so many of them were very strong. Even if Old Yuan brought people here, even if Sima Yue had the golden winged rock, even if there were so many eager clan elders, they couldn't leave under the siege of so many monarch-level experts. No matter what, I won't hand over little Tuesday, Sima Yue said. Dean Fan, I have a way to deal with these people, please think of a way to leave in a while. Leave? Fan Lei looked at her and shook his head, saying, you and little Tu are both students of my inner court, how can I leave you behind? Even if I survive, I won't have the face to see old Yuan again, and I won't have the face to see the students of the academy. Dean Fan, little Tu is my brother, I can't hand him over, and these people can't give up either. For little Tu, I may start a massacre today. Sima Yue said, although I am a student of the academy, I don't want the academy to be directly involved in this matter. Besides, if you're here, I'll kill you too. What are you going to do? Fan Lei had a bad feeling. I have my own way of attacking indiscriminately. However, I might not be able to fight after that. If there are any other situations, I'll have to ask Director Fan to solve it. Sima Yue said, Director Fan, I'm sorry. With that, she grabbed Fan Lei's arm when he wasn't paying attention and threw him out of the lake, out of the encirclement. Yu Qingbi and the others' target was Little Tuesday. Since he was still there, they didn't put a small Dean in their eyes. Sima Yue then walked in front of Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wuchen. She bowed to them and said, Young Master Tuoba, thank you for your help just now. The rest is between me and Little Tuesday. Please don't interfere and leave. No. Tuoba Wuchen didn't agree. If it was just a normal heavenly sect student, he would definitely leave without hesitation. However, she was his savior, Feng Zhixing's disciple, and their child. How could he let her face half of the continent's people alone? Feng Zhixing didn't say anything. He only looked at her, using his eyes to express his meaning. Sima Yue looked at Feng Zhixing and smiled gently, don't worry. I haven't found my parents yet. There are still many things I need to do. I won't joke around with my life. Since I dare to let you leave, I naturally have absolute confidence. However, I ask that you protect my friends and take them away so that I don't have to worry about them. Feng Zhixing saw her smiling eyes and thought of her mother. The two of them had the same eyes, the same confident light, and the same confident words. He subconsciously nodded and said, okay. If anything happens to you, I will let the entire continent be buried with you. Sima Yue was shocked by his serious look. At the same time, she sighed in her heart. It was good to have a domineering master. Feng Zhixing turned and flew towards Bei Gong Tang and the others. When Sima Yue was talking just now, she glanced over. The Feng family saw him leave and followed closely. Hey, you're serious. Tuoba Wuchen saw that Feng Zhixing was really leaving and shouted at his back. He turned back to look at Sima Yue and sighed helplessly, if he wants the entire continent to be buried with you, then count me in. Sima Yue smiled, young Master Tuoba, he means that I'm dead. Don't worry, I won't give you that chance. You have the same personality as your father. I really don't know what to do with you. Tuoba Wuchen turned and flew away. The Tuoba family also left with him. After the two families left, the center of the lake became empty. Sima Yue came in front of Flamingo and said, you guys should leave too. We'll talk about your previous matters after this matter is over. Young Master Tuoba and the others helped me just now. You guys can escort them. Flamingo's leader glanced at Little Rock. Seeing that he had no objections, he accepted the order and left. He chased after Feng Zhixing and the others to meet up with Bei Gong Tang and the others. Let's go. I'll send you guys off. Feng Zhixing said to Shimen Feng. But what about Yue? Kong Sangyi looked worriedly at the four people in the center of the lake. She'll be fine. Bei Gong Tang said, if we stay here, we'll hinder her movements. It's better to stay away. But big sister Bei Gong, big brother is only one person. If we knew earlier, we would have brought our clansmen along with us. That way, we could have helped Big Brother. Rainbow stomped her feet, her heart filled with worry. Rainbow, you still don't believe in Yue. When did she do something she wasn't sure of? Wei Ziqi said, I think she's going to use that move. That move? What move? Tuobo Wuchen asked. Let's leave here first. This is not the place to talk about life. Sima Yulin said, as for what she's going to do, I believe we'll see soon. You guys are coming with us, right? The 10 great villains were shocked at this time. Sima Yue gave them too many surprises. She was the Junior Valley Master of the first-ranked Divine Devil Valley. She was an alchemist. She had the Man-Eating Flower King and the King of the Rocks, the Golden-Winged Rock. She had a good relationship with the first-ranked clans in the central regions. She even said that if something happened, the entire continent would be buried with her. It was obvious that their relationship was not ordinary. Looking at all of these individually, it would be shocking, not to mention all of them happening to the same person. When they said that she wanted to create a force, they didn't take it to heart because they still didn't believe that she could do it. But now, seeing that she didn't change her expression in the face of so many forces, they all had faith in her. She could survive today's incident and create a force that belonged to her. If she can safely survive today, we will agree to what she said before. Fengji suppressed the excitement in his heart and said faintly. Actively cooperate with the special campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Readers, please report. Thank you. Chapter 723. She will definitely get through this. You have to remember what you said. Sima Yulin called out his flying beast, saying, let's go. This is nothing to Yue, but it's going to hurt again this time. Fatty Chu wasn't worried about Sima Yue at all. Instead, he was looking forward to what would happen to those people. Really? Rainbow still didn't believe it and wanted to go back to help her. Rainbow, we'll be a hindrance to Yue if we stay here. Bei Gong Tang said, furthermore, if Yue can't handle these people, there's no point in us staying. Instead of waiting for death here, why don't I go back and improve my strength so that I can avenge her in the future? That's right. Sima Yue nodded in agreement. Yue had told them this more than once. If they couldn't win, they shouldn't force themselves to come here. They should escape and seek revenge in the future. If a person died, then there would be nothing left. Therefore, they would never blindly risk their lives for others, because it was useless. Tuoba Wuchen and the others really didn't know why Fatty Chu and the others had so much confidence in Sima Yue, but seeing them like this, their hearts also calmed down a little. Let's go. Sima Yulin urged again. The elders of the Eager clan and Honor Rock knew what Sima Yue wanted to do, so when Little Rock ordered them to leave, they did not hesitate and left the scene directly. They flew dozens of kilometers away and stopped in the air to observe the situation of the Scarlet Flame Lake. The other onlookers also retreated far away. As more and more experts appeared, they already felt that the situation was getting more and more serious. If a fight broke out, they would definitely be affected from their previous distance. Sima Yue and Little Two stood on the island in the middle of the lake. Little Seven refused to leave her side while Little Rock stood by her side to protect her. Now, there were only the 4 of them left on the island, while there were hundreds of people in the air and on the shore. Moreover, any one of them had a higher cultivation level than her. Little Two, when did you become so popular that so many people are fighting for you? Even in such a situation, she still had the mood to chat with Little Tuesday. I don't know. Maybe it's because he's handsome. Little Two said cheekily. When did you learn to be so glib? Sima Yue patted his head and said, I'm guessing that you must be of some use to attract so many people. But what does it do? You want to know? Isn't that easy? Just ask and you'll know. Little Two said. Do you think they'll tell you even if you ask? Are you stupid? Little Seven said with a look of disdain. How do you know without trying? Little Two snorted, then took a step forward and stood in front of Sima Yue, saying, Are you here for me? It's just an auspicious beast, yet it can make so many experts appear. It's really strange. Auspicious beast, there are so many of us today. You better follow us obediently, someone said. What are the benefits of following you guys? Little Two asked. Your friend can live. That's still useless to me. Little Two said, I'm just a little auspicious beast. I'm afraid I can't attract the attention of so many forces, right? Since you want me to recognize you as my master, then can you tell me the reason? Whoever tells me that he can win against us today, I'll go with him. His words had a certain effect. Someone became excited and said, There's a rumor in the continent that an immortal land is about to open, but not everyone can enter. They need an auspicious beast to open the way. Now that the auspicious beast has appeared early, the news of an auspicious beast appearing in the dark forest has spread. Naturally, it will cause everyone to fight over it. You said that if I tell you the reason, you'll go with me. When the people present heard his words, they couldn't help but scold him for being stupid in their hearts. Originally, it was a tacit understanding, but now that it was said, it was different. Since everyone came for this matter and the news was subconsciously confirmed as true, they would definitely rob it when the time came. And that person was still looking at Little Two, really thinking that he would recognize him as his master. I said that if you can win against us today, I'll go with you. You can't win against us, so why would I go with you? Little Two looked at him as if he was stupid. He felt that this person's IQ was worrying. Did he cultivate too much and damage his brain? There are so many people today. Do you think you can get out of here alive? That person shouted, that said that we only want the blood of the auspicious beast. We didn't say that we want you alive. If you die, we can just divide your flesh and blood. It will also save us from killing each other. Only blood was enough. Sima Yue looked at the big man. She didn't know if this person was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. If he wasn't stupid, he was easily tricked by Little Two into revealing the reason for coming. If he was stupid, he calmed the restless crowd with one sentence. Those forces who originally wanted to snatch Little Two calmed down when they heard his words. That's right, that immortal land only needed the blood of the auspicious beast. They could share it equally. There was no need to fight to the death. There are a lot of auspicious beasts in the primordial lands. Just look at your sage pavilion. Doesn't your holy son have a Kirin beast? Why don't you ask him for it? You have so many pavilions. You can ask him to take some out. You can share it equally. Why fight with others? Sima Yue didn't understand. This auspicious beast must be in its infancy. How difficult is it to find such an auspicious beast now? Someone said. Since you only need the blood of the auspicious beast, I think we shouldn't fight for it. How about we divide the auspicious beast's flesh and blood equally? Yu Qingbai said. The people who came later were very strong. If they fought with them, they wouldn't necessarily win. It was better to leave their strength for the immortal land to find opportunities. That's good. If they could avoid fighting, then they wouldn't fight. Since there was such a good way, why should they fight? It was just an auspicious beast. Although it was precious, it wasn't to the point of falling out with so many forces for it. It was best to divide it equally. Then we'll arrange it according to the order of strength and arrival. Yu Qingbai said. The sage pavilion was very strong. He was the first to arrive. No matter what, he would be first in line. Okay. I agree. Those shameless people agreed. They didn't see Sima Yue's face getting darker and darker. They wanted to divide Little Two's flesh and blood equally. Sima Yue saw that those guys were discussing enthusiastically. Many people looked at Little Two with undisguised killing intent. She was getting angrier and angrier. She sneered, "You guys are too much. Do you really think this continent is your backyard? That you can do whatever you want? If you want to kill Little Two for his flesh and blood, have you asked for our opinion?" Chapter 724. Sima Yue's cold voice interrupted their discussion. They looked at her as if they were looking at a tiny ant. "Humph, a tiny ant dares to speak to us like this. How audacious!" An old woman shouted. "Although you have the golden-winged great roc, your contracted beast won't be of much use here today. Although there are many bird races in the dark forest, there aren't any big races. You, the king of the rocks, are useless. You'd better obediently hand over the auspicious beast, and we can still give you a way out." When Sima Yu heard these words, she was both angry and amused, saying, "You want to kill my family, but you're still so self-righteous. It seems like when you cultivate, you've not only cultivated your spirit energy, but also your skin, right? Otherwise, how could he be so shameless?" ****, one of the elders choked on Sima Yue's words and sent a wave of spiritual energy towards Sima Yue. Sima Yue pulled Little Two and Little Seven and retreated. The spiritual energy hit a black rock and ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. The enchantment enveloped the entire lake. This was the array left behind by Fan Lei. Previously, it had failed because Little Two had absorbed all the surrounding spiritual power, but it was not destroyed. The position she was standing at just now was the array stone that activated the array. Once spiritual power entered the array stone, the array automatically activated. This spirit formation was one of the most difficult spirit formations. Just activating it was not something an ordinary person could do. With her current strength, it would take a while before she could inject enough spiritual energy. In order to catch them off guard, she had angered those people just now so that someone could help her. Who would have thought that those old fellows would be so easily provoked that someone would come to their aid so quickly? Fortunately, someone had sealed the space above the small lake, so when those people came, they were not above the small lake, so there was no outsider in the enchantment. Little Seven, Little Two, pay attention to the situation outside. If someone attacks, inject your spiritual energy inside. She instructed. You, what are you doing? Little Seven asked. I'm going to set up an array. Since these people want to kill Little Two, I'll make them suffer. Sima Yue finished speaking and took out a large array stone. This was something she had exchanged with Chou Xiaotian in the southern 7 prefectures. There were only a few pieces in total. Originally, she wanted to use it when the array's strength was higher, but in this situation, she had to use it. Sima Yue placed the array stone in the center of the island in the middle of the lake, then took out some ordinary array stones to set up on the island. When the people outside saw that the small lake was covered by a thin layer of mist and the small island at the center of the lake had disappeared, they were astonished for a moment. However, they immediately reacted. That person must have made a move and activated some kind of formation. This is a formation. Yu Qingbi asked in astonishment, Master. Nalan Lan said, this array was there before. We were blocked by this array for a long time. Later on, for some reason, it lost its effectiveness. I didn't expect it to still be usable now. It's just a spirit formation. Just break it for her. An old man who came with Yu Qingbi said indifferently. At the same time, he prepared to condense spiritual energy to attack the barrier. Wait! A middle-aged man came out from behind and looked at the array excitedly. Xie Jun, what are you doing? Yu Qingbi knew this man. He was an elder of an array sect. Seeing him like this, he asked in a deep voice. Yu Qingbi, do you know what kind of array this is? Xie Jun asked. Isn't it just an ordinary obstruction array? Why are you making such a fuss about it? Yuqingbi said. You're wrong. This is an array formation. It's an array formation. Xie Jun said excitedly. So what if it's an array formation? Do you remember that there was a sect that lived on arrays? It was popular in the primordial lands. All the forces bowed their heads and then disappeared in an instant. Xie Jun asked. Why don't I know? Didn't your sect use their inheritance as a banner to establish a sect? What does this have to do with the current situation? An old woman in black came out and asked. Sima Yuyue just looked up and saw the logo on the old woman in black's clothes. She recognized that it was the logo of Cloud Cave. The people of Cloud Cave also came. It was the first time she saw the people of Cloud Cave after the little realm cheated the people of Cloud Cave. Thinking of Wu Lingyu's chat, she said that Cloud Cave was recently fighting with Divine Devil Valley. Now that she saw the people of Cloud Cave, she had to entertain her well. She just didn't know what the status of this person was in Cloud Cave. Aunt He, you don't know. Xie Jun bowed to Auntie He and said, this spirit formation is unique to the sect that day, and it is a formation that only core disciples can learn. Now that it has appeared here, aren't you curious at all? This array was arranged by the people of the heavenly sect. It's not the people of that sect. Yuqingbi said. That sect has disappeared for nearly 1,000 years. How can this be related to that sect? Well, get out of the way. We don't have time to discuss this array and a sect that has disappeared. Yes, Xie Jun, wait until we break the barrier. If you want to study the array, just find the broken array. Now get out of the way. Aunt He also said. Xie Jun saw that everyone was looking at him and didn't dare to say anything. He just retreated to the back and guessed how this array was related to the heavenly sect. When this was over, he would go to the heavenly sect and ask in person. Thinking of visiting the heavenly sect in the future, he didn't want to go against the heavenly sect. And this Sima Yuyue was a student of the heavenly sect. He couldn't embarrass her. In the battle between the array and the heavenly sect, he was hesitant. When he didn't pay attention, he heard a boom. Yuqingbi and the others were already attacking the barrier. The first attack made the array tremble, but it wasn't completely broken. Little 2 and Little 7 quickly injected their spirit power into the place that Sima Yuyue said and patched the barrier a little. Yu, the sect's attack is very powerful. We can only hold on for a while. Little 7 said. Sima Yuyue thought for a while and called out Chongming. Think of a way to stall for 5 minutes. She didn't want Qian Yin and the others to come out because she didn't want Nalan Lan to know that it was her. Moreover, they weren't strong enough. It was useless for them to come out. But now it seemed that she needed her help. In fact, she thought too much. When Nalan Lan was in the Nalan family, she didn't receive much news from the outside world. After she came to the Nalan family, she had been in seclusion to stimulate her body. After she came out, she didn't hear about Chongming. She hadn't seen Chongming in the sacred city before she was brought to the primordial lands. Therefore, she didn't know Chongming. Chapter 725. Chongming nodded at Sima Yuyue. His hands began to move rapidly. A ripple began to spread out from his hands and finally attached to the barrier. The barrier that was originally on the verge of collapse seemed to have been wrapped up and became stable again. Ugh, after doing this, he knelt down on one knee and clutched his chest. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Chongming, how are you? Little 2 and Little 7 were released from the array and hurried over to support him. Chongming, are you hurt? Chongming waved his hand and said, it's fine. It's just that it's a bit difficult for me to use this move with my current strength. Sima Yuyue also noticed that something was wrong with Chongming, but she was busy setting up the array and had no time to check on him. She took out a pill and threw it over. Little Two caught it and immediately fed it to him. Chongming felt better after eating the pill. He stood up and said, "This spatial distortion is different from others. This can distort the space outside the barrier so that their attacks can't touch the barrier. However, I won't be able to maintain this barrier for long. Once the time is up, this barrier will most likely disappear in an instant." Sima Yue threw the array stones into the ground one by one, and the array patterns were drawn at the same time. The various techniques were dazzling. At this time, the people outside also realized that something was wrong. Our attack seemed to have been swallowed by something. They didn't touch the enchantment at all, Auntie Hay said with a frown. Spatial distortion. Xia Jun said, "This must be spatial distortion." What is spatial distortion? Yu Qingbi asked. Space distortion is the distortion of the layer of space outside the barrier. When our attacks touch the distorted layer, they will be transmitted into the void, so even if we attack now, it will be useless, Xie Jun explained. Then what should we do? There's no other way. Once it was used, it could only wait for it to dissipate. If one wanted to use space distortion, they would need to be very strong. That person's strength was very low, so it was impossible for him to use this move. He must have used some other method. This kind of maintenance time is generally not long, just wait for the time to pass. Xie Jun said. Let's wait then. He's just a god emperor brat. What kind of waves can he make? Yu Qingbai sneered. He didn't need to say that. Everyone could only wait. What else could they do? All the attacks were useless. No one could do anything. 5 minutes passed and Sima Yu finished setting up the array. She just had to insert her spirit energy and it would be activated immediately. She came to Halcyon's side and said gratefully, "Thank you, Halcyon. Go back and rest." Halcyon nodded and allowed her to take him back. Sima Yu assessed, and then looked at the group of people who were getting more and more impatient. With a cold expression her face. Shao Qi, I'm going to trigger the tribulation lightning. Everyone here will be treated as the tribulation lightning. But Yuan, but you don't know. You can trigger the lightning tribulation. Little Seven looked at Sima Yue in surprise. She was still thinking about how she would deal with these people. She thought of countless ways, but she didn't expect her to do this. Sima Yue nodded. Even if Little Two is willing to follow them, these people don't intend to let us leave alive. So many experts are surrounding us. Do we have any other way to leave? Since that's the case, let's wipe them all out. Little Seven looked at Sima Yue's face. She didn't think that she was cruel. Instead, she was excited. But she was still a little afraid when she thought about lightning tribulation. I've never experienced lightning tribulation. I don't know if this is the reason why I can't evolve. Maybe I can try. Little Seven thought. Maybe I can try this time. Little Seven, this lightning tribulation is very powerful. If you don't want to experience it, I can send you to a place. You can only come out after this matter is over. Sima Yu continued when she saw that she was silent. Yu, I'll go with you. Little Seven said affirmatively. But I've never experienced lightning tribulation. If something happens, remember to send my body back to Old Yuan. Will you lose your life if you experience lightning tribulation? I don't know. Little Seven said. I'm not human. If I want to increase my strength, I have to evolve. But I haven't evolved for many years. Actually, I was willing to follow you because my intuition told me that if I follow you, I might be able to cross this bottleneck and evolve. But I don't know what's going on. Maybe this is my chance to evolve. I want to try. Sima Yue guessed that little Seven had a purpose for following her. But Su Jin said that she wasn't in danger, so she didn't ask about it. She didn't expect that she did it for this. You haven't experienced lightning tribulation. If you can't take it, tell me. I'll send you there. Okay. Sima Yue and Little Two agreed. Then she said to Little Two, you just evolved into an auspicious beast. It's good for you to experience lightning tribulation. Like Little Seven, if you can't take it, I'll send you in. Little Two nodded. Boom, as soon as the time was up, the space returned to normal. The people outside couldn't wait to break the enchantment. After delaying for so long, you've lived a little longer. Aunt Hay said. Now offer your flesh and blood. She spoke in a rewarding tone, as if it was an honor for Little Two to offer his flesh and blood. If you want to take my life, then let's see if you have the ability. Little Two didn't have the slightest fear. Even if he was forced by so many forces, he still held his head high. Sima Yue looked around at the people outside. There were nearly 200 forces in the middle and outer regions. They were all led by elders or sect masters. Thank you for thinking so highly of us. There are actually so many forces coming to take our lives. Seeing that it's not easy for everyone to cultivate, if anyone leaves. What a joke. Who would leave at this time? A white-bearded old man scolded. Sima Yue saw the Tianshan sect's old ancestor standing behind the old man. She knew that he should also be the Tianshan sect's old ancestor. She sneered. Your Tianshan sect's old ancestor's lifespan is coming to an end. Naturally, he won't want to leave. But you may be stupid, but others aren't as stupid as you. There will always be people who want to leave. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Ha 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 ha, a person who is about to die can actually say that he will let bygones be bygones. Do you think you can live? Sima Yue glanced at the man and didn't say anything. She was too lazy to waste her breath on people who were about to die. Chapter 726. The following is provided for you, 726. Please enjoy. We withdraw, Xie Jun suddenly said. Xie Jun, are you out of your mind? Someone sneered. Xie Jun cupped his hands at Sima Yue and said, we quit. Sima Yue waved at him, indicating that they could leave. She was grateful to Xie Jun. When he saw the barrier, he stopped everyone from attacking immediately and bought her some time. Moreover, he did not reveal any killing intent afterwards. He did not want to take their lives. Xie Jun took his people and flew away. They didn't open a spatial channel to leave. Instead, like everyone else, they watched from afar. He also wanted to know how this person was going to get out of this predicament. Sima Yue looked at the others and said, is there anyone else who wants to leave? No one said anything. Alright, since you don't want to leave, you can stay. Sima Yue said as she channeled some spiritual energy into her feet. The array that she had just set up was instantly activated. Those people felt a slight fluctuation in the air, but they did not take it to heart. Xie Jun, who was already far away from the center of the forest, changed his expression. Dragon trapping array, it's actually the dragon trapping array. He cried out involuntarily. The person behind him saw him turn pale with fright and asked curiously, Master, what kind of formation is the dragon trapping array? Why are you so surprised? The dragon trapping formation is also a formation left behind by the sect. It is an extremely powerful trapping formation. There weren't many formations required, but they were difficult to set up. The incomplete formation at the back of our mountain is the dragon trapping formation. It's a pity that we haven't been able to come up with a simple method like we did back then. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. What a surprise. Master, the defense array and the dragon trapping array both appeared in the Heavenly Heaven School. Could there be people from the sect in the school? Very likely. Xie Jun said. Fortunately, we came out. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to come out now. Xie Jun sighed. Master, even you can't break this dragon trapping array. Even a true dragon wouldn't be able to escape from the dragon trapping array, let alone us. Xie Jun said, moreover, this dragon trapping array is ever-changing. As long as there is a little difference, the way to break it will be different. Therefore, since ancient times, the only person who can break this dragon trapping array is the person who set it up. In other words, apart from that person, no one else can come out. In theory, yes. What is this person trying to do? Although this dragon trapping array is powerful, it also trapped them inside. Let's wait and see. Xie Jun said, maybe they can really leave this place. The other onlookers were confused by Sima Yoyue's move. Why did she trap herself with those people? As an array formation master, Hongwu could tell at a glance that this was a trapping array that trapped everyone together. Where did this trapping array come from? Ni asked. Of course it was arranged by Yue. Fatty Chu said proudly. She's also an array master. Ni's eyes widened in surprise. Of course it is. If not, where would this array come from? Fatty Chu glanced at Ni with a look that said, are you stupid? Isn't she an alchemist? Who said that an alchemist can't be an array master? The 10 great evils were stunned again. This guy was also an array master? Wasn't this too horrifying? Fatty Chu saw the shock on their faces and snickered in his heart. When they were with her, they were shocked by her from time to time. These people didn't know anything about her yet. After a while, Hongwu said faintly, not only is she an array master, she's also a very powerful array master. This array can't be set up by ordinary array masters, let alone in such a short time. But she trapped everyone together. How are they going to come out? Shichin asked. She's not in a hurry to come out now. Those people who dare to have designs on Yue can wait to go to hell. Fatty Chu clenched his fist and snorted. Shichin and Feng Kai looked at each other, not understanding what they were doing. Just at this moment, Hongwu suddenly shouted, array within array. Everyone knew what array within array was. Ni and the rest had heard him mention it more than once. Although he also knew how to set up an array within an array, he definitely couldn't set it up in such a short time. Heavens, what kind of genius is she? Hongwu looked at Sima Yue, his eyes shining. Ni and the rest had never seen him like this. Sima Yue stood on the spot, looking at the group of people who finally reacted and smiled sweetly. Why did you trap us? Yu Qingbai and the rest stared at her, not hiding the killing intent in their eyes. If she hadn't suddenly activated a small array to protect the 3 of them, they would have already killed them all. I'll treat you all to a big meal. Sima Yue said, I feel that I haven't stretched my muscles for a long time, so I'll treat you all together. Everyone didn't understand what she meant, but a bad premonition arose in their hearts. Sima Yue mobilized the top-grade purple lightning in her body, and her body emitted a special aura. Following the release of this aura, dark clouds began to condense in the sky. Everyone present were strong cultivators who had experienced many things, but once the aura of the lightning tribulation appeared, their faces changed. There were so many of them together, and they were all very strong. If they were to undergo the tribulation together, they were afraid that the lightning tribulation would directly strike them into pieces. Lightning tribulation. Why is there a lightning tribulation? It's her. She must have caused it. Sima Yue admitted generously, that's right, I caused it. Didn't I say that I'll invite everyone to stretch their muscles with me? That's right, I was the only one who went through the tribulation. This time, there are so many people who are going to be struck by lightning with me, I'm very happy. You're so despicable. Ma Lin scolded. Despicable. Sima Yuyue suddenly laughed. So many of you have surrounded us here, wanting to kill me and take my brother's flesh and blood, aren't you despicable? This is an open and above-board counterattack. Quickly stop, don't trigger the lightning tribulation again. Someone shouted. It's too late. Once the lightning tribulation is triggered, if it doesn't strike people, how will it leave? Sima Yuyue kindly told them this fact. Those people also understood that once the lightning tribulation appeared, it would definitely not leave easily. Seeing that the dark clouds were getting deeper and deeper, they couldn't care less about little two, and one by one, they turned to attack the array. As long as the array was broken, they could leave here. Before the lightning tribulation struck, they could leave. Sima Yuyue saw that their attacks were getting more and more impatient, and laughed. This is the dragon trapping array. Even if a real dragon is here, it can't get out. You guys should just stop worrying and face the lightning tribulation with me. Hearing her words, those people began to go crazy, and attacked the array even more frantically, but it didn't have any effect at all. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the Special Operation to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Please report. Thank you everyone. Chapter 727. The formation couldn't be broken, and the tribulation clouds were getting thicker and thicker. Those old fellows who usually didn't show their emotions on their faces changed. Young friend, everything can be discussed. If you open this formation, we won't want the blood of the auspicious beast anymore. How about that? Someone gave in and tried to put in a good word with Sima Yuyue. Don't you think it's too late to say that now? Sima Yuyue enjoyed the anger and fear in their eyes with satisfaction. These people were all high and mighty. Presumably, it had been many years since they had tasted the feeling of being at the mercy of others. Young friend, as long as you open up the formation, we're willing to reconcile. Another person called out. Reconcile. Sima Yuyue was amused by these people who still thought they were superior. If it was before, reconciliation would have been a good choice. But now, it's too late. Even if I let you go today and reconcile with you, I'm afraid you won't let me go in the future. If that's the case, why bother trying to reconcile? Little friend, do you really want to become enemies with so many of us? Even if you are a student of the Sky Heaven School, the school won't let you do this. Since persuasion was useless, he changed to threats. What does today's matter have to do with the academy? Sima Yuyue said, although we are students of the academy didn't care about this before. It's our own business now. This was also the reason why she had asked Fan Lei to leave. The academy was not directly involved, so when the time came, the academy could not be blamed. Little friend, if I were you, I wouldn't waste my energy on other things right now. Instead, I would prepare for the lightning tribulation. Although I really like to see your regretful faces. Sima Yuyue said, the grudge between us was formed when you insisted on killing us. I'm not a good-tempered person either. If someone wants to kill me, I'll stick my neck out. Besides, I gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't take it. The color of the tribulation clouds was still darkening, scaring the onlookers and causing them to continuously retreat. At this moment, the spirit beasts in the forest became frantic and all of them ran out of the forest. Beigong Tang and the others previously felt that they were too far away, but now they were just outside the lightning tribulation. This tribulation cloud feels like it's going to come down. This was the first time Ni had seen such a terrifying lightning tribulation. It gave him a suffocating feeling as if it could destroy the world. This move of hers is too ruthless. She first trapped them and then used the lightning tribulation to deal with them. He's going to wipe them all out. The ninth brother, Tao Hongxing, smacked his lips and sighed. He felt lucky that Sima Yuyue did not use these tricks to deal with them. If she really wanted to deal with them, the possibility of them breaking out of the encirclement was really small. Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wuchen were also shocked. Words couldn't describe his feelings now that Yu Yue was able to trigger the lightning tribulation. This move was indeed ruthless, pulling everyone to undergo the tribulation together. With so many people present, the tribulation would most likely be bigger than anything they had ever seen before. Although those people were very strong, their bodies were not as strong as spirit beasts. In front of the lightning tribulation, they were just a bunch of weaklings. However, the worry in everyone's hearts did not dissipate. Rainbow saw the tribulation cloud and her eyes were filled with fear. She grabbed Bei Gong Tang's hand and asked in a trembling voice, "Sister Bei Gong, such a big lightning tribulation. Brother is inside. Isn't it very dangerous? If even those monarch-ranked experts could not withstand it, how could Sima Yue escape? Yue has the top-grade purple lightning in her body. Normal lightning tribulations do not have much of a threat to her." Bei Gong Tang explained. Do not have much of a threat. Everyone's jaws dropped. They all had the same expression and looked extremely funny. She's too unbelievable. Ni and E cried out, what is she made of? How can she be so powerful? No one's achievements are obtained for free. Yue has suffered a lot and put in a lot of sweat. Wei Ziqi said emotionally, although the top-grade purple lightning in her body is very powerful, in order to successfully obtain it, she was struck by the lightning tribulation until her entire body turned into charcoal. Only her internal organs still had a trace of life. That kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can understand. That's right. In order to learn alchemy and arrays, she often did not rest for a few months. She was always immersed in research. So although she has some achievements, it makes people feel even more distressed. Everyone present was moved. They did not think that Sima Yue would experience so much pain. Their gazes towards her were less envious and more admiring. Not to mention other things, just this lightning tribulation alone was something that they did not have the courage to face. Suddenly, their faces changed. Everyone stepped back at the same time. The tribulation cloud in the sky was rapidly expanding. Their location was already within the range of the lightning tribulation. Heavens, this lightning tribulation won't destroy the entire forest, right? Fatty Chu cried out, can Yue withstand it? Bei Gong Tang and the others also became serious. They were faintly worried. Those who were trapped in the dragon trapping array saw the black tribulation cloud and their faces became paler. They looked at Sima Yue with eyes full of regret. If they knew it would be like this, even if they could not get the meat of the auspicious beast today, they would not go against her. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Each of them could only swallow the bitter fruit into their stomachs. Paw dash, ah dash, the first wave of lightning fell. Many people were struck and screamed. Those who were more powerful condensed a body protection, but it was broken in a few strikes. Bolts of lightning continued to strike down, and miserable screams continued to ring out. Those who were weaker were struck twice and turned into dregs. There were also a few who were in a better state. They weren't in a sorry state and were instead wrapped in halos of light. For example, Nailan Lan and Yu Qingbai. The two of them were in the protective circle and looked at the miserable situation outside. Lightning protection divine tool. Someone recognized the thing in Nailan Lan's hand. Nailan Lan and Yu Qingbai were incomparably glad at this time. Because of Nailan Lan's physique, Yu Qingbai calculated that there would be a lightning tribulation when she advanced to the god rank, so he found this thing for her. But when she advanced to the god rank, there was no lightning tribulation. He did not expect it to come in handy now. Sima Yue's small protective array was still protecting the three of them from being struck by lightning, but it could not hold on for long. She looked at the two people who were protected in the air and frowned in dissatisfaction. Paw dash, lightning kept falling. She found that she had the most lightning here and suddenly had an idea. If the two of you can't hold on, call me. After she finished speaking, she flew out of the protective array. Paw dash, a bolt of lightning fell on her body. She only felt that her body was a little numb. There was no pain like before. After the electric current went around her body, it was absorbed by the top-grade purple lightning into the lightning pool. Chapter 728. The following is provided for you, 728. Please enjoy. This was the first time she had been struck by lightning since the heavenly lightning in the 9-star ocean. Thinking of the pain from the previous time, she still had some lingering fears before she came out. She didn't expect it to be so easy this time. She was very happy. This top-grade purple lightning was really quite useful. The top-grade purple lightning in her body felt her thoughts and looked at her with disdain. Back then, it didn't know how it was absorbed into the body of such a weak chicken. It was simply too embarrassing. No, it had to become stronger quickly. Once it became stronger, it would be able to break away from this weak chicken. Yes, it had to absorb more lightning. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to become stronger. At the thought of this, it absorbed even more frequently, constantly attracting lightning to strike it. Sima Yue realized that the lightning was striking her more frequently. She thought that it was because she left the protection array and didn't think much about it. She flew towards Nalan Lan and the rest. What are you doing? Go away. Nalan Lan saw Sima Yue coming over and her expression changed as she screamed. They had been observing the situation outside and realized that Yue, as the person undergoing the tribulation, was struck by lightning the most times. Now that she came over, wouldn't they be implicated by her and have to undergo the tribulation together? Sima Yue stopped outside their protection array and smiled at the people inside. Then, she stopped and didn't leave. Pa, a thick lightning bolt struck down. Not only did it strike her, it also struck Yu Qingbi and the rest's protection array. Pa, a few lightning bolts struck down consecutively. Nalan Lan and Yu Qingbi's hearts trembled. Master, the lightning outside is too strong. I'm afraid this lightning protection array won't last long. Master, we have to think of a way now. Nalan Lan shouted. What can we do now? Yu Qingbi was also anxious. The space has been locked. We can't leave even if we want to. Pa, a loud boom exploded above their heads. Nalan Lan screamed in fright. Sima Yue did not expect such a huge lightning bolt to strike her. Without any defense, she was turned into charcoal. The top-grade purple heavenly lightning shrank its neck in the lightning pool. Damn it, it had absorbed too much just now and forgot to control its strength. It had attracted such a huge heavenly lightning. It hoped that she didn't notice. Cough, she coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Her entire body was charred black, and her hair had turned into an explosive style. Fortunately, her clothes were specially refined, so they wouldn't be burnt. Otherwise, she would have to run naked. Damn it, didn't you say that it wouldn't have any killing power? Why is it so painful? She took out a pill and swallowed it. Only then did the burning pain on her body lessen a little. The tribulation clouds in the sky were still very thick. They didn't disperse even though they had been striking for so long. This meant that there was still a lot of lightning to come. In the dragon trapping array, many people had already fainted on the ground or fell into the lake. In short, there were corpses everywhere. There were also some people who used this method to defend against the lightning. However, after being struck for so long, those methods were useless. They could only rely on themselves to receive the heavenly lightning. Sima Yue looked at Little Seven and Little Tuesday. The defense array had already collapsed. The two of them were relying on their own strength to defend against the lightning. Little Two was still fine. Although he was in human form, he had the strong defense of a spirit beast. Little Seven was in a worse state. She had never experienced a lightning tribulation before, and her body wasn't as strong as Little Two's. After being struck by the lightning, she instantly felt as if her body was being torn apart. The spiritual power in her body involuntarily circulated. After that, the two of them were struck a few more times. They were both injured. Although Little Seven ate the pill that Sima Yuyue gave her, she still felt that she couldn't take it anymore. "Brother, Little Seven can't take it anymore." Little Two shouted at Sima Yuyue. Sima Yuyue was surrounding Nalan Lan and the rest to guide the heavenly lightning. When she heard Little Two's shout, she looked down and immediately gave up on them. She quickly flew to the small island and pulled Little Seven into the water. Then, she kept Little Seven into the spirit pagoda. This was the method that she had just thought of. She couldn't make people disappear in broad daylight. However, if she went into the water, who would know where Little Seven went? Water was a conductor. If the lightning went into the water, it would be even more uncomfortable for her. Hence, she quickly came out. After leaving the water, she didn't find trouble with Nalan Lan and her disciple anymore. Instead, she stood on the small island and looked at the grand scene that she created. This top-grade purple lightning is really useful. If it was in the past, I would have collapsed long ago with so much lightning. Sima Yuyue muttered to herself. When the top-grade purple lightning heard Sima Yuyue praising it, it smiled proudly. However, in its happiness, it forgot to control its aura and accidentally attracted another heavenly lightning. Dash, the lightning that was as thick as a water bucket hit her body. She was stunned. Isn't it always a small heavenly lightning? What the hell is with such a big lightning? She wailed in her heart. Ah, me tofu, I really didn't do it on purpose. The top-grade purple lightning repented in its heart. It felt that Sima Yuyue's body seemed to be a little miserable from the lightning. It quickly took measures to remedy it. Sima Yuyue was in so much pain that she grimaced. Fortunately, after this lightning, there was no other lightning for the time being. It seemed that the entire lightning tribulation needed to rest and then recover. When the others saw that the lightning had stopped, they weren't very happy. This was because the dark clouds didn't seem to have any intention of dissipating. This meant that there was more to come. "You brat, you're ruthless. If I don't die today, I will kill you with my own hands," Aunt Hay said hatefully. Their lightning tribulation wasn't as powerful as Sima Yuyue's, but they were more miserable than her. There was no flesh on Aunt Hay's body. It was all charred black charcoal. However, these old fellows were very strong. They used their spiritual power to protect their heart meridians. They wouldn't die for a while. It would have been better if Aunt Hay didn't say anything. Now that she said it, it reminded Sima Yuyue that she couldn't let them have a chance to leave. These old things underestimated the enemy, so they gave her time to implement her plan. She couldn't make the same mistake as them. After making up her mind, she looked at the dark clouds in the sky and then smiled very unscrupulously. "Since you've said so, I definitely can't let you leave alive." She ate a pill and waited for the next wave of lightning to come. Aunt Hay's heart went numb when she saw Yuyue smile. What bad things was she going to do again? Dash, the lightning began to strike randomly. Sima Yuyue suddenly flew up from the island and ran straight to Aunt Hay. Auntie Hay was originally hanging on by a breath. As a result, when Sima Yuyue came, the center of the lightning immediately shifted to her. Several bolts of lightning struck together, directly turning her into a pile of slag. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you. Chapter 729. The following is provided for you, 729. Please enjoy. This time, not only did Aunt Hay disappear, but the people nearby were also not spared. Sima Yue was satisfied with the result and began to run around in the dragon-trapping array. Wherever she went, the lightning was especially fierce. Those who were still stubbornly resisting saw her coming and ignored the pain in their bodies and ran around. When the onlookers outside saw her like this, they could not help but twitch their mouths. It was obviously a very serious matter, but they made people feel inexplicably happy. "This guy is too bad," N.I. commented. The others nodded in agreement. He was really too bad. But why did they not hate him at all? Instead, they liked him a little. Sima Yue ran one round and could not run anymore. Those people were struck by lightning, but she was struck even harder. And there were not many left alive. And in the process, Nalan Land's divine artifact was completely destroyed, the protective circle disappeared, and they were also struck by lightning. However, she had a lot of treasures. She took out some clothes and put them on. When the lightning struck her body, the lethality was sharply reduced. After being struck a few times, she did not lie down, but she was also in a sorry state. Her face was distorted from the pain. Yuqingbi did not have anything good to avoid lightning. He took a few things, but they were all destroyed by the lightning. He had to use his spiritual power to resist. He was in a sorry state. Sima Yue saw that almost all of them had fallen to the ground and felt that it was worth it to be struck so hard. Suddenly, her face changed and she secretly shouted, "Not good." Because the lightning tribulation was too powerful, when it struck, even the space was distorted. It had unintentionally broken the dragon-trapping array. Yuqingbi and Nalan Lan were happy to see this. Nalan Lan shouted, "Master." Yuqingbi was in pain all over, but at this time, he could only grit his teeth and endure. He took out a boundary-breaking talisman and injected his spiritual power, but before he could open it, he was struck by lightning and was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Yuqingbi felt that he had never suffered such an injury in his life. His heart was full of hatred. He really wanted to tear Sima Yue apart with his own hands. However, he didn't have the time or energy to do so now. He threw away the remaining half of the breaking boundary talisman in his hand and took out another one. He managed to open a space tunnel before the lightning struck. However, before they could enter, another bolt of lightning struck the two of them. By the time the two of them recovered, the passage had already closed. After wasting two boundary-breaking talismans in a row, Yuqingbi's heart ached. He took out the last piece. If they failed this time, they would probably die here today. Fortunately, he succeeded this time. The lightning seemed to have struck him twice, and he wanted to take a break, which gave him enough time. "Let's go." Yuqingbi pulled Nalan Lan into the spatial passage. "Master, senior apprentice brother, he." Nalan Lan looked at the piece of charcoal in the distance, which had already been struck to its last breath. "I don't have time to care about him. Let's go." Just as the two of them entered, the passageway closed. The two of them had successfully escaped. Before leaving, Nalan Lan turned around and saw Sima Yue. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she had recognized her. The lightning struck her human skin mask, and she was now showing her original appearance. Although her face was now charred black, her outline could still be recognized. Because the power of the lightning tribulation had increased, Sima Yue was also a little overwhelmed. She could only watch as Nalan Lan and Yuqingbi broke the boundary and left. "Damn you! You can even escape like this." She cursed in her heart and continued to resist the lightning. Although Yuqingbi and Nalan Lan had escaped, the others were not so lucky. Although most of them had the breaking boundary talisman in their hands, they had been struck by lightning for so long that they no longer had the ability to use it. They could only watch as the chance of survival slipped away from their hands. There were a few who could barely fly. However, before they could fly far, they were destroyed by the lightning. As more and more people were destroyed, the power of the lightning tribulation became weaker and weaker. It was not like before, where the last lightning strike was always the most powerful. Half an hour later, the tribulation cloud had enough lightning and left satisfied. Sima Yue was now lying on the ground and could not get up. Although she was now immune to lightning, she could not withstand such lightning strikes. Moreover, there were always a few big ones from time to time, which made her whole body hurt. Little Tu was lying beside her. His situation was worse than hers. However, as long as he was still breathing, it was fine for them. The onlookers flew over. Feng Zhixing and the others flew the fastest. They came to Sima Yue's side. "Yue, how are you?" Feng Zhixing saw that she was covered with cuts and bruises. He was very distressed. It was all because he was not strong enough to intimidate these people. Otherwise, why would she do such a thing when she was surrounded? Tuoba Wuchen saw Feng Zhixing's expression and knew what he was thinking. Seeing him blaming himself, he could not help but roll his eyes in his heart. "Big brother, look at the charred corpses everywhere. Your little disciple is already very good, okay?" Although Sima Yue was in pain, it was not as bad as the last time. She was lying on the ground. Looking at the people who surrounded her, she said, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Go and see if there are any survivors." Bei Gong Tang and the others understood tacitly, and immediately went to check. They really did discover that a few of them were still alive. These people were all very strong and had a lot of secret methods. They actually survived such a destructive lightning tribulation. However, before they could be happy, Bei Gong Tang and the others found them. Then, taking advantage of their heavy injuries, they all got rid of them. From then on, the people who surrounded them, other than Xie Jun and his disciples who left, and Neilan Lan and her master who escaped, were all annihilated. "Yue, quickly tell master how are you?" Feng Zhixing wanted to take Sima Yue's pulse, but her body was already burnt. He did not know where to start. "Master, I'm fine. I just need to eat some pills. I'll be fine in 2 or 3 days." Sima Yue smiled at Feng Zhixing. But that appearance was as ugly as it could be. The 10 great villains, Xie Jun and the others who rushed over were all shocked when they heard her call Feng Zhixing master. They thought that she had a good relationship with Feng Zhixing. They did not expect that she was his disciple. They were very clear about the strength of the Feng clan in the inner regions. They had a family in the inner regions. If they stomped their feet in the inner regions, the entire inner regions would tremble. And Feng Zhixing was also an influential figure that they knew. He was a junior with a very high position in the Feng family, and he was actually her master. The 10 great villains were shocked by Sima Yue's surprise. The more they knew, the more they admired her. Although her age was only a fraction of theirs. "Yue, it's all settled." Bei Gong Tang and the others returned. Fatty Chu was still leading the elders of the Egret clan to clean up the corpses. Just when everyone thought that the matter was completely over, there was suddenly a slight fluctuation in space. Soon, a space channel opened, and a few people walked out from it. Thank you everyone. Chapter 730. When Yuan Shaojie led his men out, the first thing they saw was the charred corpses strewn all over the ground. The plants and trees were all gone. It was a complete mess. The fact that Fan Lei was still standing there in one piece put their hearts at ease. What happened? Who had the ability to destroy the heart of the dark forest? Old Yuan, what took you so long? When Fan Lei saw Yuan Shaojie, he felt a little resentful. If he had come earlier, this child would not have to use such a method. As soon as I received your message, I rushed over with my men. What happened? Yuan Shaojie was a little surprised. Why was this guy, who was usually cold and arrogant, acting so strange today. Fan Lei briefly recounted what had happened today, shocking Yuan Xiaojia and the people behind him. Hundreds of monarch-level experts were all killed. Su Jin was astonished, then he laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, not bad, as expected of my disciple, so domineering. Master, do you have to be so happy? I've offended hundreds of forces in one go." Sima Yuyue could not help but mock him when she saw him laughing so happily. "What are you afraid of? If there's anything, you still have your masters," Su Jin said disapprovingly. The other two people who came with Yuan Xiaojia weren't paying attention to this. When they heard Fan Lei mention the dragon trapping formation, they started to wander around the small island. Then, they ran over excitedly and said, "It really is the dragon trapping formation. Who set up this array formation?" "Yuyue set it up," Fan Lei said. "If it weren't for this array formation, I'm afraid things wouldn't have ended so easily. If those people hadn't been trapped, they would have left directly and returned after the thunder tribulation. Yu and the others would have been in danger." When the two of them heard that it was Yuyue who had set it up, their expressions changed. They looked surprised, hesitant, and in disbelief. One of them even looked wary. They wanted to say something, but before they could speak, they were interrupted by Su Jin. "If you have anything to say it later. My disciple needs to rest. Can't you see that she's suffered such serious injuries? These two old fellows shouldn't have any ideas about his disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't be polite to them. Even if their identities were very honorable, he was not an incompetent person." Sima Yuyue recognized them. They were the two who were guarding the teleportation formation outside the inner yard. "Why are they here together?" Yuan Xiaojia looked around and didn't see Little Seven. He asked, "Yuyue, where's Little Seven? He couldn't have been taken away, right?" "Dean, don't worry. Little Seven is in a safe place," Sima Yuyue replied. She didn't elaborate further. "All right, let's leave this place," Su Jin said. The place was filled with corpses, and it was not a good place to talk. Yuan Xiaojia and the others also wanted to know more about what had happened, so they said, "Then let's go to the nearest city." Sima Yuming stepped forward and carried Sima Yuyue. Fan Lei went up and picked Little Two up. At this time, Xie Jun came forward with his men and bowed to the crowd. Then, he bowed to Sima Yuyue and said gratefully, "Thank you for sparing my life today." Sima Yuyue saw that his attitude was good and smiled. "The person who saved your life today is you. I just gave you a chance. If you didn't give us this chance, we wouldn't have made the right choice." Xie Jun said, "If you need it in the future, you can take the token and look for me directly." Sima Yuqi took the token. "We'll take our leave." Xie Jun bowed to the crowd and left with his men. Although he wanted to ask Yuan Xiaojia and the others about the spirit barrier, he knew that now was not the time. They still had a lot of things to deal with. If he disturbed them now, it might be annoying. The other people who were watching the fun also left. This incident had a big impact on them. If they encounter such things in the future, they must not be hot-headed. They must recognize the situation. Otherwise, if they lost their lives, they would lose everything. Yuan Xiaojia was about to open the space tunnel when Sima Yuyue suddenly stopped him. "Dean, wait a minute. I have something to deal with." "What else do you have to do?" Sima Yuyue looked at the Flamingo King. The Flamingo King hurriedly came to her and said, "I didn't know it was the king's contract master. If I offended you, please punish me." The Flamingo King felt Little Rock's aura from behind and rushed over. When he arrived, Sima Yuyue was already in the dragon trapping array. "Well, you have to be punished," Sima Yuyue said. The Flamingo King felt cold all over. If he was in human form, he would be sweating. Seeing him trembling, she rolled her eyes and said, I haven't said how to punish you. Why are you all trembling? I offended the king's contract master and should be executed. The leader said. Did they think she was going to kill them? Okay, stop trembling. If you continue to tremble, your feathers will fall off. Sima Yue didn't scare them and said, I'm still relatively easy to talk to. You didn't know before, so I don't intend to kill you. In order to take a warning, you have to hand over 20 bird eggs. Just giving 20 bird eggs was enough. The birds were surprised. Why, you don't want to? Or do you want me to take your life? Sima Yue asked in a deep voice when she saw that they didn't respond. No, no. The Flamingo King said, we will give you the eggs. Go back and get 20 eggs. Although it was distressing, this punishment was really light compared to the extermination of so many clansmen. Sima Yulin and the others didn't expect Sima Yue to still be thinking about their mission at this time. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wouldn't it be better to wait for her to heal and then come back to take a look? What they didn't know was that after this incident, she didn't plan to come to the dark forest again. In this place, she wouldn't come as long as she didn't have to. Killing so many strong people at once, her little heart still couldn't calm down. Soon, the flamingo eggs were sent over. Sima Yue calmly put them away. She didn't say that this was actually the sex mission. Okay, you can go back. She began to drive them away as soon as she got the things. We will take our leave. The Flamingo King hurriedly flew away with his clansmen, heartbroken at the loss of 20 bird eggs. Let's go too. Su Jin said. Yuan Shaojia opened the space tunnel, but before it was fully opened, the tunnel closed again for some reason. What's wrong? Su Jin asked. Someone is controlling this space. Yuan Shaojia said. Even you can't open it. Fan Lei's expression changed. The person who came is stronger than me. Yuan Shaojia's face was solemn. Everyone was silent. Who was it that could actually trap all of them in this small world? Chapter 731. The following is the Little Two's true identity provided for you. Please enjoy. Sima Yue's heart sank. They had already controlled the space before they even arrived. How strong were they? If they were here for Little Two, would they have the ability to stop them? And with her current state, even if she wanted to trigger the lightning tribulation, she wouldn't be able to. But if they couldn't protect Little Two, she didn't dare to think further. If they really couldn't, they could only ask her for help. She just didn't know if she would make it in time. After a while, the space tunnel opened and a few tall people with golden eyes walked out. They glanced at everyone present and many of them knelt down directly. Sima Yue felt her breathing tighten. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on her and she couldn't breathe at all. Even Yuan Shaojia and the rest had some difficulty and lowered their heads slightly. What a strong pressure. When they saw Little Two, the leader waved his hand and Little Two flew from Fan Lei's hand and landed in his arms. Let go of Little Two. Fatty Chu shouted anxiously. Who are you? One of them snorted and Fatty Chu fell to the ground, his bones broken. Fatty. Ouyang Fei and the rest surrounded Fatty Chu in the middle to protect him. However, it was useless for them to do so. Who are you? Fan Lei held back his anger and asked. Who we are is not something you can ask. The one holding Little Two said, this is one of us. We want to take him away. I saved Little Tuesday. He is my brother. You want to take him away, but have you asked for our permission? Sima Yue came down from Sima Yuming's body. Her body was completely unrecognizable. But she still straightened her body and looked at them fearlessly. A little human dares to climb up to my clan. You overestimate yourself. The leader exerted pressure on Sima Yue, wanting to take her life. But the pressure was pushed back by a gentle force. Who? That person shouted. Although he was injured by his own strength, he was furious. Sima Yue felt a cold and gentle force flowing through her body. She felt much better. "Aunt Feng," she called out joyfully. Feng Ruyan's figure came out from Sima Yue's body. Looking at her current appearance, she frowned. How did it end up like this? Feng Ruyan was a little unhappy as she raised her head to look at those people and asked, "Did they do it?" "Aunt Feng, it wasn't them. I was the one who triggered the lightning tribulation and was struck by lightning," Sima Yue said. "Only a life and death situation can touch me." "So, these people want to kill you?" Feng Ruyan looked at those people indifferently. Who would have thought that just one look from him would make these arrogant people lower their heads? The leader bowed towards Feng Ruyan and said, "Ancestor Feng. We are the descendants of the ancient divine ape. My name is Huabin. These children have the bloodline of our clan. Today, we are here to take them away. I didn't mean to make things difficult for these people." Ancient divine ape. Sima Yue was shocked. She had never heard of this when she was in the middle region. She thought that Little Two had the bloodline of the middle region's full ape, but it seemed that this was not the case. "No, I don't want to go with you." Little Two woke up. When he heard that they wanted to take him away, he struggled without caring about his injuries. "I want to be with Big Brother and Big Sister." "I don't want to go with you." "Big Brother Yue, I don't want to go. Save me." Sima Yue saw that Little Two was against it and said, "You heard it. Little Two said that he doesn't want to go with you. You are the descendant of the ancient divine ape. Your bloodline cannot be left outside. If you don't want to return to the clan, even if your bloodline is noble, we can't keep you." The leader said. "Big Brother, I don't want to go. If I go, I won't be able to see you again. I will be trapped in a small corner for the rest of my life and will never see the light of day again." Little Two struggled. "Who said that we will trap you for the rest of your life?" Huabin slapped Little Two's head. Thinking of his strength, Sima Yue and the rest were afraid that he would smash Little Two into pieces. In the end, nothing happened to Little Tuesday. "Didn't you say that you want to go back? If you go back, won't you not be able to come out?" Little Two retorted. "Letting you go back is to let you acknowledge your ancestors and train you better. It's not like we want to restrict your freedom." Huabin was angered by Little Two's ability to understand. "Then can I come out?" Little Two asked. "If you can pass the test, you can come out," Huabin said. "Oh." Little Two was silent for a while and said, "Big Brother, I will go with them." "Little Two, have you thought it through?" Sima Yue looked at him and asked. "Big Brother, I want to become stronger." Little Two said, "Today's matter, if it wasn't because I was too weak and attracted so many people's attention, why would there be so many people surrounding and attacking us? If it wasn't because I was weak, why would I need Big Brother to use such a method to protect me? Although those lightning bolts struck your body, every single one of them struck my heart. Every time, it was Big Brother who saved me and protected me. I also want to protect Big Brothers." When Sima Yue heard Little Two's words, her eyes became warm. However, she was still worried and turned to look at Feng Ruyan. "Aunt Feng. I have some relations with the ancient ape ancestor and know some things. It's not bad for this child to go back," Feng Ruyan said. Since Feng Ruyan said it was not bad, she was relieved and said to Little Two, "Since you want to go back, then go back. After all, they are your clansmen. However, if you leave, we won't be able to protect you in the future. You have to take care of yourself, understand?" NN. Little Two nodded. He did not feel too bad because he had made up his mind. As long as he went back, he would come back to find them when he became stronger. Let's go back, Hua Bin ordered. Little Two agreed and Sima Yuyue did not have any objections. Naturally, Feng Ruyen did not have any objections. The few of them bowed to Feng Ruyen and then opened a space tunnel to leave. They originally thought that it would be a fierce battle, but in the end, it was resolved so easily. Those who had not gone far were surprised. However, today's matter gave them enough things to talk about. It was not a wasted trip. It was just that they did not know what species took Little Two away and who was the person in Sima Yuyue's body. Aunt Feng, thank you. Sima Yuyue smiled gratefully at Feng Ruyen. Feng Ruyen looked at Sima Yuyue. Compared to a few years ago, she had improved a lot. It was beyond her expectations. Your improvement is very fast, but it's not enough. Continue to work hard. In the future, I will not sleep too deeply. After speaking, she returned to Yoyue's Sea of Consciousness. After Feng Ruyen left, her powerful aura dissipated and Yuan Xiaojie and the rest could finally relax. Thinking that there was such a person in Sima Yoyue's body, everyone looked at her as if they were looking at a monster. I love my academy, actively cooperate with the special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 732. Ahem, let's go back. Please search, product #BookYenNet, to see the most complete. Sima Yuyue coughed twice and ignored their stares. Who is that ancestor phoenix? Fan Lei asked directly. Sima Yuyue shook her head and said, I don't know her identity either. I never asked. Then why did she leave behind a soul imprint? This is no ordinary protection. Because I saved her life before, but I wasn't fully healed, so she wants to save my life. Sima Yuyue said. Alright, if you're curious, you can ask later. Let's hurry back and treat their injuries. Su Jin said. Master, I'll leave Fatty to you. Sima Yuyue said. Just take care of yourself. Su Jin harumphed, agreeing to her request. Yuan Xiaojie brought Yuyue and Fatty back first. The rest of the people went back by themselves. Let's go back too. Tuobo Wuchen said, I really didn't expect her luck to be so good. His luck is better than ours. Feng Zhixing nodded in agreement and said, that's good. This way, the two of them can also. He didn't finish his sentence. Seeing him like this, Tuobo Wuchen sighed with heartache. When she recovers, I want to go back, Feng Zhixing suddenly said. What? You want to go back? Tuobo Wuchen was almost choked to death by his own saliva. His face was full of disbelief. You haven't gone back since that incident. They sent you so many messages but you ignored them. Why do you want to go back now? Because she will go there sooner or later, Feng Zhixing said. Sigh. Tuobo Wuchen sighed again. Back then, you left that place because of her mother's anger, and now you're going back because of her. It's not entirely because of her, Feng Zhixing said. Don't you think that what happened today was because we were too weak? Indeed, if it wasn't because we weren't strong enough, how could 100 or 200 forces force us to the point where we could only watch from the side? Tuobo Wuchen was also very emotional about today's events. Going back there can help us cultivate faster. Sigh, since you've decided to go back, then I'll go back too. It won't be good if you throw it too far away. Feng Zhixing glanced at Tuobo Wuchen and said, the old man will be very happy. Don't talk about him in front of me. I feel stifled whenever I talk about him. Let's go back and check on her. Tuobo Wuchen sat on the flying beast and left first. The 10 villains also followed them back to Qingqing. However, they did not go to see Sima Yuyue. Instead, they returned to their previous courtyard. It wasn't that the people from the Sky Heaven School didn't see them, but because Sima Yue said something before she left, they didn't have to fight. She said, "These people are our mission. You old fellows shouldn't fight with us." When Feng Zhixing and the others arrived at Qingqing, a few days had passed since that day. Sima Yue was more or less recovered. Fatty Chu needed more time to reconstruct his bones, so he was still resting in bed. "Master, Uncle Wu Qin." Sima Yue saw Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wu Qin and obediently bowed. "You're recovering quite quickly." Tuoba Wu Qin saw that Sima Yue was fine and smiled. "Yes, with Master Su here, I'm recovering quite well." Sima Yue said. "We came to find you today to say goodbye." Feng Zhixing said. "Master, are you going back?" "I'm not going back to the clan this time. I'm going to the inner regions." Feng Zhixing said. "Going to the inner regions? Why is Master thinking of going to the inner regions?" Sima Yue was astonished. If he went to the inner regions, wouldn't she not be able to see him for a while? "I'm originally from the inner regions." Feng Zhixing said, "Because of some matters, I left the inner regions. Now I've received news that I'm going back." "Oh." Sima Yue lowered her head in disappointment and said, "Master, you should go. When I'm stronger, I'll go and see you." "All right." Feng Zhixing patted her head, "You'll go to the inner regions. I'll wait for you there. However, before you reach the monarch rank, you can't go." "Yes." Sima Yue nodded. Tuoba Wu Qin saw the two of them reluctant to part and suddenly felt a little sad. Although he lost to that person back then, his daughter's attachment to him should be able to make up for it. "Master, are my parents also from the inner regions?" Sima Yue asked. "Your father is from the inner regions Sima family. Maybe you'll meet them later." Feng Zhixing said, "Their clothes have the same pattern as your spatial ring." Sima Yue touched her spatial ring. She knew that it had something to do with her family. "Then, Master, are the people from my father's family good?" she asked again. If she asked them now, she would know how to get along with them if she met them in the future. "They can be considered good." Feng Zhixing hesitated and said, "However, it's not up to us to decide whether they're good or not. You have to find out for yourself." In the past, he thought that they were good, but that incident made him very disappointed in them. However, no matter what he thought, they were still her family. She had to make her own judgment. "I understand." Sima Yue nodded, "I'll see for myself." Based on her understanding of Feng Zhixing, there must be something that hurt him in the past. That was why he gave them such an evaluation. "All right, we have to go. I'll leave some people for you." Feng Zhixing said, "They're all my people. They don't belong to the Feng family. In the future, they'll be your people. You can let them do whatever you want. Bring them with you wherever you go. You offended so many powers that day. I'm not at ease when I leave." He blew the whistle. 10 people walked in from outside. Each of them had the strength of a monarch. "Young Master." The 10 people bowed to her. "Swear." Feng Zhixing said lightly. However, there was a majesty in his words that couldn't be disobeyed. The 10 people knelt on one knee and put their hands on their chests. They said in unison, "We're willing to follow young Master. We'll recognize young Master as our master. We'll protect young Master and never betray you." As the oath fell, the silver light entered their chests. Before Sima Yue could stop them, they finished swearing. Now, she had no choice but to bring them with her. "Master." She was a little helpless. She wanted to say that she didn't need these people at all. If he wanted to go back to the inner region, shouldn't he bring more people back? "I brought them out from the inner region. These years, they've been to many places with me. They're quite knowledgeable." Feng Zhixing said, if you have any questions in the future, you can ask them. After speaking, he said to the 10 people, you won't regret following her in the future. Zhixing, we should go. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch the ship. Tuobo Wuqin urged. Feng Zhixing nodded. He reached out and patted her head before leaving with Tuobo Wuqin. Chapter 733. After Feng Zhixing left, Sima Yuyue felt a little sad. Please search product % book Net to see the most complete. Update the fastest. She didn't know why, but every time she saw the sadness that Feng Zhixing showed to her from time to time, she felt sorry for him. Mississippi, one of them called out to Sima Yuyue. Ah. Oh. Sima Yuyue regained her senses and said, so, what are your names? The 10 of them reported their names, but Sima Yuyue was distracted and said, since you are master's men, then you should be ranked according to your age. You will be called Feng Yi, Feng Er, Feng San. This isn't a name change, it's just a code name. Understand? Whatever Miss says. A square-faced man said. What's your ranking? Sima Yuyue asked. I'm the oldest. Feng Yi said. Oh, first wind, what do you guys usually do? Sima Yuyue asked. I followed young master everywhere, first wind replied. Sima Yuyue looked at the conversation that was like squeezing toothpaste and had a headache. However, she couldn't say anything about the people that were given to her by her master and had even sworn an oath to her. She thought about it and said, although master gave you to me, I don't have anything for you to do. Go ahead and do your own things. Miss, we have to protect you. Feng Yi said. We have to stay by young Miss's side to ensure your safety. Feng Er said. Sima Yuyue rubbed her brows and said, I'm very safe here. You don't have to keep following me. I know that for people like you, time is precious to you. The 10 guards did not speak, but this did not mean that they agreed with her words, but it was a silent protest. Sima Yuyue was furious and asked with a sullen face, whose guards are you now? It is the young ladies, answered the 10. Then you won't listen to me. Miss, it's not that we don't want to listen to you. Feng Wu said, that day, us brothers were also there and saw those things. What if someone comes looking for trouble and we're not around? There are so many ifs. I'm here now, not out. Sima Yuyue said. Seeing that they were still insistent, she said, how about this, one of you can stay by my side at a time. I still have things to do. If you keep following us, I can't do anything. This. The wind ones were hesitant, but when they saw Sima Yuyue's darkening expression, they had no choice but to agree. All right then. Let's do as young Miss says. Feng Er said, but young Miss, one person is too few. If something happens, it will be too late. You have to bring at least 2 people with you. Sima Yuyue agreed in the end. Hence, when she did not go out in the future, there were 2 more guards by her side. These things should be of some help to your current cultivation. Take them. Sima Yuyue took out some spirit stones and pills and gave them to First Wind. Young Miss, these things are too precious, you are my people now. You said that I have so many enemies. You have to increase your strength to be able to protect me. Sima Yuyue said, take these things and stay in my courtyard. I have something to do now. Feng Er and I will follow young Mississippi. You can go find a room. First Wind took the things from Sima Yuyue and passed them to Third Wind. All right. Sima Yuyue brought her 2 tails out of her courtyard and turned a few corners to a courtyard not far away. This place was a local residence. Sima Yuyue did not know how Su Jin and the rest got their hands on it. She had stayed here for so many days and did not see anyone else. She brought First Wind and Second Wind to Fatty Chu's room. For the convenience of treatment, he had placed him in Su Jin's courtyard. She first saw Su Jin chatting with two array masters in the courtyard. She went up and bowed to them, then asked, "Master, how is Fatty?" "With me here, you're still worried that he won't get better?" Su Jin snorted. "I'm not worried that he won't get better. I just want to ask him how much better he is." Sima Yue said. "He'll be able to move in 2 days. He's still paralyzed." Su Jin said, "Since you're here, you can tell him not to move if he wants his body to recover. If he wants to be crippled in the future, then he can move as much as he wants." "I'll definitely tell him." Sima Yue smiled and replied. "Master, I'll go in and take a look at Fatty first." First Wind and Second Wind also wanted to go in, but she left them outside. After Sima Yue went in, Su Jin looked at First Wind and the rest, saying, "Big Wei, Little Wei, are they the Feng family's shadow guards?" Big Wei and Little Wei, who were the two array masters, looked at the two of them carefully and said, "They should be." "I say, why aren't you staying in the Feng family? Why are you following my little disciple?" "Our current master is young Mississippi," First Wind replied faintly. "Following my little disciple?" Su Jin raised his eyebrows. First Wind nodded. "Feng Zhixing is really willing." Su Jin sighed, "I never thought that I would have a common disciple with him one day." "Your disciple's luck is really not bad," Big Wei said. "What, do you really think that my little disciple learned your so-called true teachings?" "There are many ways to arrange the dragon trapping array. Her method is the simplest, but the effect is the best. This method has already been lost in our sect. If she doesn't have it, then how did she get it? Maybe she just happened to learn it. Or maybe Feng Zhixing taught her." Su Jin said, "I know that my little disciple's talent is very good. Many people have their eyes on her, but don't even think about it." "Old Su, you can't be like this," Little Wei said. "How am I like this?" Su Jin said, "Don't think that I don't know your sex style. It's fine if it's others, but my disciple isn't a normal person. If you want to use force, think about the spirit imprint in her body." "We don't mean that," Big Wei said. "Then what do you mean?" Su Jin said, "You two can't mean anything. Once the time is up, you two should hurry back to your place." "Old Su, my little disciple is still young. If you want to have any ideas on her, wait a few years." Su Jin waved his hand and stopped discussing this matter. When Sima Yue came out, she saw that the atmosphere between Su Jin and them was a bit strange. "Finish looking?" Su Jin asked. He didn't plan on telling them what happened just now. "Finish looking." Sima Yue said, "Fatty is recovering very well. Many thanks to Master. You should properly thank me." Su Jin said, "In order to treat him, I spent a lot of good things. When we get back, I'll slowly pay you back." Sima Yue smiled, "All right. I have something to do with Rainbow. I'll leave first." Go. Su Jin waved at her, "Oh right, little Seven should be back soon." Hearing him mention it, Sima Yue realized that she had forgotten about little Seven. Chapter 734. Sima Yue sensed the situation in the spirit pagoda and realized that little Seven had turned into a milky white ball of flesh. It was piled up like a small mountain in the spirit pagoda. There was a thin layer of mist on the outside of the small meatball, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. "Is she evolving?" Sima Yue was secretly shocked, but her face remained expressionless. She bowed to Su Jin and turned to leave. Since she was evolving, he would not disturb her. She brought Feng 1 and Feng 2 to Rainbow's courtyard. "Big brother, you've finally recovered." Rainbow was currently discussing something with Lu Fei. When she saw that Sima Yu had arrived, she ran over happily. Sima Yu pulled Rainbow over. Lu Fei and the old woman stood up and nodded at her. Sima Yu remembered that this old woman used to speak in a high and mighty manner. Now, her attitude towards her was quite good. She probably knew Little Rock's identity and had restrained herself. Big brother, these days your master has been protecting you very tightly, not letting us go see you. Rainbow complained. Didn't I come to see you after I recovered? Sima Yu sat down. Lu Fei walked in front of Sima Yu and bowed deeply, saying, Lu Fei has offended you that day. Please forgive me, your majesty. Sima Yu called Little Rock out. When Little Rock saw Lu Fei, his face darkened. You, Little Rock, the ignorant are not guilty. Sima Yu interrupted Little Rock. Little Rock glared at Lu Fei. The golden-winged rock's aura pressed down on Lu Fei. Although Lu Fei didn't kneel, blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth. Uncle. Rainbow saw Lu Fei vomit blood and called out worriedly. She looked at Little Rock pleadingly. Little Rock saw that Rainbow was worried and retracted his aura, saying, I'll let you off this time on Rainbow's account. If you dare to offend me again, I won't let you off so easily. Thank you, big brother Little Peng. Rainbow smiled gratefully at Little Peng. I haven't had the chance to take a good look at Rainbow. It's only been a few years, and you've already grown so big. Little Rock stepped forward and patted Rainbow's head. He smiled and said, Rainbow, we haven't seen each other in so many years. Did you miss us? I do, I really do. Rainbow said. Do you miss us or Chongming? Sima Yu asked with a smile. Big brother, you're making fun of me. Rainbow's face turned red as she said shyly. Chongming, your wife is here. Come out and catch up with her. Sima Yu smiled and called Chongming out. After these days of recuperation, his injuries had recovered a lot. Chongming was also very happy to see Rainbow. That day, he personally sent her to the Tao clan. At that time, she was still a little chick. He had watched her birth, lived with her for so long, and sent her away personally. After being separated for so many years, he really missed her. But it wasn't like what Yue thought. Chongming Gij. Rainbow came in front of Chongming and felt that his breathing was unstable. She cried out in shock, Chongming Gij, you're injured. That day, we were surrounded by so many people. I used the dragon trapping array to trap them all. When I was setting up the array, I had Chongming by me some time. Sima Yu said, Chongming used the spatial distortion technique, but because of that, he injured his body. Big brother Chongming, how are you now? Rainbow asked worriedly. I'm fine now. Chongming said. Really? Rainbow didn't believe him. Of course it's true. Chongming didn't want to talk about his injury, so he changed the topic. How have you been in the Tao clan all these years? I'm very good. Uncle treats me very well too. Rainbow said, and because of me, Uncle ended up like this. It's all my fault. If not for me, Uncle wouldn't have been contracted by others. Little Kai, I already said that I was careless. I don't blame you. Don't blame yourself. Lu Fei said. That's right, Lei Feng. This matter isn't your fault. Grandmother Zhu also consoled. But Uncle ended up like this because he wanted to find medicine for me. How can you not blame me? Rainbow said sadly. Before she went back, Uncle was so prestigious in the Phoenix clan. But now, he didn't dare to see those people from the past. Is that person all right? Sima Yu asked. He's not dead yet. Rainbow said. For Lu Fei's little life, they couldn't let him die. As Rainbow's brother and Little Rock's contracted master, I can help you think of a way to break the contract. Sima Yue said, but the process will be very painful. You will also be injured. It will probably take 1 or 2 years to recover. Are you willing? Is there really such a way? Rainbow's eyes shone. If there really was a way to break the contract, then Uncle wouldn't have to look at those people's faces anymore. If I say there is, then there is. Did you forget that I am a very powerful beast tamer? Sima Yue said. That's right. Brother is a beast tamer. Since you know how to tame beasts, then you should know how to break the contract. Rainbow said, Uncle, what do you think? When Lu Fei heard Sima Yue say that she had a way, he didn't believe it. But when he heard that she was a beast tamer, his eyes lit up with hope. No matter how painful it is, I can endure it. He clenched his fist and said, if it wasn't for little Kai, I would have killed myself long ago. A person who isn't even afraid of death, why would he be afraid of pain? Brother, what method do you have? Rainbow asked. Reverse the Imperial Beast Art. Force the contract runes out of the contract and forcefully break the contract. Sima Yue said. That's it. Although it sounds simple, but it goes against the heavens. The process is obvious. Sima Yue said, but I believe in your Bai and clan's perseverance. I believe in myself too. Bai and said. How is your contractor's body now? Sima Yue asked. We locked him up in the house after he came back. His condition shouldn't be good. Grandmother Zhu said. I'll go take a look. For this to happen, his body must be in good condition. If it's too bad, he won't be able to endure the process and will die. You will die too. Sima Yue said. When Rainbow heard this, she hurriedly brought Sima Yue to the house next door. That person was still lying on the bed. Sima Yue glanced at Rainbow. Rainbow stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and explained, I was angry at him for treating Uncle like that. So every time he recovers, I can't help but beat him up. Every time he recovers, he would beat him up and give him pills. When he recovers, he would beat him up again. That was why he ended up like this. Sima Yue went to check his pulse and shook her head, he can't be like this. He needs to be nursed back to health. I'll give him 2 pills. He should recover in 2 days. When the time comes, don't beat him up again. Chapter 735. 2 days later, Sima Yue came to Rainbow's courtyard again. Brother, I didn't beat him up this time. He's fine now. Rainbow giggled. You can kill him after the contract is broken, Sima Yue said affectionately. And that's what I'm planning to do. Rainbow said, he actually used such a despicable method to contract my uncle, I definitely can't let him off. I want to use its blood to wash away my uncle's shame. You can do whatever you want. Sima Yue said. Lu Fei and Grandmother Zhu bowed to Sima Yue when they saw her. Are you ready? Sima Yue asked Lu Fei. I'm ready. Lu Fei nodded. Then let's begin. Go out and don't let anyone disturb us, Sima Yue ordered. Rainbow and the rest did not dare to disobey. They all went out and stood guard outside the door. Sima Yue set up a spirit barrier to seal off the entire house. This way, ordinary movements would not disturb them. You sit opposite him. Lu Fei walked over and sat down in front of the man. He looked at the man who was in a daze after taking Sima Yue's medicine. Sima Yue sat beside them and said, let me tell you again. The process will be very painful. You have to hold on, or else both of you will die. Lu Fei nodded. She took out 2 more pills and said, keep these in your mouth. If you can't take it anymore, take one. Lu Fei took the pill and put it in his mouth. Sima Yue grabbed both of their hands and started to activate the taming beast art. However, this time, it was the other way around. Lu Fei felt a ferocious aura entering his body, tearing his insides apart. Then, the aura entered his brain, making him feel as if his head was about to explode. The pain was unbearable. Outside the room, Rainbow and Grandma Zhu were anxiously waiting. They felt that every minute was unbearable. Chongming Gij, can Gij do it? Kaihong grabbed Chongming's hand, trying to find support in her heart. Chongming felt that Kaihong had been led astray by them. According to seniority, she should call him uncle, but she always called him brother. 2 days ago, he had tried to correct her. In the end, Rainbow had directly said, "If you don't let me call you brother, then I'll call you hubby." Even at his age, he still blushed. Don't worry, Yu has never done anything she isn't confident in. If she says she can, then there's no problem, he comforted her. I also know Big Brother's personality, but in my heart, I also feel that to dissolve the contract is to go against the will of the heavens. How can it be so easy? Whether it's uncle or brother, I don't want anything to happen to them. Rainbow said. Don't worry. Chongming lowered his head and glanced at her hand that was grabbing him. He sighed in his heart. He didn't know whether to pull away or not. Feng Yi and Feng Er were listening to their conversation from behind. There was only one thought in their minds. This master was indeed not an ordinary person. She even dared to do something that defied the heavens. Such a domineering child. Perhaps if they followed her, they would really see a different world. Time passed by minute. After half a day, there was still no movement inside. Rainbow and the others were waiting anxiously outside. Suddenly, a burst of light came from the house. Following that, dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky and locked onto their house. Tribulation cloud. Everyone in the courtyard was alarmed. Su Jin and the others flew into the sky and saw a small dark cloud hovering above the roof. Although the range wasn't very large, it contained a terrifying power. Because it wasn't a lightning tribulation, the tribulation cloud didn't lock onto anyone else. It was just above Sima Yue and the others. What's going on? Yuan Xiaojie flew over and asked. Rainbow and the others didn't think that they would attract such a terrifying lightning tribulation. They were stunned for a moment. Hearing Yuan Xiaojie and the others' words, they came back to their senses and replied, Big Brother is dissolving the contract for Uncle. Dissolving the contract? Those old fellows all cried out. This contract can be dispelled. Isn't this going against the will of the heavens? De Wei cried out. That's why this appeared. Su Jin looked at the tribulation cloud and said. Lightning tribulation of the heavens. This was much more powerful than the average lightning tribulation. Once this contract is established, the heavens and earth cannot go against it. How can he dispel the contract? Little Wei asked. Big Brother is a beast tamer master. He said that by going against the will of the beast taming method, he can dispel the contract. Rainbow said. He's a beast tamer master. Everyone present cried out. Each and every one of them had a face full of shock. The 10 great villains who had just rushed over after hearing the commotion almost fell from the sky. This guy was a beast tamer master? Did he have to be so scary? How many secrets did this guy have? They really wanted to dig them all out for him so that he wouldn't scare them from time to time. Alchemist, Beret Master, Beast Tamer Master, Doctor, Divine Devil Valley's Junior Valley Master, Su Jin's disciple, Feng Clan's young master's disciple. His relationship with the Tuoba clan wasn't shallow. He had a mind all by himself. Rainbow saw that they were so shocked. Only then did he know that they didn't know Yo-Yu's identity as a beast tamer master. If he said that, it would expose her identity. The old fellows of the Sky Heaven School were silent after their shock. Such a genius student didn't show off. Instead, she had been hiding. It had been a long time since they met such a student in the school. Since they met her, no matter what, they had to ensure her safety. Sima Yue felt the situation outside. She also knew that the lightning tribulation was eyeing them covetously. However, she didn't panic. She passed a message to Chongming and continued. Chongming received Sima Yue's instructions. He went forward and said to Big Wei and Little Wei, You would like to invite the two masters to set up more than one lightning defense array. She needs some time. Big Wei and Little Wei looked at each other and nodded, okay. The two of them took out the array stones and observed the situation of the house. At the same time, they struck the array stones down. The array was activated. Sima Yue felt that the aura of the tribulation cloud had weakened. She was relieved. Today's matter was due to her negligence. She didn't consider the lightning tribulation because she didn't prepare in advance. However, it wasn't as if there was no solution. She just had to move the person into the spirit pagoda the moment the lightning tribulation fell. But now that there was someone helping her, she could avoid this. She used the taming beast art to find the contract symbol. She wrapped it up and cut off the connection between it and Lu Fei. Then, she guided it bit by bit towards Lu Fei's body. They had been in a deadlock for a long time. The contract symbol no longer had any resistance and obediently followed her outside. Silver light overflowed from Lu Fei's brain. It became brighter and brighter. Then, the contract symbol slowly moved out from between his eyebrows. The lightning tribulation struck the spell formation as soon as the runes moved outwards, scaring everyone in Qingqing. Chapter 145. After settling the family matters, Sima Yue went to school. She had not graduated yet, and the principal knew that he had given her some time off. Seeing that the Sima family was on the right track, she went back to continue her studies. In fact, for the current her, there wasn't much she could learn here, but she didn't want to give up halfway. The Sima family also needed her attention, so she didn't plan to leave for the time being. When he returned to the dormitory, Wei Ziqi and the others had already gone to class. There was not a single person in the dormitory. Thinking back to the last time he was here, he was still a young master who did not need to consider anything. The next time he was here, he had already become the head of the family. I'm sure no one has ever seen the head of the household come to school. After tidying up the house, it was already noon. Remembering that she hadn't eaten for a long time, she also wanted to thank everyone for their concern and help during this period of time, so she went to the kitchen to cook a few dishes. I knew it. Just by smelling this fragrance, I knew that Yue had returned. Fatty Chu's voice could be heard even before he arrived. His nose had always been very sensitive when it came to food. The four of them went to the kitchen and saw Sima Yue sitting at the table waiting for them. They walked over and sat down to eat. Have you settled the matter? Wei Ziqi asked. Everything is almost on track. The rest will need to be done slowly. Sima Yue said that the most important thing now was to tame the hundreds of spirit beasts. However, the spirit beasts had not arrived yet, so she did not have to rush. The speed at which your house was being built really blinded our eyes. We haven't gone out for a few days, and when we went out yesterday, we discovered that your house had already been built. Fatty Chu picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth as he spoke. Let's not talk about you guys. Even I was shocked. Sima Yue said, I went into seclusion for a few days. When I came out, I saw that the flat ground had turned into a courtyard. It was horrifying. I didn't know that houses could be repaired so quickly. I heard that it was because there were many people working together, that's why it was so fast. Wei Ziqi said, this is also good. You've recruited so many new people, so you need a place to make arrangements. Yes. Sima Yue nodded and asked, how have you been? The academy is pretty much the same as before, but now when we walk in the academy, we often meet some girls who come looking for us. Extremely annoying. Wei Ziqi said. Why? Sima Yue blinked. Could it be that both of you are in love? Did someone confess to you? It's not that our peach blossoms have blossomed, it's your peach blossoms that have blossomed. No one has ever dared to shout at a tribulation cloud, no one has ever dared to go inside a tribulation cloud. Sima Yue flew into the tribulation cloud and saw that there were electric currents flowing everywhere, making sizzling sounds. Human, how dare you come here? The cloud spirit cursed, but its soft voice didn't have the slightest lethality. Little tribulation cloud, where are you? Sima Yue called out softly. She really looked like a wolf trying to coax a child. I'm going to hack you to death. The little tribulation cloud didn't come out and said angrily. Two huge lightning bolts struck towards Sima Yue. Other than her body feeling numb, she didn't feel anything else. Seems like my defense against lightning has increased after I was struck last time. Sima Yue thought proudly. The top-grade purple heavenly lightning in the lightning pool rolled its eyes. That was because it had become stronger. Otherwise, she would have been struck to death by such a terrifying heaven-defying lightning tribulation. Little tribulation cloud, we've met so many times and can be considered old friends. Come out and meet me. I have something nice to eat. Sima Yue didn't know what the top-grade purple heavenly lightning was thinking and continued to entice it. I'm not going to eat. A transparent palm-sized rabbit appeared on the tribulation cloud. It looked at Sima Yue with its red eyes and complained. Why was she so pitiful? No matter what, it couldn't hack her to death. Sima Yue didn't expect the cloud spirit of the tribulation cloud to look like this. How was this the lightning tribulation that controlled the heavenly punishment? It should be Meng Meng's pet. Little tribulation cloud, it's useless for you to look at me like this. Your lightning is useless against me. She giggled. Humph, it's not useless against you. If it wasn't for the top-grade purple heavenly lightning in your body, you would have been struck to death by me. I didn't expect it to grow so fast. Even the heaven-defying lightning tribulation can't do anything to it. The cloud spirit snorted. Even the top-grade purple heavenly lightning can grow. Sima Yue was a little surprised. Of course it can. Otherwise, how could you become more and more immune to lightning? The cloud spirit said. Then is it like you? Sima Yue asked. It's not as cute as me. The cloud spirit said narcissistically. I'm the cutest lightning tribulation. Sima Yue closed her eyes and sensed for a while. Indeed, she saw a small figure swimming in the lightning pool. The figure didn't seem to have taken shape yet. It was just a blurry shadow. That shadow felt Sima Yue's gaze and made a strange face at her. It seemed to be despising her for not realizing that it had been in her body for so long. Sima Yue felt that this fellow should be making a face at her, although she didn't have a face yet. Thinking about the process of her obtaining her own lightning, she asked the cloud spirit doubtfully, Isn't this top-grade purple heavenly lightning yours? How did it take shape on its own? How can the top-grade purple heavenly lightning be mine? If it was mine, I would have swallowed it. The cloud spirit was a little disappointed. I've used the top-grade purple heavenly lightning before, but no one survived. I guess it's because you didn't die and absorbed it that this fellow took shape. There should be a lot of people in charge of the tribulation cloud, right? Sima Yue suddenly asked. There aren't many. Anyway, this area is my territory. If anyone dares to disrespect me, I'll strike them to death. The cloud spirit said. Suddenly, it thought of the person in front of it. It didn't die even after striking her so many times. It was very discouraged. Sima Yue looked at it and smiled. It's good that you didn't strike me to death. Look, you didn't strike me to death. Didn't I discover your existence? We can be friends in the future. I don't want to be friends with you. The cloud spirit snorted. If it became friends with a person who couldn't be struck to death, how could it survive in the future? If you don't want to be friends with me, then I'll be friends with you. Sima Yue said. Since we're friends, then I have to treat you to good food. What do you think? What do you like? She took out a bunch of things and put them on the tribulation cloud. They didn't fall down. The cloud spirit was very disdainful at first, but those things were very fragrant. Especially one kind of fragrance made it drool. She looked at those things arrogantly, then turned her head to the side and said, "What are these? I won't eat your things." Sima Yue saw that although she said no, her small eyes kept glancing at the wine jar. She secretly laughed. Chapter 737. She unsealed the wine jar, and an even richer fragrance wafted out. The little tribulation cloud tried to resist, but it still couldn't resist the temptation. It ran over, hugged the wine jar, and took a deep breath before asking, "What is this?" "Wine." The small tribulation cloud exclaimed and threw the wine jug away. The wine jug landed on the black cloud, and the wine spilled out. An even richer fragrance floated out. "No, I don't want this. Take it away." Sima Yue looked at its agitated face. It was fine before, why did it have such a big reaction all of a sudden? "You don't like this?" she asked curiously. "I don't like it, I don't like it. This thing can't be touched," the little tribulation cloud said. "Why?" "Last time, there was an older brother who got some wine from somewhere and ended up getting drunk. He fainted for 3 years and was punished for delaying matters. In the end, he vanished into thin air." The little tribulation cloud continuously bit its head. "What? There was actually such a thing?" Sima Yue's mouth was slightly agape in shock. She saw that the little calamity cloud was avoiding it like a snake, but its eyes were filled with reluctance. She said, "This is fruit wine, it's not intoxicating. If you're really afraid of getting drunk, you can take one of these pills first. Then you won't get drunk at all." "What kind of pill is this?" The minor tribulation cloud had seen many pills before, but it had never seen anything like this. "This is a pill specially prepared for people who drink alcohol to sober up. As long as you eat this before drinking, you won't get drunk no matter how much you drink," Sima Yue explained. "Really?" The little tribulation cloud didn't believe it. "If I lie to you, you can strike me every day," Sima Yue said. She had concocted this pill for Third Mo so that he could enjoy other fine wines without getting drunk. The small tribulation cloud tried to endure it, but it couldn't resist the fragrance of the wine, so it slowly moved closer. Sima Yue fed it a pill, and the little calamity cloud swallowed it. Then, it tried to take a sip of wine. When it didn't feel any discomfort, it happily hugged the wine jar and drank. "What do you think? I didn't lie to you, right?" Sima Yue took out a jar of wine. N. Little calamity cloud nodded happily. Its dissatisfaction with Sima Yue had been resolved by this fine wine. Soon, it finished the jar of wine. Perhaps it was because the alcohol content was too low or because it had eaten the pill, but it didn't have any reaction at all. "It's delicious. Do you have more?" The little tribulation cloud hugged the empty wine jar and looked at her. "Yes." Sima Yue took out another jar for it, and it finished it in no time. The more she drank, the more excited she became. After drinking 4 jars in a row, Sima Yue did not give her any more. "Is there more?" "I haven't had enough yet," the little tribulation cloud urged. Little Calamity Cloud, do you know that to us humans, this wine is not to be drunk casually? Sima Yuyue said solemnly. Then how can I drink it? The Little Tribulation Cloud asked. We use this wine to entertain our friends. Sima Yuyue said, you wanted to strike me before. You big baddie. You used wine to threaten me. Although the Little Tribulation Cloud was innocent, it wasn't stupid. The moment Sima Yuyue said that, it immediately reacted. That's right. I was threatening you. Sima Yuyue did not deny it. Then will you accept my threat? I'm a very unyielding tribulation cloud. I won't accept your threat. The Little Tribulation Cloud turned its little head to the side and did not look at her. Really? Of course. The Little Tribulation Cloud said with certainty. All right then. Sima Yuyue kept the jar of wine that she had just taken out, saying, since you're such an unyielding tribulation cloud, then you definitely don't want to drink this wine. Sigh, I'll go back down and wait for you to strike me before leaving. With that, she stood up and looked like she was about to leave. Wah wah, you baddie. Big baddie. The Little Tribulation Cloud immediately jumped up and rushed into Sima Yuyue's embrace. Instantly, several lightning bolts struck over. After the Little Tribulation Cloud snatched the jar of wine, it continued to shout, you're too bad. Too bad. Baddie. Sima Yuyue stood on top of the Tribulation Cloud. The jar of wine in her embrace had been snatched away and her body was numb from the lightning bolts. That little fellow was still there calling her a baddie. She suddenly wanted to ask, who exactly was the baddie? After the Little Tribulation Cloud finished the jar of wine, the numb feeling finally passed. She moved her body and said, if you strike me to death, you won't be able to drink this wine anymore. The Little Tribulation Cloud narrowed its eyes and thought for a moment. It seemed like it had struck her a little too hard just now. However, she had the top-grade purple lightning in her body. It couldn't strike her to death. At most, it could only strike her until she was half crippled. If you give me the wine and the pill to sober me up, I won't strike you today. Otherwise, I'll strike you with a few more lightning bolts. When Sima Yuyue heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't she the one who was luring it? Why was it the other way around? However, no matter who was threatening who or lying to who, the result was the same. She gave it the wine, so it wouldn't strike her. Sima Yuyue took out several jars of fruit wine. The Little Tribulation Cloud shook its short tail and the Tribulation Cloud wrapped up all the wine. I can let you off today, but don't call me next time. The Little Tribulation Cloud said, it's not that I'm scolding you, but can't you stop for a bit? You're the person I've struck the most times. You're also the person I struck the most. If not for the top-grade purple lightning, who knows how many times you'd have died. I didn't want to either. Sima Yuyue said. No matter which time it was, she wasn't the one who wanted to be struck. Wasn't there always a reason for it? Heh heh, the next time I see you, even if there's so much wine, I won't go easy on you. The Little Tribulation Cloud once again became that stubborn Little Tribulation Cloud. We're already friends. Friends should help each other, understand? Sima Yuyue said. Ha ha. The Little Tribulation Cloud snorted twice. It didn't confirm or deny. Alright, I'm going back. Don't strike me again. I've been feeling a little scared when I see you recently. Sima Yuyue said. I don't want to see you either. The Little Tribulation Cloud said, although the two of us are doing that now, I can't completely go easy on you. The lightning bolts at the back still have to strike, but I can control it to make it less powerful. Sima Yuyue thought that it wasn't a bad idea. She nodded her head and flew down. When she returned to the roof, the Tribulation Cloud struck a few more times. Then, it patted its butt and left. As for those few strikes, Other than eating the top-grade purple lightning in the lightning pool as snacks, it didn't do much harm to her. Yue, what did you do in the tribulation cloud? Isn't the lightning tribulation getting stronger the further it goes? Why do I feel that the last few strikes aren't as strong as the first? Fatty Chu asked what everyone was thinking. Chapter 738. The following is provided for you, 738. Please enjoy. Sima Yue blinked her eyes innocently and asked, really? You must have seen wrongly. I saw wrongly. How is that possible? Fatty Chu was not stupid, how could he not be able to tell? Sima Yue ignored him and ate the pill, saying, I still need to check on Uncle Caihong's condition, are you guys still going to stay here? Cough cough, let's go take a look too. Yuan Shaojie said. They had never seen a spirit beast breaking a contract with its master before. Yue could not reject the dean's request. The dean can come, the rest of you don't have to go, it's too crowded. She returned to the house after speaking. Lu Fei was still waiting for her downstairs. Just as she said, breaking a contract was very harmful to the body. If she had not persuaded the tribulation cloud away, he would not have been able to withstand it. Seeing Sima Yue enter, Lu Fei raised his head with difficulty and said weakly, thank you. Thank you for breaking the contract for me, thank you for helping me withstand the tribulation cloud. I did it for Caihong. Sima Yue said. She asked Chongming to help him up, then helped him to the bed in the house to sleep. She had poked a hole in the hall, and now he could see the sky when he raised his head. Sima Yue walked over and fed him a pill, saying, if you return to your original form, it will help with your injuries. Lu Fei nodded, and with a flash of white light, the handsome young man turned into a dispirited little bird. When Yuan Shaojie and the rest saw Lu Fei, they really believed that Sima Yue had broken his contract. Seeing that Sima Yue was going to treat his injuries, they left together. Sima Yue waited for them to leave, then took out the soul fluid and fed it to Lu Fei. After eating this pill and drinking this, you will sleep well for 10 days to half a month. When you wake up, although you will not fully recover, you will still be able to move. It's just that your powers were slightly damaged, but you'll recover in 2 years. Sima Yue said. Lu Fei felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and his consciousness was getting fainter and fainter. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Grandmother Zhu came in from outside and saw that Lu Fei was already asleep. She asked, how is the king? I've already fallen asleep after eating the pill that Big Brother gave me. Big Brother said that I'll be fine after sleeping for 10 days to half a month. Rainbow said. King. Sima Yue heard Grandmother Zhu call Lu Fei and looked at Rainbow in surprise. Uncle is the king of the Baihan clan, don't you know? Rainbow asked. Sima Yue shook her head and said, you didn't tell me, and I didn't hear you call him that. The king of the Swanee clan was actually contracted by a human, no wonder he was in so much pain. Every race had their own pride, especially the royal races. The Swanee race was more arrogant than the average race. As the Swanee king, Lu Fei's pride went without saying. She gave Rainbow a bottle of soul fluid and said, this is what you ate when you were young. Feed him 3 drops every 5 days. No more than that. Rainbow took the soul fluid and nodded. Thank you, Big Brother. You should recuperate well too. You've been struck so many times today, you must be injured. Rainbow said. Sima Yue was indeed feeling a little unwell. After giving Rainbow the soul fluid, she went out. Feng Yi and Feng Er were waiting for her outside. When they saw her come out, they asked, young master, how are you? I'm fine. This lightning tribulation is the thing that I'm least afraid of now. Sima Yue said, but this time I was struck a little too hard. It still hurts a little. Sigh, I'll be fine after some rest. The reason why Phone 1 and Phone 2 were chosen to protect her was naturally because they had always been steady, meticulous, and strong. But even they were speechless when they saw her like this. "Young master, you're really funny. You're still jumping around after being struck by lightning. You even said that it hurts a little and you'll be fine after some rest. I wonder if those people who were struck to death by lightning in the dark forest will crawl back up to take revenge on you." The 10 great evils went back with complicated feelings. These few days, she gave them too much of a shock. They felt that she had really given them a lot of face by coming to find them. "Big brother, maybe if we follow this kind of person, we can really have a different future," Shichin said faintly. Feng Ji nodded. He didn't say anything, but his thoughts were the same. "I really want to discuss a raise with him," Hong Wu said. "I want to ask him about alchemy," Kong Ren said. "He really is a strange person," Feng Kai said. "So you're saying that everyone agrees?" Feng Ji asked. Seeing everyone nod, he asked again, "But what he means is that he wants us to acknowledge him as our master. For someone like him, if we really acknowledge him as our master, there shouldn't be any problems. I see that he treats the people around him very well." Dai Yi thought better of it. "I think that in the future, he will stand at a height that will make people feel proud to acknowledge him as their master." Shichin said as he coughed, "Maybe, I won't be able to see that day. Third brother, don't let your imagination run wild. The pill he gave you made your condition really good for these 3 months. He said it so confidently before. I think he can definitely cure you," Nine said. Shichin coughed for a while before stopping. "Third brother, you haven't coughed recently. Why are you coughing again today? Let me take a look." Kong Ren walked over and grabbed his hand to check. "10th brother, how is third brother?" Yu Si asked. "Third brother's condition has worsened," Kong Ren said. "Originally, the effect of this pill was 3 months. However, third brother used too much spirit energy in the dark forest and accelerated the deterioration of his condition. Last time in the dark forest, they were chased by many people before they reached the center. There were a few times when Shichin even made a move. There was one time when the situation was especially dangerous. In order to save Nie and Kong Ren who were surrounded, he did use a more difficult move. Then what do we do now?" Nie also thought about how Shichin saved him. He felt extremely guilty and his face was almost twisted into a bowl. "Even if you ask me, I don't know," Kong Ren said. "Maybe, we can only go look for him. Since we've already decided to follow him, let's go look for him. He should be able to treat third brother," Hong Wu said. "We can't find any other doctors now. Although that Su Jin is here, it's good that he didn't kill us when he saw us. We can't expect him to treat third brother. We can only go look for him. Let's go now." Nie supported Shichin and was about to go look for Sima Yue. "6th brother, don't be anxious." Shichin pulled him back. "She just went through the lightning tribulation today and is still injured. It's no use even if you go look for her. I won't die in a day or 2. Let's go in a few days. I love my academy, actively cooperate with the special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone." Chapter 739. The following is provided for you, 739. Please enjoy. Shichin insisted, so they couldn't say anything and could only agree. They supported him back to his residence, thinking that they would go find Sima Yue in 2 days. But before they could find her, she had already come to their door. Sima Yue had more or less recovered from her injuries in the past 2 days. Su Jin came to find her and said that they were going back to the academy. The previous incident had caused quite a stir in the continent and the academy couldn't handle it anymore. They had to go back and intimidate those powers. Humph, at most we'll issue the purple cloud order and let them know that the academy is not to be trifled with. Su-jin harumphed before he left. He asked her if she wanted to go back with them. After all, the continent wasn't safe now and many people were chasing after her. She shook her head and rejected his suggestion. At that time, we were all wearing masks and there weren't many who survived. Those who know what I look like are even fewer. We still have a mission to complete, so we won't go back with you. You guys are a bunch of people who aren't afraid of anything. But with that ancestor Feng around, normal people can't hurt you. Alright, you can arrange it yourself. Su-jin said, that's right, after little Seven's condition stabilizes, let her tell old Yuan that she's safe. Also, don't forget about the billboard in half a year. You guys only have 3 months outside. You and your little friends are going to participate, right? Don't miss the time. I know. Sima Yue replied. She now felt that this Su-jin was quite long-winded. Su-jin wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words and finally said, your senior brothers and sisters miss you. Go back early. Sima Yue nodded and watched him leave. She felt that his expression was a bit strange. But since he didn't say anything, she didn't ask. When the people from the academy left, Fatty Chu and the others felt the pressure on them disappear and they cheered in their hearts. When those old fellows couldn't find Sima Yue, they would often find them to ask. Some things weren't easy for them to say, so they could only beat around the bush. But this was really tiring. Now that they were finally gone, they were free again. Sima Yue told them not to go out alone because Qingqing had not been peaceful recently. Many people had come because of what had happened in the past. News of what happened that day had spread throughout the inner and outer regions. Even some people in the inner regions had caught wind of it. Many people were curious about her, while others were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Some of the forces that had lost their experts back then chose to let the matter slide, while others strongly declared that they would hunt down Sima Yue and the others. They even offered a high reward and a bounty for their heads. Sima Yue was not surprised when she heard the news. She knew very well what kind of people those forces were. They never felt that these things were their own fault. It was all someone else's fault. When they said that she killed their masters, they didn't think that they were the ones who sent people to snatch little Tu and kill her first. In modern terms, they were a bunch of old weirdos, the best of the best. She warned Fatty and the others, then brought Shiman Feng, Feng 1 and Feng 2 out. You see, and the others were discussing matters in the hall when they heard a knock on the door. Nie said, could it be that Sima Yue is here? It can't be. Didn't she just get struck by lightning 2 days ago? Dai Yi was uncertain. Could it be the people who are hunting us down? Kong Ren said. Are there such polite hunters? Feng Kai said, sixth brother, open the door. Oh. Nie stood up and opened the door. When he saw Sima Yue and the others standing outside, his face flashed with joy. It's really you guys. Why, were you waiting for us? Sima Yue asked. Yes. Please come in, everyone is in the hall. Nie opened the door and let them in. Sima Yue went to the hall. When she was still in the courtyard, Feng Ji and the others came out. They cupped their hands and bowed to her, saying, please. Sima Yue went in and sat on the main seat with Shiman Feng. When she saw Feng Ji and the others looking at Feng 1 and Feng 2, she smiled and explained, they are the guards my master Feng gave me. They are now my people. You really need some experts by your side now. Shi Chen said. Sima Yue looked at him and frowned slightly, saying, there's still so much time before the 3-month deadline. Why did you relapse? Third brother used his spirit energy in the dark forest, so his condition worsened. Nie explained. You can use your spirit energy after eating the pill I gave you. Sima Yue said, let me check you first. She walked over and Yu gave her a seat. After she sat down, she checked his pulse. How is my third brother? Yu asked. Sima Yue's face darkened. She did not answer Yu's question and only stared at Shi Chen. Cough cough, Shi Chen, who was always steady and wise, felt guilty under her stare. Yue, say something. How is third brother? Dai Yi's temper was more impatient. Seeing that she did not speak, he urged her. What else can he do? Sima Yue retracted her hand, saying, if he doesn't want to live, I can't save him. Doesn't want to live? Ni shouted, why would third brother not want to live? You can't treat him. Kong Ren asked anxiously. Sima Yue looked at the few people who were about to go crazy inside, saying, I didn't say that he wanted to die. Why are you guys so anxious? Then if you say that third brother wants to die, you can't do anything about it. Ni said. Because he's looking for death. Sima Yue said, he ate the pill so there's no problem with using his spiritual energy. But he hasn't been completely cured yet he dared to use all of his spiritual energy. If this isn't looking for death, what is? Completely used up. Third brother, how could you? I can't just watch something happen to you and 10th brother. If it's true, then it's my fate. Ni and Kong Ren's eyes turned red. Sima Yue did not need to look to know what was going on. She thought that this guy was quite sentimental. What fate? With me here, even if it's your fate, I can change it for you. She said confidently. Everyone present was shocked by her words. Thinking about how she could say such harsh words to the lightning tribulation, there was nothing special about what she said. So you're saying that third brother can still be saved? Ni asked happily. Nonsense. Sima Yue glared at him. He doubted her medical skills. She would deal with him later. She called Little Roar out. Once Little Roar was outside, he shook his head coquettishly and said, Yu, did you call me out because you missed me? Sima Yue laughed sinisterly, that's right, I missed you. There's something I need your help with. Little Roar saw her smile and a bad premonition arose in his heart. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 740. The following is provided for you, 740. Please enjoy. No. Not waiting for Sima Yue to finish her sentence, Little Roar scampered away. However, before he could run 2 centimeters, he was caught by Sima Yue. No, Yu, you're a bad person. Little Roar struggled in Sima Yue's hands. His 4 short legs kept waving in the air, looking very comical. Feng save me. Yu wants to trick me. Sima Yue used her other hand to flick his head, saying, yes, I want to trick you. What do you want? You, if you trick me, I'll go on a hunger strike. Little Roar thought for a long time before coming up with this threat. Sima Yue laughed even more happily, alright, if you want to go on a hunger strike, I'll support you with both hands. Anyway, you're already so fat. Shimin Feng, who was at the side, laughed out loud. Using hunger strike to threaten his sister, how did he think of this? Little Roar looked at her with teary eyes and complained, Yue, you're bullying me. You wanted to say it yourself, I didn't force you. Sima Yue said innocently. I don't care. You're bullying me. Little Roar cried. Alright, I haven't even said anything yet and you already have such a big reaction. Sima Yue said. Looking at you, I can tell that you're up to no good. Little Roar said. Sima Yue pursed her lips. This brat, did he need to know her so well? Actually, it's nothing big. I just want you to contribute a bowl of blood. She smiled as she said. Little Roar's 4 limbs retracted and his entire body turned into a round ball. He looked as if he had not wronged her and roared, "Look! Look! I told you, you're definitely up to no good. You actually want to take my blood. You're too bad." Sima Yue was getting a headache from its crying. She shouted, "If you cry again, I won't give you anything to eat for a month." Little Roar was stunned by her roar. When he thought about how she wanted him to bleed but did not allow him to howl, he felt so wrong that he wanted to cry out loud again. "If you behave, I'll cook for you," Sima Yue added. Little Roar's anguished wail was immediately suppressed. Then, he used an extremely aggrieved voice to say, "Only for me. It's going to take a month. Half a month." Sima Yue said, "Or not even a day." Little Roar stared, and stared again. Seeing that Sima Yue was no longer attracted by his cute gaze, he had no choice but to agree. He reluctantly said, "All right then, half a month it is. Don't go back on your word." "When did I go back on my word? It's just that we haven't talked about it for half a month." "We'll count them separately," Sima Yue said unscrupulously. You're so treacherous." Little Roar protested. "Or you don't want even a day?" When Sima Yue said that, Little Roar still compromised. However, his little eyes were filled with grievance. Cough cough, Feng Kai pretended to cough, interrupting the man and beast's threats. "Young Master Sima, what are you doing? You guys can just call me Yue." Sima Yue was not used to people calling her young master. She said, "Shi Chen's condition is much worse than expected. Normal medicine won't be of much use to him anymore. We have to control the cold air in his body in order to carry out further treatment. Now, only the blood of an auspicious beast can be both hot and gentle. So aren't I making blood? It's an auspicious beast." Nie and the rest looked at Little Roar with their mouths wide open, their eyes filled with suspicion. Was there such an auspicious beast? What's wrong, can't I be an auspicious beast? Little Roar roared at them unhappily, "If you guys think that I'm not an auspicious beast, then I won't donate blood." No, of course you're an auspicious beast." Nie quickly smiled apologetically. If they angered this guy and he really didn't donate blood, then they would cry to death. Sima Yue took out a big bowl and said, "All right, let the blood out." Little Roar looked at the big bowl Sima Yue placed on the table and his eyes widened. You're taking out such a big bowl. This isn't for blood, it's for me, right?" he protested. "Don't talk so much nonsense." Sima Yue grabbed him and hung him above the big bowl. Is this really for letting blood out? Could it be that you took the wrong bowl?" Little Roar still didn't believe her. Didn't she take the wrong bowl the last time she let Tuoba Han's blood out? Could it be that she took the wrong bowl this time too? "That's right, hurry up and let it out. If you continue to blabber, I'll teach you a lesson." Sima Yue threatened. "You only know how to threaten me." Little Roar glared at her, feeling wronged, but he still obediently cut open his claws and let the blood flow into the big bowl. Nie and the rest saw that his blood kept flowing out, and the volume soon exceeded his size. They didn't know if he would drown if they let him down. "Is it still not enough? If you let me out again, I won't have any more blood." After half a bowl, Little Roar looked pitifully at Sima Yue. Shi Chen and the rest couldn't bear to see him like this. "It's not enough, continue. Fill it up." Sima Yue was unmoved and said. Others didn't know, but she knew that this little bit of blood was nothing to Little Roar. She wouldn't be fooled by his eyes. Little Roar sighed and continued to let out blood. After filling the bowl completely, Sima Yue stopped him and threw him into Shimin Fang's arms. Smelly you don't want me anymore after letting me out. Little Roar said in Shimin Fang's arms. I'll make it up to you later. Sima Yue said and took out a measuring cup. She scooped a cup and handed it to Shi Chen, saying, drink it. Shi Chen took the measuring cup and drank the blood in a few mouthfuls. Once the blood entered his stomach, a warm current spread from his stomach to his limbs and bones. His cold body instantly felt much more comfortable. Drink another cup. Sima Yue took the measuring cup and gave him half a cup. Shi Chen drank it again and felt much more comfortable. That comfortable feeling made him feel that if he drank a little more, the cold in his body would be completely dispelled. You're thinking too much. Sima Yue seemed to know what he was thinking and said, with your condition, drinking the blood of an auspicious beast won't solve the problem. Even if you drink my little Roar into a mummy, you'll still be like this. She took out a few jade bottles and used the measuring cup to measure the blood and poured it in. You should drink 1 bottle a day. If you drink too much, it'll be a waste. She pushed the jade bottle over and kept the remaining half a bowl of blood. Little Roar glared at her. He only wanted half a bowl, but she actually let him drink an entire bowl. Too sad. Sima Yue glared back, there's still some use later. Do you want to be let out twice? So it's not a waste. Little Roar shrunk his body. Alright, then it'll be a waste. He won't be calculative. Sima Yue turned her gaze to Feng Ji and said, what do you think of my previous suggestion? Actively cooperate with the fight against obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Readers, please report. Thank you everyone. Chapter 741. If you can cure third brother, we are willing to follow you. Feng Ji said. She didn't threaten them with Shi Chen's life right away. Instead, she waited until his condition stabilized before telling them about this matter. This made them feel very comfortable. Okay. Sima Yue nodded. 7 bottles of blood will ease your pain for 7 days. I'll come back in 7 days. This is Feng He, my younger brother. He will be the sect master of our sect in the future. Aren't you the sect master? Feng Kai asked. I'm lazy. I don't like to take care of so many things, Sima Yue said. I am only on the surface, the real sect master is her. Shimin Feng explained. Do you have any objections? Sima Yue asked. Feng Ji shook his head. Originally, he was a little unhappy because the person they wanted to follow was her and not her younger brother. However, as long as the real sect master was her, they naturally had no objections. I'll be back in 7 days. Sima Yue said, remember, you can't let him do anything in these 7 days. He can't cultivate or use spirit energy. If you think he can't do it, then just knock him out and throw him aside. The corner of Shi Chen's mouth twitched. His credibility shouldn't be that low, right? Ni and Yi and Kong Ren looked at him thoughtfully, as if they were really considering Sima Yue's suggestion. I won't use my spiritual energy, you don't have to look at me like that. He glared at the two of them. I think it's better to knock him out to prevent any accidents. UC agreed. It's actually good for his body to faint. If you guys agree, it's better to make him faint. Sima Yue threw a pill to Feng Ji. Feng He, let's do it. Shimin Feng carried Little Roar and left. Once they left, Feng Ji let Shi Chen eat the pill. This isn't to make you faint, but just in case. Feng Ji said. Big brother. Shi Chen looked at his brother helplessly. For you, it's just a nap. When you wake up, your body will be completely healed. Third brother, eat it. Feng Kai also said. Third brother, we will feed you the auspicious beast blood on time every day. Several younger brothers also looked at him eagerly. All right then. In order to reassure you. Shurchin took the pill and swallowed it. Soon, he felt a little drowsy. He went back to his room and fell asleep. Nie helped Shurchin back to sleep, while the others stayed in the hall to discuss what happened today. Kongren took a bottle of blood and smelled it, saying, "This auspicious beast is gentler than the others. I think it's a bit funny." Dai Yi said, "Who has ever seen a contractor and a contracted beast get along like this?" Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they recalled how they had threatened each other earlier. They really didn't look like master and servant, but more like family. "Big brother, if she really cures third brother, our future days will change," Hongwu said. "All these years, I've been living a life of being chased and on the run. If I can really stand in front of a crowd in the future, I don't know if I can get used to it." Tao Hongxing said. "Our future life might be even more exciting," Yu Si said. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Feng Kai didn't agree with their words. "To establish a sect and grow to the point where other sects won't dare to bully us, I don't know how long it will take." "There's always hope," Kong Ren said, "and I feel that with her around, this day won't be too far away." "10th brother is right. This is always something to look forward to," Hongwu said. "I'm really looking forward to it," Tao Hongxing said faintly. After Sima Yuyue went back, she first made a delicious meal for Little Roar. Only then did the little guy's sad eyes disappear. "Yu, I lost so much blood today. You have to make me something to eat to replenish my blood." Little Roar finished eating the beggar's chicken in his hand and requested. "People eat eggs when they bleed. You've already eaten a chicken and still haven't replenished enough." Sima Yuyue rolled her eyes at him. "I lost so much blood. How can a chicken make up for it?" Little Roar flew to Sima Yuyue's side and grabbed her sleeves to act spoiled. "Your oil is all on my clothes." Sima Yuyue looked at the oil stains on her clothes with disdain, but she didn't throw him away. Yu. Not only did Little Roar wipe the oil off his claws, he even used his head to rub other places. The oil stains on the side of his mouth were also on it. Sima Yuyue poked his head and said, "Say it. What else do you want to eat?" "Roasted little birds," Little Roar said without hesitation. Sima Yuyue's mouth twitched. Wasn't this a threat that they used to constantly say? "No little birds," she rejected. "We got so many little birds that time. We haven't finished eating them. I want to eat that," Little Roar said. Sima Yuyue then remembered that when she had just arrived in the primordial lands and fought with the goshawks, she had indeed collected many goshawk corpses. With Little Spirit's special preservation method, the things were still the same as when they were first thrown away. It was much better than the refrigerator on Earth. Since Little Roar wanted to eat, she went to get a wing to roast. Therefore, when someone came to the courtyard, they would see a huge plate. In a small corner, a small meatball was gnawing on a roasted wing that was much bigger than its body. Its little tail would move from time to time, and its entire body seemed to want to drill into the wing. Sima Yuyue didn't bother about it after she finished roasting it. She entered the house and entered the spirit pagoda. Previously, Su Jin and the rest were all here, so she didn't have the chance to enter. Now that she was here, the first thing she did was to look at Little Seven. A faint mist enveloped Little Seven. Little Seven had transformed into its original form and was hibernating. Its body was slowly changing in the mist. "This thing is here. Those spirit herbs are growing better." Little Spirit appeared and said. "Although I had some guesses before, I didn't think that it would be like this." "She really is." Sima Yuyue sighed. If Little Seven really stayed by her side in the future, she was afraid that she would have to worry a lot. No wonder Yuan Xiaojia and the rest wanted to lock her up in the inner courtyard and not let her out. If people knew about her identity, the entire continent would tremble and the sky would change color. Then what do you plan to do? Little Spirit asked. His face had a different seriousness than before. She said that by staying by my side, she felt that there was a chance for her to evolve. Maybe after this evolution, she will leave. Sima Yue said. She didn't know how to deal with it. She would just take one step at a time. These few days, help me pay attention to the situation outside. I need to go into closed-door cultivation to refine pills for Shurchin. If there's nothing urgent, don't call me. After she finished speaking, she went into the pill refining room. Chapter 742. A few moments later, Sima Yue came out of the spirit pagoda. The first thing she saw was Rainbow chatting happily with Rainbow. Brother, you're out. Kaihong smiled and waved at Sima Yue. Sima Yue walked over and asked, "What are you guys talking about? You look so happy." "We were talking about Little Roar." Rainbow said, "You don't know this, but these few days when you weren't around, Little Roar kept running outside to take liberties with other people. He was ruthlessly taught a lesson. It went out to play rogue again." Sima Yue regretted not bringing Sima Yue into the spirit pagoda when she was not around. It didn't go looking for anyone else. It only went to Feng Ji's side and flirted with their brothers, showing that Nie and the others wanted to beat it up when they saw it. Chongming said. Sima Yue heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that she did not go out to provoke others. In her mind, Feng Ji and the others were already her people. It was fine for Little Roar to tease them. Sanyang came to look for you before. I told her that you were in seclusion. She asked you to look for her after you came out. Chongming said. Got it. Is there anything else for the next few days? She asked. It's nothing. However, the number of people coming to Qingqing has increased recently. You came to kill me. No, they are here for Feng Ji and the others. Chongming said, the news of the 10 great villains being here has spread, and those who have a grudge against them have all chased after them. How are they doing now? Sima Yue was shocked. A few were injured, but they are not serious. Halcyon said. What about Shurchin? How is he? He fainted on the day you went there. He didn't wake up from the beginning to the end, nor did he participate in the battle. Chongming said, yesterday, Nie was still saying that it was lucky that you let them knock him out. Otherwise, with his character, he definitely wouldn't stand by and do nothing. I thought of this possibility at the time, and that's why I made them do it. Sima Yue said, they definitely can't stay in the courtyard from before. Where are they now? At Sanyang's place. At Sanyang's place. Sanyang came to find me because of this. No. Sanyang came to find you on the second day of your seclusion. Feng and the others only then did they move in. Halcyon said, but don't worry, Yulin and Hongwu set up an array together. Those people haven't entered Third Ant's house yet. Is Sanyang's array master? Yes. Then let's go take a look at their situation. Sima Yue said as she walked towards the door. They dug a tunnel. Halcyon said. Although it was Doug's, it's Yue, it's Yue, S, of USA, it's at that time. It. She walked for a while and arrived at Sanyang's house. Sanyang's courtyard was right outside. You're here. Little Wu, who had sensed the commotion, came out to see what was going on. When she saw Sima Yue, she smiled and greeted her. Everyone in the house heard Xiao Wu call her name and came out. Yue, you're finally out. Nie said. Sima Yue saw that Nie was injured and said, didn't you say it was a small injury? Why do you look so serious? In order to attract the attention of those people, we went to the place where we used to live. Nie said. Yue. Sanyang-do came out from another house. Sanyang. Sima Yue walked over and said apologetically, I've caused you trouble. It's no trouble, it's just closing the shop. Sanyang-do said, even without this incident, my shop won't be open for more than 2 days. Since she planned to follow Sima Yue and build up her power, she naturally wouldn't continue to stay in this small Qing city. Sima Yue also understood this and didn't continue talking about it. Instead, she asked, where's Shichin? He's in the house. Nie said, luckily you let him sleep, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use spiritual energy these few days. I'll go take a look. Sima Yue went in and saw Shichin lying on the bed. She first checked his pulse and made sure he was fine before giving him a pill. Soon, Shichin's eyes moved and his eyelids slowly opened. His gaze was still a little dazed. When he saw Sima Yue and Nie at the side, he slowly regained consciousness. Sixth brother, you're injured. What happened? He asked. It's nothing. Yu-Si said. You're all injured, how can you be fine? Shichin didn't believe him and struggled to get up. Even if something happened, it has nothing to do with you now. Sima Yue glared at him and said, what you need to do now is to quickly recover from your injuries. Otherwise, no matter what happens, you can only be their burden. Shichin wanted to refute but found that he had no strength to. You're my people now. With me here, what can happen to them? Sima Yue said, here, this is a pill. Eat it and you'll be able to be with them in 2 *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** took the pill and looked at the Longan-sized pill in his hand. He couldn't believe it. After eating it, the cold that had trapped him for so many years would really be cured. Don't underestimate this. It's not an exaggeration to say that this pill is worth 100 million middle-grade crystals. Sima Yue said, plus the blood of the auspicious beast that you drank these few days. Do you think your injuries are easy to heal? I'm not doubting it. It's just that at this moment, I feel like I'm in a dream. Shi Chen said. You'll know in a while whether you're dreaming or not. Sima Yue smiled unkindly. Why? Nie asked. Because the process will make him hover between life and death in pain. With such pain, how can he still feel like he's in a dream? Sima Yue said. Is it that painful? Dai Yi felt sorry for Shi Chen. He didn't know if he could endure it. Burning with fire, freezing his body, deep water fire, scraping his bones and pulling out his tendons. Do you think it's painful? Sima Yue asked. Her words gave Nie and the rest a big fright. They quickly asked, is there a way to relieve it? Relieve? Sima Yue glanced at Nie's arm that was hanging and nodded, there is a way to relieve it. What way? Tell me quickly. Nie was energized when he heard that there was a way. This method is very simple. When he's in pain, put your arm in his mouth and let him bite you. His pain will naturally be relieved. Sima Yue said very seriously. Chapter 743. Poof! Xiao Wu, Rainbow, and the others laughed unkindly. Yue, I'm serious. Nie said. I'm serious too. Sima Yue said, the pain of being skinned, the pain of having one's tendons pulled out, the pain of having one's bones removed, and the pain of having one's marrow removed. Why is it so painful? Rainbow shuddered. The cold air has already seeped into his internal organs, limbs, and bones. Now that I have to expel it bit by bit, of course it will hurt. Sima Yue said, but you don't have to be afraid. It's just a little pain. You can just ask them to let you bite their arms. Yue. Ani helplessly shouted. Sima Yue stood up and said, in order not to leave any psychological trauma, you should let him go alone. If you're not afraid, then it's fine to stay. Rainbow, let's go out. Oh. Rainbow and Chongming followed Sima Yue and left, leaving Shi Chen and his brothers behind. She didn't ask whether they stayed behind or not. After she left, she went to look for third Aunt Du. She did not forget that Chongming said that Du Sanyang had gone to look for her. Du Sanyang was using her spiritual power to control the silk weaving in her room. When Sima Yue entered, she saw the silk weaved in an orderly manner. To the embroiderers, weaving was also a way to increase their strength. She leaned against the door and stared at the scene in the room. She remembered that back then, she had also watched her weave like this. At that time, her third uncle had been by her side. Third uncle said with a blissful expression that meeting her in this life was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to him. It was a pity that Sanyang was still weaving. She was still leaning against the door, watching, but the person beside her was no longer there. When third Aunt Du saw Sima Yue, she stopped and said, "You're here." "Third madam." She walked in and hugged her from the side, leaning her head against hers. Third Aunt Du smiled and reached out to hug her, saying, "Why are you acting like a child?" "I'm just a child in front of Sanyang," Sima Yue said coquettishly. "I hope you can live like a child." Third Aunt Du said, "But you're asking too much of yourself and shouldering too many burdens. Seeing the things you've done, even my heart aches for you. You've suffered too much all these years." Sima Yue shook her head and said, "It's not bitter." "That's right, Sanyang, they said that you came to find me when I was in seclusion." "What's the matter?" "Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask when you plan to leave so that I can take care of the shop." Third Aunt Du said. "What for?" Sima Yue said, "Those spirit cloths can be used to make clothes for us. If this house is empty, then so be it. We might need it in the future." "Then I don't care." Third Aunt Du said. "Okay, put it there. Then when are you leaving? What plans do you have for establishing your power?" Third Aunt Du asked. Sima Yue let go of her and sat down beside her, saying, "This matter isn't urgent. It needs to be planned slowly. When Shi Chen's condition is better and the few of them can be of use to me, we'll discuss this matter together. However, leaving is just a matter of these 2 days. It's not suitable for planning this now that it's so messy here. Then I'll pack these 2 days. Although there aren't many things here, we still need to pack everything." Third Aunt Du said as she was about to get up. "You can pack later. Shi Chen needs 2 days to recover." Sima Yue pulled her and said, "Let's talk first." Third Aunt Du saw Sima Yue relying on her and smiled, saying, "What do you want to talk about? Do you want to tell me about your embarrassing past? Or do you want to talk about the man you like?" Speaking of the man she liked, the first person Sima Yue thought of was Imo Shaw. Ever since that guy brought her out of the chaotic world, he had never woken up. "Third Aunt is laughing at me. How could I have a man I like?" She smiled. "You really don't have one." Third Aunt Du looked at her with understanding. Sima Yue shook her head. "Third Aunt knows about the past life. This life isn't long and I've been busy cultivating. How could there be anyone?" Third Aunt Du thought of what Fatty Chu and the others said about her cultivation in this life. Thinking of how much she had suffered, her heart ached. She held her hand and said, "It's been hard on you." "It's not hard." Sima Yue smiled, "Although it seems like I'm a little miserable every time, I've gained a lot. Compared to what I've gained, what's a little injury? Good child." Third Aunt Du saw that she was so open-minded and kept her heartache in her heart. "Third Aunt, you know a lot of things in the past. What do you think about establishing power?" I've actually only heard your third uncle talk about some. Sima Yue and third Aunt Du chatted in the room for a long time until third Aunt Du had to pack up. After she left, she returned to the place where she lived and told Fatty Chu and the others that they were leaving. Everyone's things had always been in their interspatial rings and didn't need to pack up. So the group of people followed to third Aunt's courtyard. Third Aunt Du's courtyard wasn't big. Now that everyone had come, it was a little crowded. Fortunately, everyone was sitting and waiting in the courtyard. Although it was crowded, it wasn't hard to turn around. Sima Yue and Sima Yulin set up a teleportation array in the courtyard when Shi Qin was healing. When he finished, they left. There were a lot of people wandering in front of third Aunt's shop these 2 days. Some people even attacked the protective array. It seemed that they were impatient. After the teleportation array was ready, Sima Yue let Wei Ziqi and the others leave first. Wei Ziqi, Sima Yuming and the others, plus the 5 Feng family guards left. The small courtyard immediately became empty. The people guarding outside the small courtyard saw the light in the courtyard and shouted, "Is that the light of the teleportation array? Those people have left. I heard that there is an array master among them. Maybe he set up the array." Someone said. "No, there are still people inside. They probably haven't left yet." Everyone attacked quickly. "You must not let them escape." Yes, everyone attack quickly. "You must not let them escape. Once they escape today, it will be difficult to find their whereabouts in the future." When the people outside heard, they all attacked the protective array. The protective array became unstable for a while. Feng Kai and the others started attacking from the outside and ran out of the house. These people are really haunting. "Fourth brother, fifth brother, let's go and meet them." Feng Kai's face was fierce. After speaking, he flew out to fight with those people. "Why bother with them?" Sima Yue said, "Let them jump around. They can't enter here anyway. This array is about to be broken by them. If they come in and distract third brother." Yu Si said anxiously. Chapter 744. Yu Si was very anxious, but after being glanced at by Sima Yue, he miraculously calmed down. Mobile phone station dash, this is an array set up by Yulin and Yu Hongwu. I don't know how good Hongwu is, but I know Yulin very well. Sima Yue said, they're underestimating him if they think they can break through his array with just these few people. But this array formation looks really fragile. Even if you're weak, you can still hold on until your third brother is done. If you guys get injured outside, I'll be the one to suffer. Sima Yue waved at them. Come back. Fengji came out and stood at the door, saying, even if you really can't hold on, can you still be stronger than them? Feng Kai also knew that the people around Sima Yue were more powerful than them. If something really happened, they would be able to solve it without needing to do anything. It was just that they used to rely on themselves for everything. Now that they suddenly had someone to rely on, they weren't used to it yet. Since Big Brother and Yue have said so, let's go back. Ni said. Okay. Feng Kai glanced at Sima Yue and did not insist on going out. Sima Yulin walked around and looked at the array. After confirming that there were no problems, he came back to set up the second teleportation array with Sima Yue. What they had set up was a one-time use array. Unless the array was extremely powerful, no one would know where they had gone. After sending away half of the people, the array formation could no longer be used. Shi Chen was in the house. His skin was alternating between red and white. His teeth were biting on a towel, and his veins were protruding. Large beads of sweat kept dripping down, and his clothes were all drenched in sweat. Kong Ren and the others watched from the side, their expressions extremely solemn. Seeing Feng Kai and the others return, they were a little surprised and asked, the situation outside, I'm fine. With them here, we don't have to worry about the situation outside. Feng Kai said. The two brothers had been together for so many years, so they naturally understood what he meant. They both had the same thought in their hearts. But because they were worried about Shi Chen's situation, no one said anything. Shi Chen was torn apart by a wave of pain. He raised his head and bit the towel tightly, looking very uncomfortable. Third brother, how much longer are you going to persist like this? Tao Hongxing asked. Soon. Hong Wu said. Yu said that it would take 2 days. More than half of it has already passed. Just hold on for a few more hours. If third brother's body can get better after this pain, it'll be worth it. Dai Yi said. I hope third brother can really get better. He has been tormented by this illness for too many years. Yu Si said. In fact, they could all feel that Shi Chen really didn't want to live in the past. It was only because he felt that they had ended up like this because of him that he would be letting them down if he ended his life so easily. That was why he reluctantly persevered. He was actually the most intelligent of the brothers, and if he could get better, then his life would be very exciting. Shi Chen tightened his grip on the towel, his eyes revealing his unwillingness to admit defeat. Although the pain made him want to commit suicide, he knew that as long as he could get through this, he would be able to live like a normal person. Did everyone want to die? No, no one wanted to die. No one wanted to die. They all wanted to live. He was no exception. Previously, he had been waiting for death because he knew that his condition wasn't good. There was no chance of survival, and he was tortured by the illness all day long. Since there was hope now, he would want to hold on tightly to it. Fortunately, although the process was painful, he felt his body getting warmer and warmer. His body's vitality was recovering from the pain. The feeling of regaining strength was too good. Just like that, the day passed amidst the bombardment outside, Yu's calmness, and the worries in the house. Third Aunt Du packed up her things. Sima Yue entered the house and saw that Shi Chen had already completed the painful process. She checked his pulse and nodded as she treated him. Finally, she said, your condition is good. It's basically cleaned up. It's just that your body has been weak for so many years. You still need to recuperate. Thank you very much. He was sincerely grateful to her. Towards the end, he could feel the effects of that pill. He had eaten many pills before, so the effects of this pill were definitely worth the price she had quoted. Sima Yue took out a bottle of pills and said, take 1 pill every 10 days. It can adjust your current body. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have recovered. You're leaving. Shi Chen was shocked. No, not now. But we will be separated later on. Sima Yue said. They hadn't discussed the establishment of a force yet. How could she leave first? Take a rest. We will leave in a while. She stood up, the people outside can't wait to come in. Shi Chen ate a pill and his weak body felt a lot better. Although his body was still weak, he felt a vigorous vitality flowing in his body, which made him very excited. They quickly packed up everything. Sima Yue even asked Third Aunt Du to pack up the bed, table and other furniture. She said that they might have to sleep in the wild. With these furniture, it would be more convenient when camping. Everyone stood on the teleportation array. Sima Yulin activated the teleportation array. The teleportation array opened and teleported them away. The array stone exploded into ashes not long after they left and was blown away by the wind. As for the people attacking from the outside, they only managed to break through the defense array after they left. By the time they came in, there was only an empty and cold wind in the courtyard. In the depths of the dark forest, Sima Yue and the others came out from the spatial tunnel. Yu, you're here. Fatty Chu and the others were playing with a group of flamingos. When they saw them, they smiled and greeted them. "You're at ease here." Sima Yue walked over and slapped him on the head. "Who asked you to send us here?" Fatty Chu said, "I thought you would send us to a nearby city. In the end, you sent us here. The nearby cities have been too eye-catching recently." Sima Yue said, "We have to lie low for a while." "How long do we have to stay here?" "Not long." Sima Yue said, and then asked the flamingos, "Where is your king?" As soon as Sima Yue's voice fell, the flamingo's king's voice came from a distance. "Greetings, young master." Sima Yue looked over. The flamingo's king flapped his wings and flew over quickly. Sima Yue and the others followed. She guessed that they were together. The flamingo's king flew over and turned into a human form. He saluted Sima Yue and said, "Greetings, young master. Fifth brother, you're here." Sima Yue and the others came down from the flying beast. Sima Yue nodded to them and asked the flamingo's king, "Do you know where Bright Red Mountain Peak is?" Chapter 745. The following is provided for you, 745. Please enjoy. When Flamingo King heard the name of Red Mountain Peak, his face changed and he subconsciously trembled. "Young master wants to go to Red Mountain Peak." Sima Yue nodded. Investigating the recent strange happenings at Bright Red Mountain Peak was their third mission. "Young master, it's better not to go," Flamingo King advised. "Why?" Fatty Chu asked. "Because that place has become very strange and dangerous," Flamingo King said. "We just want to see what happened there." Sima Yue said, "Investigate the strange things there and then go back to complete the mission." "Can't we push it?" Flamingo King said. After he finished speaking, he realized that it was not good for him to say so and explained, "Red Mountain Peak is quite far from here. We have never heard of it before, but recently, I'm afraid that no one in Central State does not know about it." "You know about the strange things there?" Sima Yue asked curiously. "I have seen it with my own eyes," Flamingo King said. "A few months ago, when I was traveling outside, I happened to go to a ridge adjacent to Red Mountain Peak. I saw with my own eyes a group of people who knew about the strange things in Red Mountain Peak and went to investigate. In the end, after half a month, only one person came back. That person was covered in blood and his eyes were dull. When I asked him where his companions were, he only laughed and said that they were dead and were killed. His whole person turned into a fool. So strange. Did he and his companions encounter something else?" Wei Ziqi said. "It's not just this group of people." Flamingo King said, "At that time, my thoughts were the same as yours. I thought that they might have met an enemy or something. The person who came back became dull because his companions were dead. But at that time, there was a waiter beside me who sighed and said that it was another group of people who did not believe in ghosts. Then I asked the waiter and he said that this was not the first group of people to go. Recently, there have been many people like this. Some came back, but they all became fools and some did not come back at all." When Sima Yue and the others heard this, they all sucked in a breath of air. "Is that true? After a trip, they became fools. This is too strange," Fatty Chu said. "Isn't it?" Flamingo King said, "Those who go, no matter how strong they are, the result is the same. So even if I know that young master is very strong, I still dare to advise you not to go." After listening to Flamingo King, everyone was silent. "Yu, what do you think?" Sima Yue asked. "This situation is much worse than we thought." Sima Yue wasn't sure if they should go on like this and hesitated for a moment. Sima Yue, Sima Yue and Sima Yue, Sima Yue, Sima Yue Yue Yue, Sima Yue 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 Yue. What's the second mission? Ni followed his words and asked. Isn't it? Fatty Chew stopped halfway and looked at Ni with a smile. What are you laughing at? Ni saw him laughing, which was really annoying. Nothing, nothing. Fatty Chew stopped laughing, but he didn't say what the mission was. I'm afraid the second mission is to kill us. Shi Chen said with a smile. Hee hee. Fatty Chew smiled embarrassedly, admitting his words. So you want to kill us? Ni punched Fatty Chew's shoulder. He didn't hurt him, but his own hand hurt. He shook it twice before he felt better. Heavens, what are you made of? Why are you so hard? It hurts. Fatty Chew is a body refiner. If you hit him, aren't you looking for pain? Sima Yue looked at him with a silly look. The situation in Bright Red Mountain Peak is not clear. If it is just a mission from the sect, you can choose to give up. Shi Chen expressed his thoughts. I also think that unknown risks are the most dangerous. Feng Ji said. If you know the situation there, you can take precautions in advance even if there are powerful opponents. But this kind of unclear situation, it's better not to join in the fun. Sima Yue saw the two pillars of the 10 brothers saying so, and her heart was a little shaken. She looked at Sima Yuming and asked, Big brother, what do you think? I think the Flamingo King went there a few months ago. After a few months, we don't know what the situation there is. Whether to go or not, it's better to go nearby and understand the specific situation before making a decision. Sima Yuming said. Maybe the situation is different from before. I also agree with Big Brother. Sima Yuran said. Let's get closer and see the current situation. If it's still as confusing as he said, it's fine as long as we don't go in. If the situation has changed, we can also go in and take a look. You can't not believe everything, but you can't believe everything. For this kind of thing, it was better to see it with your own eyes. This is also fine. Shi Chen said. This strange phenomenon only occurs in Red Mountain Peak. As long as you don't enter Red Mountain Peak, it's safe to inquire about the news nearby. Then let's go and take a look. If we just hear that it's strange and give up without going to take a look, it's not our style. Ouyang Fei said. Well, let's go to Red Mountain Peak and take a look around. Sima Yue said. I've never seen such a thing. Dai Yi said excitedly. Can you go? Fatty Chew asked. Will you be shouted to kill as soon as you appear in front of everyone? This is really possible. Sima Yue said. Don't we go? Dai Yi asked in surprise. It's better if you don't appear in front of people recently. Sima Yue said. I think the people who have received the news of your appearance are not only in Green City. You should avoid the limelight. But aren't we following you? Ni said. Sima Yue shook her head and said, You're not following me now. I want you to do some things. You can do those things after you leave here. Feng Ji and the others guessed what she wanted them to do and nodded. They didn't say that they wanted to go to Red Mountain Peak like Ni and the others. We just left Green City 2 days ago. Those people will definitely be searching for your whereabouts in the vicinity. You guys wait here for a few days before you go out. We'll also discuss what we need to do to build a force. I love my academy, actively cooperate with the Special Action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 746. The following is provided for you, 746. Please enjoy. During these days in the dark forest, everyone discussed the matter of establishing their power. Now, what Sima Yue wanted them to do was not to recruit people, but to let them walk around and look for a place to establish their power. Sima Yue asked Fatty Chu to refine some human skin masks for them to wear after they left. At that time, no one would know that they were the 10 great villains, which would be much more convenient. To be on the safe side, she made them swear an oath. They did not have to recognize her as their master, but they had to swear that they would not spread any information about her, nor would they have any thoughts of harming her. Feng Ji and the rest understood her apprehension and swore an oath, letting the laws of heaven and earth trust each other. After the discussion was more or less done, she let Shimin Feng and Feng Ji discuss the specific details while she went to the side to relax. Kong Ren and Hong Wu asked her to consult about alchemy and arrays. She was more interested in these than establishing her power, so she chatted with them with great interest. A few days later, Flamingo sent back news that after searching for a period of time to no avail, the people outside gave up on chasing after Feng Ji and the rest and returned one after another. Those people were guessing where Feng Ji and the rest would go after leaving Qing City, but no one thought that they would hide in the depths of the dark forest. When the wind outside loosened, Sima Yue urged them to leave. After Feng Kai and the rest interacted with Yue and the rest for a period of time, they found that they had similar temperaments and were a little reluctant to part with them. Especially Hong Wu and Kong Ren, they felt that there were many things that they wanted to discuss with Sima Yue. She had explained everything clearly in these few days. In order to protect their safety, she even gave them a few little rock feathers. If they encountered any danger, they could take this to the nearby bird clan for help. Feng Ji and the rest took a thick stack of human skin masks and little rock feathers and left. After they left, Sima Yue and the rest also planned to leave. Sima Yue asked for the direction of the teleportation array. Seeing that they had to go around a snowy mountain range, she thought of the Scarlet Lake in the center of the forest and the 2 clans in the spatial ring. She rejected Flamingo's offer to send her and went to the center of the forest. There, she called out the members of the saber-toothed tiger group. "You will live here from now on. Or you can go somewhere else," Sima Yue said. When the members of the saber-toothed tiger group were in the spirit pagoda, they were locked in a dark area. They had no idea where they were. Now that they saw the blue sky and white clouds, as well as the scarlet flame lake, they felt a sense of familiarity. "We want to try living here. If we can't continue living here, then we will leave," Saber-toothed Tiger King said. "I have already informed Fiery Bird. They will help you out a little." Sima Yue said, "Also, the Snow Wolf clan will live on the snow mountain over there. You all came from the little realm, I don't think I need to tell you how to help each other, right?" "We understand," the saber-toothed Tiger King said. Sima Yue nodded at him, then sat on Sima Yulin's flying beast and flew towards the snow mountain. When they reached the snowy mountain, she called out the Snow Wolf clan and told them the same thing. She wanted them to live here. The Snow Wolf clan had thought that they would really follow her and live in that dark place for 100 years. He didn't expect her to release them so soon. "Then the agreement between us, if there is a need, I will come and find you." Sima Yue said, "If there is no need, then you will be free after 100 years. The saber-toothed tiger clan and the Snow Wolf clan were brought out by her from the little realm. She had previously agreed that they would be at her disposal for 100 years, thinking that they would encounter some situations here. In the end, the situation here was much more difficult than she had expected. They had never been of use, but Little Rock had evolved into the Golden-Winged Rock, allowing her to obtain the help of the entire bird clan. Since she couldn't use them, then she would return their freedom earlier. After settling the Snow Wolf clan, they climbed over the mountain and spent half a month to get out of the dark forest. They went to the city outside and found a teleportation array. After passing through 2 cities, they went to the charred mountain ridge next to the bright red mountain ridge. The charred mountain ridge was vast, but the population was not large. Because the climate here was not suitable for ordinary people to live, there was a city with spirit masters at a long distance. Usually, the cities here were not lively, but in the past year, it had become more lively. Many outsiders would come to these cities to settle down, wanting to enter the bright red mountain ridge. Mushue's city was one of these cities. No, to be exact, Mushue's city was more lively than other cities because it was at the edge of the bright red mountain ridge, only separated from the bright red mountain ridge by a river. Sima Yue and the others sat in a tea house by the river. Although there were many of them, they did not choose to sit in a private room. Instead, they sat at two separate tables in the main hall. They sat far away from each other, and ordinary people would not be able to tell that they were together. Have you heard? A few days ago, another group of people did not believe in heresy and went to the bright red mountain ridge. The person at the table next to them said, "How do you know?" "I saw it with my own eyes. They went through here." The person pointed at the river outside and said, "Those people are really daring. They actually dared to go there. What a pity." Someone shook his head and sighed, as if he was sure that those people would not come back. The person who sighed was a man at the table next to them. Sima Yue saw that his face was full of regret and asked, "This young master seems to be very sure that they will not come back." That person did not think that Sima Yue would reply to him and was stunned. He sighed again and said, "It's not that I'm certain, but that in the past 3 months, not a single person has come back out." Why would those people send themselves to their deaths? Not a single one came back. Didn't you say that there would be people coming back occasionally? Wei Ziqi asked. That was in the past. Recently, no one has come back. That person said. How do you know? Wei Ziqi asked. Because I've been here every day. How many people went and how many came back, I've recorded it all here. Could it be that they went in from here and came out from another city? Fatty Chu guessed. Impossible. If someone came out from another place, the news would have spread across the entire continent. That man denied. Are you here every day? Sima Yue asked curiously. Yes. Because I need to record data, I've been here recently. Record data. You. Wei Ziqi was about to ask about his identity when a man dressed in military attire ran in from outside and said, City Lord, there's an urgent report from the city. Urgent report. Where is it from? Mushue's city lord stood up. It's from here. The guard said, We've just received news that strange phenomena have appeared in 2 towns outside of our city. It's similar to the situation in Bright Red Mountain Peak. I Love My Academy, actively cooperate with the special campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 747. The following is provided for you, 747. Please enjoy. What did you say? The Mushue city lord was so shocked that he grabbed the guard's clothes. It was as if he would take the guard's life if she lied. City lord, it's true. The guards have already surrounded the 2 towns. Please go and take a look. The guard said anxiously. Damn it. The Mushue city lord threw the guard aside and ran out. The guard followed closely behind. Sima Yue and the others exchanged glances and stood up together. They paid the bill and followed. They were not the only ones who followed. Many people in the tea house also paid the bill and left. When they went out, there were people who heard the news and followed them. Everyone went in the same direction and did not worry about going the wrong way. Once they left Mushue City, everyone chose to fly. Those who could not fly called out their flying beasts. After half a day, they arrived at one of the small towns. When they reached here, the people outside could not enter because the soldiers had surrounded the small town. Sima Yue and the others got off the flying beasts. Through the guards, they could faintly see the color of blood. Yu, there's a strong smell of blood here. Beigong Tang said with furrowed eyebrows. I don't think there are many left alive. Sima Yue said. Is the bright red mountain peak like this? Are all the people in the towns killed? Fatty Chu asked. It's a little strange. Sima Yuran said, there are no traces of spirit energy being used here. Those people died without resistance? Should be. It's a pity that we can't see what's going on inside. We don't know what's going on. I'm guessing that there are soldiers guarding here. There shouldn't be any other places, right? Sima Yue said. Other places. This place is vast. It's impossible that everyone lives in this small town. Let's go and see if there are any other villages nearby that have the same situation. Sima Yue said. That's right. Let's go and take a look. Sima Yue said, if this town is like this, other places should not be so lucky. In that case, let's go look around. There were quite a few people who had the same idea as them. Seeing that they couldn't enter the town, they turned around and left. Sima Yue and the rest flew in a random direction. After flying for half a day, they saw a small village. Before they even got close, they could smell the thick stench of blood. There's a similar situation here. Fatty Chu shouted. Let's go down and take a look. Sima Yue patted Chongming's back and Chongming led everyone down. Not a single one of them is out of breath. First Wind's face was solemn. With their strength, they could roughly know the situation inside with a sweep of their divine senses. Let's go in and take a look. I hope we can find some clues. Sima Yue said. They walked into the village. Corpses were strewn all over the ground in front of the houses. Every one of them had died a horrible death. The hearts of the children had been dug out. Along the way, he could tell that the strength of the people here was not high. Many of them were ordinary civilians who did not know how to cultivate. Those who knew how to cultivate were not very strong. These people have died too tragically. Every single one of their faces is filled with terror. It seems that they suffered a great shock before they died. Especially those children, their organs are all gone. Sima Yue said with heartache. Sima Yue's face was gloomy. She was heartbroken by the scene in front of her. Those children were still so young. They had not even had the chance to see this beautiful world before they were killed by unknown things. They had died so tragically. Yue, how did these people die? These wounds don't look like they were caused by human spirit energy. They also don't look like they were killed by spirit beasts. Fatty Chu asked. Sima Yue squatted down and put on a pair of silk gloves. Then, she went to flip the corpses in front of her. It's really strange. Sima Yue said. Fifth bro, do you see anything? Sima Yue asked. Phone 1, Phone 2, you have seen a lot with Master. Do you see anything strange? Sima Yue asked. Looking at the blood flowing out, they should have been killed last night. However, their wounds look like they have been dead for a long time. This doesn't make sense. Phone 1 said. It doesn't make sense. Sima Yue flipped the corpses twice and stood up. She took off the gloves on her hands and said, these wounds have a death aura lingering around them. Furthermore. Furthermore what? Fatty Chu asked. Furthermore, when they died, they were sucked dry of their essence. That's why their corpses look like they have been dead for a few days. As for these wounds, because of direct contact, they look like they have been rotting for a long time. Sima Yue said. Sucked dry of their essence. Everyone sucked in a breath. What kind of creature can suck people's essence? Furthermore, the wounds have a death aura lingering around them. This is too strange. Big Brother Phone 1, do you know what kind of thing can cause people to become like this? Sima Yoichi asked. Normal creatures can't cause this kind of harm. Phone 1 said, I've never seen it before, but I've heard of a few similar situations. What kind of situation is that? What caused it? Wei Ziqi asked. It's the Ghost Clan. Sima Yue said. That's right. Phone 1 said, I've only heard that those who were killed by the Ghost Clan would have a death aura lingering around their wounds. But this is the first time I've seen it. Ghost Clan. Why are they here? Didn't they say that the Ghost Clan can't leave the Ghost Realm to other continents? Ouyang Fei asked curiously. It's not that they can't come. Phone 1 looked at Sima Yue meaningfully, saying, as long as the Ghost Realm people find the right way, they can come over. That year, wasn't her mother one of them? Sima Yue called Little Dream out. Yu. Little Dream came out and pounced into Sima Yue's embrace. Sima Yue patted Little Dream's head, saying, Little Dream, take a look. Is there anything strange about these corpses? Okay. Little Dream came out from her embrace, squatted down and sniffed the corpses, saying, Yu, their souls are gone. Their souls are gone. What does that mean? Sima Yue asked. It means they're gone. What's the point? Little Dream said, when these people died, their souls were sucked out. Don't people's souls come out to the ghost realm after they die? No, it's different from being sucked out. Little Dream said, when the soul comes out after death, the body's muscles will be more relaxed. But these people's muscles are obviously tight, which means that their souls didn't come out after they died, but were sucked out before they died. Sucking people's souls, this is similar to the Soul Devourer master we met before. Fatty Chu said. This is different. Phone 1 said, the Soul Devourer beast is a demon from the Devil Realm, it can only suck the souls of people after they die. But the Ghost Clan people can suck any kind of soul. Actively cooperate with the campaign to combat obscenity and pornography on the internet, please report it. Thank you everyone. Chapter 748. The following is provided for you, Chapter 748, Chapter 748. Please enjoy. The soul-gnawing beast used to exist in the ghost realm as well. Little Dream said, it's just that they can't come to the human realm, but they often go to the devil realm. That's why they don't exist only in the devil realm. Indeed, they exist in both the ghost realm and devil realm. Sima Yue said, now is not the time to discuss this. The other party is so vicious, I don't think they're easy to deal with. So you're saying that the bright red mountain peak is also the work of the ghost realm? Wei Ziqi said. If only a part of their soul is sucked out, that person's mind will be incomplete. It's as if they've lost their mind. Little Dream said. In the beginning, the bright red mountain peak only had a large group of people with incomplete minds. Later on, these deaths started to occur. In the past, it was only in the bright red mountain peak, but now it has spread to the surrounding territories. This shows that the situation is getting more and more dangerous. Sima Yuran said. What is the Ghost Clan doing? Fatty Chu said, do they want to occupy the human territory? Feng Yi was listening to their discussion when he suddenly looked towards the entrance of the village and shouted, who is it? It can't be that those from the ghost realm haven't left yet, right? Sima Yue said. No, it's the human clan that came. Sima Yue also sensed the movement in the east of the village. It should be someone like us who wants to investigate the surrounding villages. At this time, the other party also discovered their presence and a group of people walked over quickly. Audacious thieves, you actually dare to do such a cruel thing, take this. A woman saw them, shouted loudly, and attacked them without distinguishing between right and wrong. Feng Yi easily dispelled the other party's attack, and with a wave of pressure, the lady was fixed in place, unable to breathe. Please have mercy. A familiar male voice came from afar, bowing to Feng Yi before he could see the situation clearly. Big Brother Cho. Sima Yue called out in surprise when she saw who it was. Yu. Ziqi. Why are you guys here? Cho Xiao Tian didn't think that he would meet them here and was very surprised. We came here to investigate the bright red mountain peak. We heard that something happened here, so we came to take a look. Are you also here to investigate this matter? Sima Yue said. Seeing the girl being suppressed by Feng Yi, she asked, is she with you? This is my junior sister Yanling. She has a rather impatient temperament and has offended you. Please forgive her. Cho Xiao Tian said apologetically. First wind. Sima Yue shouted, and Feng Yi retracted his pressure. It was only then that the lady was able to snatch her life back from the gates of hell. Thank you. Cho Xiao Tian nodded at Yue. Fortunately, it was us. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be so easy to talk to them. Sima Yue said. Humph, Yanling snorted coldly and returned to Cho Xiao Tian's side in dissatisfaction. At this moment, the others also rushed over and asked, what happened? Eldest senior brother, junior sister offended them just now. Fortunately, we know each other, and everything is fine now. Cho Xiao Tian said. You know each other? Mu Gang asked. Yes, they are some friends I met in Heavenly Tiger Ridge. Cho Xiao Tian said and then introduced them to each other. Mu Gang bowed to Sima Yue and the others and said, junior sister was worried about those who died, so she was so reckless. Mu Gang apologizes to everyone. Sima Yuming returned the greeting and said some polite words to them. Sima Yue saw that Cho Xiao Tian and the others were fine. Yanling was probably spoiled since childhood. Even if she did something wrong, her seniors apologized for her, but she didn't say anything. She was just a little girl. They didn't plan to continue bickering with her as long as she didn't trouble them. Yu, we haven't seen each other for a few years since the last auction. Aren't you in the central area? Why are you here to investigate Bright Red Mountain Peak? Cho Xiao Tian asked. We participated in the innate talent sex assessment and became their students. This time, we took the sex mission and came to investigate Bright Red Mountain Peak. Sima Yue said. Then what did you find? A man in blue behind Mu Gang asked. Sima Yue saw the aggressive gaze in the man's eyes. Her eyes flashed slightly and she said, we just came to Mushui City yesterday. Today is the first time we saw this. How can we find anything? We just feel that these people's death is a bit brilliant and their wounds are a bit abnormal. You didn't think about investigating these abnormalities? The man in blue asked. We just arrived and didn't remember to investigate these abnormalities before we were attacked by your junior sister. Sima Yue said. Did you find anything? Mu Gang shook his head and said, we also found that these corpses are a bit different. They were killed last night. Why are the corpses in this state? Your sect is a big sect. You must be more knowledgeable than us. Do you know why? Sima Yue asked. We don't know what's going on. Mu Gang said, we have to report the situation here to the sect. Maybe we can get an answer. Since the situation has been investigated, let's go back and report to Master. The man in blue said. Mu Gang nodded and said, we'll go back first. Do you want to go together? We want to see the situation here again. Sima Yue said. Then we'll take our leave. Mu Gang cupped his hands at them. Senior brother, I want to go with them. You guys go back first. Cho Xiao Tian said. Then pay attention to your safety. Mu Gang didn't say anything more. He nodded at Sima Yue and turned to leave. Yanling stood in place without moving. Junior sister. Mu Gang stopped and looked at her. I want to go with Senior Brother Cho. Yen-Ling said. Big Brother Cho stayed to catch up with us. You don't want to catch up with us. What are you staying for? Fatty Chu didn't like this girl and said, do you want to catch up with us? They didn't have anything to catch up with. If they really wanted to talk about it, they could only talk about how she attacked them. Junior sister, if you stay outside, Master will be worried. Mu Gang said, go back with us. Do you want Master to be angry? Mu Gang frowned. Yen-Ling thought of her father's angry face. She pursed her lips and left unhappily. After they left, Sima Yue looked at Cho Xiao Tian suspiciously and said, why do I feel that your senior brothers don't like you? When he said that he wanted to stay, those people weren't worried that he would be in danger at all. It was as if his life and death had nothing to do with them. Cho Xiao Tian smiled bitterly and said, they probably didn't think that I'm still alive. Don't tell me you stole their dream girl and their goddess. Sima Yue teased. Seeing Cho Xiao Tian's evasive gaze, she smiled and said, don't tell me I guessed it right. Cho Xiao Tian was embarrassed. He uncomfortably changed the topic and asked, you guys should have found something just now, right? I love my academy, actively cooperate with the special operation to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 749. The following is provided for you, 749. Please enjoy. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. How did this guy know? Cho Xiao Tian looked at Sima Yue and knew that he guessed correctly. What did you guys find? Tell me quickly. How did you know what we found? Fatty Chu asked. All of you look like you know everything, you must know something. My seniors can't tell, but we've been together for a while. Cho Xiao Tian said. Chi, only you know. Fatty Chu said. That's right. Quick, tell me what you found. Cho Xiao Tian smiled and urged. Actually, it's nothing much, we're just guessing what kind of creature caused these wounds. Sima Yue said. Then have you guessed it? We have some clues, but we haven't confirmed it yet. Sima Yue said. I've also seen these corpses, they're extremely strange. Cho Xiao Tian said, I've never seen such vicious and strange wounds before. It's normal that you haven't seen it before. Sima Yue said, you've never seen anyone from the ghost realm. Ghost realm? You're saying that this was done by someone from the ghost realm? Cho Xiao Tian exclaimed. At least it could be done by a creature from the ghost realm. As for whether it was a person from the ghost realm or a beast from the ghost realm or some other creature, we don't know. Sima Yue said. How could it be the ghost realm? How did you guess that it was done by someone from the ghost realm? Cho Xiao Tian was shocked by this news, because it was harder for someone from the ghost realm to come to the human realm than someone from the devil realm. He had never thought that he would come into contact with someone from the ghost realm, so he couldn't digest this news. Because these people's souls and essence were sucked dry before they died. Sima Yue said, and their wounds had a faint death aura lingering around them. Death aura. We said that there were no traces of spirit energy in the entire village, because the other party didn't use spirit energy, but death aura. Other than the people from the ghost realm, who else would use death energy? Sima Yue said. Cho Xiao Tian squatted down and examined the wounds carefully. Indeed, he saw a very faint black fog lingering around the wounds. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. How do you know this is death chi? Because I'm smart, Sima Yue said. She couldn't possibly tell him that she had seen it before. That's right, she had seen this deathly aura before. The person who had been sealed under Dragon Reflection Mountain had been surrounded by deathly aura. However, she hadn't recovered her memories at that time, so she thought it was just a normal black fog. It was only after he regained his memories that he realized that it was an aura of death that was so thick that it could not be dissolved. Cho Xiao Tian knew that she didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask further. You already guessed that this was done by people from the ghost realm. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why should I? Sima Yue said, I don't even know them. You don't have a good relationship with them. Cho Xiao Tian looked at her, somewhat moved. The latter reason should be the main reason. Since you know the reason, what do you plan to do? He asked. I don't know what to do. So many people have died here. I don't know if those people can find out and keep the corpses. Why don't we get rid of them? The others agreed, so they burned the place down. After leaving the village, they continued to walk around. They met many people on the way, all of them had a sad and angry look. Occasionally, they would see one or two villages, but they were all burned down. It seems that the same thing happened to those villages. Sima Yue said, those people went there before us. They probably burned down the villages. We won't be able to find anything if we go there now. Let's go back. Where are you staying now? Cho Xiao Tian asked. We're staying at the small inn by the river. Sima Yue said, that place isn't big. You shouldn't be staying there, right? We have more people, so we're staying at the biggest inn in the city. Cho Xiao Tian said. I guessed it. Let's go back. They flew back to the city. They heard from the people at the city gate that the city lord hadn't returned yet. They guessed that he was still in the small town investigating the cause. If not, he would be patrolling the area. When they reached the city gate, Sima Yue and the others bid farewell to Cho Xiao Tian and returned to the inn. Yue, since we know the reason, should we go back to the sector report? Fatty Chu asked. Sima Yue looked at the rain outside the window. The rain was the source of this incident. No, I want to go there and take a look. You want to go there? It's dangerous there. I know, but I have to go. Sima Yue said. What can happen if you go there? Fatty Chu said, Yue, don't think that just because third aunt and big brother Shiman left, you're going to do something dangerous. Even if third aunt and the others are there, I will go. Sima Yue said, I have to go even if it's for my companions. Third bro, is it because of Little Dream? Sima Yuran asked. Sima Yue nodded. She understood what Sima Yuran meant. He was actually asking her if she had gone because of Little Dream, but she had gone because Little Dream had passed a message to her. After Little Dream confirmed that this was done by people from the ghost realm, she said, there's the smell of ghosts here. If we can catch the ghosts and let Mo Sha absorb them, he should be able to recover faster. Mo Sha was injured so badly because of her. Since there was such a possibility, she had to try. Even if Shiman Feng knew, he wouldn't stop her. Fatty Chu wanted to persuade her, but Bei Gong Tang grabbed his arm and stopped him. We'll go with you. Wei Ziqi said. No need, just wait for me here. Sima Yue said, I have Little Dream, so normal soul attacks won't have much effect on me. But you guys are different. What if something happens? But we won't be at ease if you're alone. Sima Yuqi said. I have Feng 1 and Feng 2, and Little Rock and the others. Sima Yue said, second bro, trust me. I'll settle this smoothly. Everyone saw that she was determined. Although they were worried, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only look at her worriedly. Don't worry, can't I trigger the heavenly tribulation? If I really have no choice, I'll trigger the heavenly tribulation. No matter how strong the people from the ghost realm are, they'll be afraid of this. That's true. Fifth bro has so many ways to protect himself, and they're all against the ghost clan. If she really meets the ghost clan, she might not be the one at a disadvantage. Sima Yuran was still very confident in her. Then when do you plan to go? Sima Yulin asked. After tonight. Sima Yue said, those things happened at night, and they were at Mushui City yesterday. Who knows, they might come here tonight. I love my academy, actively cooperate with the campaign to combat obscenity and pornography on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 750. The following is provided for you, 750. Please enjoy. When they returned, it was already evening. By the time they reached a conclusion, it was already late at night. Sima Yue did not sleep. She leaned against the window in her room and stared blankly at the river outside. When will you recover? She rubbed the devil's snare bracelet and murmured. In the devil's snare bracelet, the black shadow that had been curled up in a ball ever since they returned from the chaotic world felt a strong sense of longing. It finally moved and slowly condensed into a form. You could have fused with senior brother, but for me, you went into hibernation again. If Xiaomeng's method really works, no matter how dangerous it is, I will capture those ghosts for you. Mo Sha had just woken up and heard her words. A faint smile appeared on his cold face. He took out a bottle of spirit fluid and drank it. His transparent body became more solid. Suddenly, Sima Yue felt a few shadows floating over from the opposite side of the river. It was a black mass. Just when she thought they would attack Mushui City, the black shadows suddenly turned and flew towards the nearby village. There's movement. Brother, Fatty, you guys wait here. Don't go out. Sima Yue shouted and immediately jumped out of the window. Although Fatty Chu and the rest were anxious, they did not dare to leave the room. Sima Yue had set up a formation in the room. Once there was a soul attack, it would generate electricity and scatter their souls. Only Feng 1 and Feng 2 flew out with her. When they arrived outside, they immediately noticed a few figures flying out from different places and chasing after the black shadows. The black shadows seemed to have guessed that they would do this and immediately scattered. The figures could only split up and chase after them. Sima Yue brought Feng 1 and Feng 2 along as they flew in the direction of the white sun. They quickly caught up to those ghosts. Yaha! The ghosts suddenly stopped running and turned around, quickly surrounding Sima Yue and the rest. Young master, be careful. Feng 1 and Feng 2 stood beside Sima Yue, facing off against the ghosts. Sima Yue saw that they looked similar to ordinary people, but their faces were very pale and their bodies were transparent. They looked very ugly. Although they are all souls, my Mo Sha is much better looking. Sima Yue thought to herself. Mo Sha, who had already woken up, heard her thoughts. He opened his eyes, his gaze gentle. Kiki, someone actually dares to chase after us. One of the ghosts laughed strangely. His voice was as unpleasant as it could be. What a horrible sound. Sima Yue dug her ears. If I were like you, I would hide in the world of spirits and souls for the rest of my life. I didn't expect you to have such good eyesight. You know that we are from the ghost realm, yet you still dare to chase after us. How bold. Thanks for the compliment. You're not the first to say that to me. Sima Yue said. Just a small human. Don't waste time. Clean them up and get to work. Another ghost's voice was cold, as if it was emitting cold air from a cold pond. Sima Yue was a beginner divine emperor, while Feng 1 and Feng 2 were monarch-ranked experts. However, they were talking about a small human. Did they not know how powerful humans were? The people who destroyed a mountain here definitely knew. However, if they could still say that, it could only mean that they really did not put Sima Yue in their eyes. They were very strong. Feng 1 and Feng 2 did not wait for Sima Yue's orders and attacked them at the same time. However, when they attacked with their spiritual power, they they only scattered them and did not do much damage. Very quickly, the scattered black fog gathered and formed again. Normal attacks are useless against them, Sima Yue said. Try using fire. Feng 1 and Feng 2 also thought of it. Feng 2 used a fire attribute spiritual technique, and a lot of fire rain flew towards the ghosts. Some of the weaker ghosts were burned by the flames and cried out in pain. Very quickly, those shrieking ghosts were burned to ashes. Although some of them were burned to death, most of them were still fine. When the flames came, they waved their hands and a layer of black fog appeared in front of them. When the flames came into contact with the black fog, it was as if they fell into water and were extinguished. A monarch-ranked expert's attack was swallowed up just like that. Furthermore, it was a fire attribute that countered darkness. If it was any other attribute attack, the effect would be even worse. TSK, you dare to attack us with this kind of strength. The ghost that spoke first mocked in disdain. Feng 1 and Feng 2's faces were gloomy. Although Feng 2's attack was probing and did not use his full strength, it only burned some of the weaker ghosts. One could only imagine how strong these ghosts were. It was no wonder that those who went were all killed. These ghosts were indeed much stronger than human spirit masters. Don't be too proud. You are just relying on the death aura. You don't have much fighting strength, Sima Yue said, waking up the confused Feng 1 and Feng 2. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I spouting nonsense? Sima Yue said, this death aura doesn't belong to you, right? I don't know who gave you this death aura that allowed you to block Feng 2's attack. However, I dare say that without this death aura, you wouldn't even be able to take one of my attacks. When the ghosts heard Sima Yue's words, they became extremely agitated. This death aura had always been their secret. They had killed so many people but no one had discovered it. Now, a mere human had discovered it. I'm guessing that you are ghosts that are being controlled by someone, right? Sima Yue continued, and this death aura was given to you by the person who is controlling you. That person is now in Bright Red Mountain Peak, but he can't move. Hence, he can only let you go around absorbing other people's souls and spiritual essence. The more she said, the angrier the ghosts became. She had actually guessed everything. So, you are just using the tiger's skin as a flag. Sima Yue concluded. What about those people who were burned? Of course, those people didn't receive any death aura to protect their bodies. Otherwise, their reactions would be slower than a snail. Sima Yue said. So what if you're right? That ghost said angrily, today, all of you will die here. You want our lives. Not only can you not do it, the person behind you can't do it either. Sima Yue stood with her hands behind her back. She was not threatened at all. It's just some death chi. Do you really think you can sweep through my mortal world? Just a ball of fire will do. Ha ha ha, what an arrogant brat. Now, I'll swallow you. The person who spoke laughed loudly, and the death chi gushing out of his body became even denser, rolling over and over around him. Sima Yue snorted and shot out a small flame. As soon as crimson flames came out, the faces of those ghosts immediately changed. Didn't you want to swallow me? Then let's have a competition. As she spoke, she threw out the flame. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet, thank you. Chapter 751. The following is provided for you, 751. Please enjoy. The flames transformed into the form of a little vermilion bird before flying toward the ball of death. The sound of the flames breaking through the air was loud and hurried. The little vermilion bird flew into the deathly aura and quickly burned it. In less than a minute, the deathly aura was completely burned away. After the little vermilion bird burned the ball of death energy, it pounced on the person behind it. Following a miserable cry, the ghost also disappeared from time to time. When the other ghosts saw this, they were so frightened that they scurried everywhere. They wanted to fly away, but they were targeted by the little vermilion bird, who chased them everywhere. Even a little bit of it would be burned clean. What powerful flames! Feng Er's mouth gaped open as he stared at the little vermilion bird in shock. This isn't an ordinary flame. Feng Yi said, even if it's us, I'm afraid. The little vermilion bird flew one round and more than half of the ghosts were burned to death. When Sima Yue saw that it was about the same, she took it back. At the same time, she condensed her wood element spirit energy and turned it into a long green vine, trapping the remaining ghosts. The wood attribute was also an attribute that countered death energy. Sometimes, it was even more useful than the fire attribute. The ghosts were tied up and did not dare to struggle, because if they struggled, they would come into contact with the green vines. The vigorous life force was like a poison to them, causing them heart-wrenching pain. Sima Yue walked over and circled around them. How is it? I told you that your death aura is useless, but you didn't believe me. What kind of flame is that? Why is it so powerful? Sima Yue summoned the flame and played with it between her fingers. This flame is specially made to deal with you. She said, if you can tell me what happened at Bright Red Mountain Peak, I will give you a quick death. If you don't tell me, I can let you have a good taste of my little birdie's power. The flame didn't seem to like the name she gave it, and jumped on her hand a few times to show its protest. However, he was magnificently ignored by her. We won't say a word. One of the ghosts had a backbone and was not threatened by Sima Yue. Sima Yue did not waste any more time. She released Birdie, and by the time she returned, the man had already turned into ashes. What about you guys? Are you not going to tell us? Sima Yue stared at them coldly. She was prepared to kill anyone who refused to tell her. I'll talk. One of the ghosts didn't want to die and said loudly, we. But as soon as he said a word, he suddenly screamed, and then his throat seemed to be grabbed by something. His eyes bulged, and his tongue stuck out. He stretched out his hands and clasped his neck, trying to pry the invisible hand away. However, the moment he touched his neck, it turned into a strangling. Ugh! The man struggled in the green vines, and when his body came into contact with the vines, he was turned into a cloud of death chi. What's going on? Sima Yue looked at the death aura in surprise. Before Feng Yi and Feng Er could say anything, the others had also turned into clouds of death chi and dissipated in the air. It was just that the process wasn't as painful. Sima Yue removed the green vines and looked across the Yi River. At the same time, on a mountain peak in the bright red mountain peak, a beautiful and enchanting man opened his eyes. Someone actually saw through it. Seems like this person can't be left alive. Send someone to get rid of her. The man's voice was pleasant to the ears, but there was no warmth in it. He talked about killing people as if it was normal for him to cultivate. Yes. There was a ripple in the air. Before she left, she heard the beautiful man say, "Go after 2 days. Protect me for now." Yes, master. The space returned to normal, as if there was no one there. Outside the Yi River City, Sima Yue was preparing to return when a few figures flew towards them. Are you guys alright? The Yi River City Lord asked with concern. So it's the City Lord. We're fine. Sima Yue said, why is the City Lord here? We were preparing to return to the city, but we didn't expect to hear a commotion. When we rushed over, we found that those people were already dead. We heard that there was a fight here, so we rushed over to take a look. The Yi River City Lord said, luckily you guys are all right. Those people are all dead? Sima Yue asked. Yes, they're all dead. The Yi River City Lord said, did you guys encounter those creatures just now? We did. Sima Yue said. Then do you know what they are? The Yi River City Lord asked. I saw them. Sima Yue saw that the Yi River City Lord was not bad, so she was willing to give him some pointers. Those are ghosts from the ghost realm. They came to harm people this time, so they must be under someone's control. People from the ghost realm. The Yi River City Lord's reaction was the same as Cho Xiao Tian's. They did not believe that people from the ghost realm would come to the human realm to do evil. Did the city lord notice that the corpses of those who just died seem to have been dead for a long time? Their wounds have a highly decomposed aura. Sima Yue asked. The Yi River City Lord nodded, that's right. If they're not from the ghost realm, how can there be such injuries? Sima Yue said. The Yi River City Lord and the people behind him were silent. People from an unknown world had invaded the human realm. This result was worse than they had imagined. I heard that people from the ghost realm are very strong. I wonder how young master will deal with them. A person behind the city lord who did not look like a guard asked. People from the ghost realm are indeed stronger than humans because of the death aura protecting their bodies. However, we just need to find a way to restrain them. Sima Yue said, to deal with them, people with fire, wood, and lightning attributes will do. Even if people of other attributes went, it would be useless. Also, you have to be careful not to let them get close to your body because they will suck your soul. Thank you, young master, for the information. The Yi River City Lord cupped his hands towards Sima Yue. Young master, are you going back to the city? Sima Yue saw that the east was already turning white and shook her head. I still have things to do, so I won't be going back. Young master, what are you going to do? Do you need my help? The city lord asked. No need. Sima Yue said, I'm going over there to take a look. You can't help me even if you want to. You're going over there. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Yes, I'm going to take a look. Sima Yue said, Phone 1, Phone 2, you don't have to follow me this time. Go back to the inn and protect my brothers. But young master, I don't like disobedient people around me. Sima Yue said. Phone 1 and Phone 2 were silent for a while before saying in unison, we understand. We will protect their safety. If it's not safe here, let them leave Zhongzhou. Don't wait for me. She added. Yes, young master. Sima Yue nodded towards the Yi River City Lord and called out Chongming and Xiaomeng. She brought them to the other side of the Yi River. Thank you everyone. Chapter 752. The following is provided for you, 752. Please enjoy. City Lord Xiao saw that Sima Yue had left and Phone 1 and Phone 2 did not follow. He could not help but ask, aren't you worried about your young master? Young master has always been a man of his word. Even if we go, we won't be of much help. Phone 1 said. City Lord Xiao, we still have to go back and protect young master's brother and companions. Goodbye. Phone 1 and Phone 2 cupped their hands towards City Lord Xiao and turned to leave. City Lord Xiao watched them leave and asked the people behind him, do you think what they said is credible? City Lord, I think what they said should be correct. The situation of those corpses does not seem like something an ordinary person could do. If it was done by people from the ghost realm, then the abnormality of the corpses can be explained. I also think that the possibility is higher. Another person agreed, no matter how strong the person who entered Bright Red Mountain Peak is, the result is the same. Moreover, it was always done silently. If it was not done by the other world, then there is no other reason. That's right. But since he did not know that they were from the ghost realm, why did he cross the river and go to Bright Red Mountain Peak? I think he should have a way to restrain those ghosts. City Lord Xiao said, look here. There should have been a battle before we arrived, and the result was obviously her victory. No matter what, he dared to go to bright red mountain peak alone. This is worthy of respect. The last time someone went, you scolded him for being stupid. How did it become respect this time? The last time, those people did not even understand the cause of the matter and did not know how to deal with it. If they were not stupid, then what was? But he is different. He knows the cause and has a way to deal with it. For the peace of the ancient primordial lands, he went alone to solve the problem. If this is not worthy of respect, then what is? How do you know that he will be fine? Maybe they'll stay there forever like the people before them. Didn't you see that the two monarch-ranked experts did not follow him? Although they were worried, they did not insist on going. This means that they believe in him and that he will not be in danger this time. Only you know. City Lord Xiao said, let's go back. After what happened tonight, I am afraid that the entire Mushui city will not be peaceful tomorrow. I hope they won't tear down my City Lord mansion. City Lord, if those people ask about the situation, what should we say? City Lord Xiao was silent for a while before saying, tell me the truth. He was afraid that once the primordial lands found out the truth, it would cause another storm. Fatty Chu had been waiting in the house for Sima Yu the entire time, but in the end, only Feng 1 and Feng 2 returned. Yu Yu's shadow was nowhere to be seen, so he hurriedly pulled the two of them aside to ask. Feng 1 and Feng 2 told them about what happened last night. When they heard that Sima Yue really had a way to deal with the ghost clan, they heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, crimson flames are the bane of all darkness, and so is lightning. Yu Yu's lightning attribute cultivation method has already reached a certain level. If this is still not enough to deal with them, you can still attract heavenly tribulation. Wei Ziqi said. The elders of the Egret clan are much stronger than us. If we go, we will become a burden to her. Ouyang Fei said, looks like we have to go into seclusion to cultivate after we go back to the academy. Yu Yu has already left us too far behind. We have to work hard to catch up. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep up with her. Bei Gong Tang said as well. Yu Yu was already a beginner divine saint expert, while they had just advanced to divine overlord. Fatty Chu hadn't even advanced to divine overlord, so he couldn't even fly on his own. Although Yu Yu's achievements were related to her 2 years of experience, luck was also a part of strength. Fatty Chu thought about the gap between them and lowered his head in self-abasement. Bei Gong Tang saw him like that and patted his shoulder, saying, you're also very powerful. You'll be able to catch up to us in no time. That's right, Fatty Chu. If you put your thoughts on cultivation instead of eating, you'll be able to catch up to us in no time. Wei Ziqi said with a smile. Fatty Chu walks the path of cultivation. Even if his cultivation can't compare to ours, his battle prowess isn't any worse than ours. Sima Yuran said. Fatty Chu saw that everyone was comforting him and broke into a smile. At the same time, he secretly decided that he would work hard to cultivate when he returned and try his best to catch up to them. On the morning of the second day, the entire city knew about what happened last night. When the people in the city heard that a divine paragon had been killed, they all ran to the city lord's residence to confirm. The news that came from the city lord's residence was even more shocking. The strange things that happened in bright red mountain peak and outside of Mushui city were all done by ghosts. When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. Many of the cowards left Mushui city that day, and some of the braver ones didn't dare to go out, wondering if they should go back. There were also some who contacted their sects to ask about their next move. And this news spread throughout the entire central province in less than a day. This speed was shocking. Those large sects also had their own responsibilities. When they knew that ghosts had appeared in bright red mountain peak, they all sent people over. Because of Mushui city's reminder, those who came later were of the wood, fire and lightning attributes. In these 2 days, more people came than left. Mushue's city was more lively than ever. City Lord Xiao had been welcoming people from various sects these 2 days. Normally, he wouldn't have to do this, but this time, the situation was special. The people who came were of higher status, and they came to solve the bright red mountain peak issue, which indirectly protected the safety of Mushue's city. City Lord Xiao, I have something to ask City Lord Xiao. An old man stood by the river, looking across the river with a serious expression. Chou Xiao Tian and his master were standing behind him, showing his noble status. Please speak, Sect Master Wang. Xiao Yi nodded slightly at the old man. The passers-by were wondering who Xiao Yi was accompanying, but after hearing Xiao Yi's greeting, they realized that this old man was Xinjiang Sect Master Wang Shi. City Lord Xiao, before this, no one knew that the bright red mountain peak incident was done by ghosts. How did you know? Wang Shi asked. I'm ashamed to say this, but I didn't think of it first. Xiao Yi said, I only found out after receiving advice from others. Advice from others? Who is it? Chou Xiao Tian's master Yu Tian Yuan asked, to be able to discover this before City Lord Xiao, could it be an expert from somewhere? Not at all. Xiao Yi said, that person is just a 30-year-old kid. A 30-year-old kid can discover the truth behind this. Yu Tian Yuan couldn't believe it. Indeed. City Lord Xiao didn't feel embarrassed to say it, and recounted the events of that night from beginning to end. When Chou Xiao Tian heard this, he blurted out, You're not talking about that kid Yue, are you? I love my academy, actively cooperate with the fight against obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 753. The following is provided for you, 753. Please enjoy. I sent someone to investigate. That person is indeed called Sima Yue. Xiao Yi said, Why, does young Master Chou know her? I know her, of course I know her. Chou Xiao Tian said, I told senior brother that a friend told me that this was done by the ghost clan and was reprimanded by senior brother. It was Yue who told me. She told you? Wang Shi asked. Yes, Sect Master. Chou Xiao Tian recounted how he met Sima Yue and the rest in the small village. Xiao Tian, how do you know her? Yu Tian Yuan asked. Master, I told you before that I was able to come back alive from the Heavenly Tiger Ridge because of her help. Chou Xiao Tian said. You did say that a group of people helped you. Yu Tian Yuan said. Since you told Mu Gang, why didn't you report it to the sect? Wang Shi's face darkened. Because senior brother and the rest said that it was wrong. It was impossible for someone from the ghost realm to come. So he told me not to say anything. He also said that he would tell Master not to worry. I thought that he had already told Master. Chou Xiao Tian lowered his eyes, hiding his thoughts. Who asked you to make things difficult for me? If I don't make you pay, I'm not Chou Xiao Tian. Hiding such an important matter and not reporting it, it would be strange if the sect didn't punish him. If he wanted to court death, no one could stop him. Wang Shi didn't know that Mu Gang and the rest were ostracizing Chou Xiao Tian, but Yu Tian Yuan knew. However, he had mentioned it twice and didn't want Mu Gang to act like this even though he agreed on the surface. Sect Master, let's investigate this matter later. Right now, we have to think of a way to solve the bright red mountain ridge issue. Yu Tian Yuan said. Wang Shi nodded. It was not appropriate to deal with the sect's matters outside. What about that little friend? After she told me the truth, she crossed the river and went to the bright red mountain ridge. It has already been 2 days. Xiao Yi said. What? Yue went to the bright red mountain ridge. Chou Xiao Tian exclaimed, attracting the attention of the crowd. They were all guessing who exactly went there. I saw the people around her today. She didn't bring anyone with her. No, she didn't bring her 2 bodyguards, she went alone. Mui said. What? She actually went alone. How could she go alone? No, I have to find her. Cho Xiao Tian said and wanted to leave, crossing the river. Stop right there. Yu Tianyuan shouted. What's the point of going there other than throwing your life away? But she went there alone. Cho Xiao Tian said worriedly. Don't worry, Xiao Tian. Wang Shi said, her bodyguards are all monarch-level experts. Since she didn't bring any, it means that she has enough confidence. That's right. Could it be that you think you're stronger than a monarch-rank expert? Yu Tianyuan glared at him unhappily. That's right. Xiao Yi said, that young master's bodyguard wanted to go with her at that time, but was left behind by her. This means that she doesn't need an ordinary person to accompany her. If you go, you might even drag them down. Yu Tianyuan's words were very straightforward, giving Cho Xiaotian a huge blow. Master. Cho Xiaotian looked at his master speechlessly. However, the impulse in his heart had been suppressed. They were right. If she didn't bring her bodyguards, it meant that they would be a burden to her. If he went to find her, he might really drag her down. That's right, Fatty and the others definitely know about Yoyue's situation. Master, sect leader, I'll go ask them. Go. Yu Tianyuan actually doted on this disciple. As long as there was no danger, he could do whatever he wanted. Cho Xiaotian left, and Wang Shi asked Xiao Yi, I wonder what City Lord Xiao plans on this matter. We can't let a little child be responsible for the entire continent, right? Sect leader Wang is right. Xiao Yi said, that's why I'm going to discuss with everyone and see if we can send some people to investigate. Wang Shi nodded, as a power of the continent, we also have to fulfill our obligations. If you want to go, my Xingyang sect will fully support you. Thank you, sect leader Wang. Xiao Yi bowed to him. We're just doing what we should do. Wang Shi said, I wonder how that little friend is doing over there. Sima Yuyue was currently fighting with a group of evil spirits. These evil spirits were different from the ones they had met before. Those ghosts had their own thoughts, but these evil spirits didn't have their own thoughts at all. They were just puppets that were being controlled. They didn't know when to advance or retreat. They only knew how to follow orders and wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. Furthermore, their strength was much higher than the average ghost. Sima Yuyue didn't use Crimson Flames to deal with them. Instead, she used fire elemental magic to weave a rain of fire towards the evil spirits. Those evil spirits were still a little afraid of Sima Yuyue's fire. They didn't have their master's death aura, so their own death aura wasn't enough to deal with her. Soon, the first wave of evil spirits was completely annihilated. However, before Sima Yuyue could catch her breath, the second wave of evil spirits came. Before the second wave was completely annihilated, the third wave came. Thousands and thousands of evil spirits surrounded her, fighting to be the first to tear her apart. What the hell, why are there so many evil spirits? Sima Yuyue's body ignited with a ball of flames. The scorching heat caused the evil spirits to retreat a few steps, not daring to move forward rashly. Since you're all so enthusiastic, I'll treat you all to a feast. She condensed her lightning elemental spiritual energy, causing the dark clouds in the sky to descend lightning under her control, striking the evil spirits. Lightning was originally a punishment of justice. The evil spirits were considered filthy beings. When the lightning struck them, they were directly struck into thin air. Yoyue's move was different from the lightning elemental attacks that others used. Normally, others would directly use lightning elemental attacks. However, she merged with the heavens and earth, causing the sky to change and forming lightning. Although the power of this move wasn't as strong as the lightning tribulation, it was more than enough to deal with these evil spirits. Sensing the terrifying aura in the air, the evil spirits were only stunned for a moment before they charged towards Sima Yue again. What a bunch of idiots. Sima Yue couldn't help but curse when she saw the evil spirits charging towards her like moths to a flame. Withdraw. A cold voice came from the top of a hill far away. Following his shout, all the evil spirits retreated. Sima Yue looked over and saw a figure standing there with a white sail in his hand. The evil spirits that were attacking her all flew towards the white sail and disappeared. That person glanced at her. His gaze was filled with the aura of death, causing people to be tired of life and want to end their own lives. That person only glanced at her and didn't have the intention to continue fighting with her. He turned around and jumped down the hill to leave. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the special campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 754. Sima Yue retracted her lightning attribute spiritual energy and the dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. She chased in the direction that the man had disappeared, but when she reached the hills, the man had disappeared. Xiao Meng, what did you see just now? Sima Yue asked Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng appeared by her side. Her small face no longer had the usual naivety, nor did it have the evil charm when she tricked others. Instead, she solemnly looked into the distance and said, Yu, if I'm not mistaken, that's the 100 Ghost Banner. 100 Ghosts Banner. What's that? Is it scary? Sima Yue looked at Xiao Meng's expression and guessed that it must be something extraordinary. It's a netherworld artifact used to refine souls. Little Dream said, my inheritance didn't specifically mention this thing. It only said that if you meet someone who has the 100 Ghost Banner, you have to stay far away and not confront them directly. Your ancestors still passed these down. The boundary between the Devil Realm and the Ghost Realm is not as difficult as the human realm. There are still some people who interact with each other. Little Dream said, that's why the Devil Realm knows a thing or two about the Ghost Realm. But since it's not the same world, I don't know much about it. Since the inheritance said so, it means that this thing is very powerful. Sima Yue rubbed her chin and said, so many evil spirits were sucked back at once. You must be the thing controlling the evil spirits. If he could get his hands on this, wouldn't it be awesome when he went to the world of spirits and souls in the future? Who didn't take the time to look at, you closed the door and released evil spirits. Ha 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 ha. Yu, your idea is not bad. However, those who possess the 100 Ghost Banner are not ordinary people. Since they dared to come to the primordial lands, their master should be very powerful. If you want to steal his treasures, you'll have to deal with him first. That's true. Sima Yue sighed and put this thought aside. Little Dream, is it really useful for Immerse to absorb those souls? I think so. Little Dream wasn't sure either. Aren't they all souls? That's true. They're all souls, so they might be able to complement each other. Sima Yue said, since that's the case, let's go look for those souls. Let's first complete the objective of entering this place before thinking about the loss of the netherworld artifact. But we don't know which direction to go now. Little Dream said. It's okay, I know. Sima Yue took out a few scarlet bees and instructed, you guys should be more sensitive to smell, right? Sniff out that person's scent for me, and then take us there. Those scarlet bees circled around in the air and then flew in the direction that the man had left. Yu, can the bees find those people? Little Dream asked. I don't know. Let's try, Sima Yue said with uncertainty. He had always used the scarlet bees to track others, but he had never used them to track someone before. Whether this method would work or not, he would only know after trying it out. Practice proved that this method was not feasible, because they had not gone far before the aura was cut off, and they could not find his position at all. As for the scarlet bees, because they had smelled too much death energy, they had lost their spirit. Thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest. Sima Yue kept the scarlet bees. Yu, what do we do now? Little Dream asked. I don't know. Let's just walk around and take a look. Sima Yue said. They flew towards the center of bright red mountain peak. Along the way, they saw many human and animal corpses. They had all died tragically, and some of them were only left with broken bones. Those people from the ghost realm are so cruel. Little Dream's memories were sealed, and she was now as pure as a piece of white paper. Although she was with Sima Yue, she had not experienced many tragic situations. Now that she saw such a tragic scene, her little face scrunched up. The people from the other world are more cruel. Sima Yue said, the people from the devil realm and ghost realm are naturally bloodthirsty, and their fighting power is stronger than humans. That's why humans are so against them coming over. The heavens protect the weak, so it's much harder for the people from the devil realm and ghost realm to come to the human world. I don't know why these people from the ghost realm suddenly came to the primordial lands. Could it be that they were brought here by someone? Little Dream asked. We'll know when the time comes. Sima Yue said, we'll only know the truth when we find those people from the ghost realm. Roar. When the two of them were passing through a forest, a sharp flute sound rang out. Following that, all the spirit beasts in the mountain roared, and all the beasts went crazy. No matter if they were running on the ground or flying in the air, they all attacked them. You. Let me do it. Little Dream stood up, and flipped her hands in the air. Sima Yue saw a clear wave spread out from her body. Those wild spirit beasts were stunned after being hit by the clear wave, and many birds fell from the sky because they forgot to flap their wings. The other party did not expect Little Dream to control these spirit beasts so easily. That sharp flute sound rang out again, and this time it was even more hurried. Those spirit beasts' eyes flashed with struggle, and they moved again, running towards Sima Yue. However, under Little Dream's influence, their movements became much slower. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll think that I'm a sick cat. Little Dream stomped her foot, and her hands formed a seal. Waves of clear waves spread out from her body. Those spirit beasts were controlled by both parties, and they were in great pain. Pang. Some spirit beasts could not stand it, and after wailing, they chose to self-destruct to end the pain. Sima Yue widened her eyes. How could this be? These spirit beasts were so pitiful, they were in so much pain even before death. Pang. One after another, the spirit beasts could not stand the pain and chose to self-destruct, and the scene was tragic. Sima Yue could not bear to see it anymore, and began to close her eyes to concentrate, looking for the culprit hiding in the forest. Found it. Sima Yue opened her eyes, and turned her gaze to a corner of the forest. Then, she condensed her lightning attribute spiritual energy, and a bolt of lightning attacked. That person was hit, and the instrument in his hand could no longer be played. Those spirit beasts all stopped. Little Dream, attack that person. Sima Yue roared. Little Dream received the order, and flew up from Chongming's body. While flying over, she attacked. Nightmare beast. The other party exclaimed, and flew out from the forest. He looked at Little Dream with shock and a trace of fear. You're quite knowledgeable. Little Dream sneered, and her smile was exactly the same as Sima Yue's. You guys actually did such inhumane things. Today I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Ha, a nightmare beast actually said such inhumane things. How could you have the nerve to do that? That person laughed. What do you mean? Little Dream frowned, and looked at that person. What do I mean? Aren't you a nightmare beast? You don't even know what your own people did. Ha. When Sima Yue heard this, she frowned and shouted, "Little Dream, kill him." Chapter 755. The following is provided for you. 755. 755. Please enjoy. Xiaomeng's memories were sealed, but she had seen it before. She did not know how much blood the Dream Talkers had caused, but from the first time Xiaomeng saw it, the Dream Talkers had really done some cruel things. But those things had nothing to do with Xiaomeng. Before the seal was lifted, she did not want Xiaomeng to know. Xiaomeng saw that Sima Yue's reaction was a little strong, but she did not think much of it and attacked that person fiercely with all her might. That person did not have the time to speak and also used all his strength to counterattack. Sima Yue watched Xiaomeng and that person fight and realized that although Xiaomeng's strength was not weak, the other party's strength was not as strong as hers, but the other party's combat experience was much stronger than hers. She could not take her down in a short time. Xiaomeng, retreat. Sima Yue gathered lightning attribute spiritual energy and shouted. Xiaomeng retreated the moment she received the order. At the same time, the lightning accurately struck that person's body. That person was injured by Xiaomeng and then struck by Sima Yue. Especially the latter, she was simply the nemesis of all nemeses. With this forceful strike, that person was directly struck to the ground. Sima Yue formed a green vine with wood attribute spiritual energy and tied that person up. She flew over and looked at that person who had fallen to the ground, saying, "The people of the Ghost Clan are no different from the people of the human realm. Their faces will be scorched black." Yu, he fainted. Xiaomeng landed beside her and said, It's good that he fainted. It's easier for me to do my thing if he fainted." Sima Yue waved her hand and said, "Go and deal with those spirit beasts. Let them go back." Xiaomeng turned around and looked at those spirit beasts with dull eyes. Sima Yue looked at those spirit beasts and sighed, saying, "These spirit beasts have already lost their minds. If we let them go, they will probably unconsciously hurt other people. Why don't we kill them all? It'll also give them a quick death." Xiaomeng looked at those spirit beasts and said, Yu, there are so many spirit beasts. It'll be a pity to kill them all. But we can't let them go out and hurt others. Sima Yue said, "There are many people who are not strong. These spirit beasts have lost their minds and become even more violent. Who killed the most lives? We may have killed so many spirit beasts, but we may have protected even more people. I have a way to control them." Little Dream said, "Once I control them and place them in the spirit pagoda, I won't have to kill them. And if we meet someone in the future, we can let them take the lead." Sima Yue looked at Little Dream and flicked her forehead, saying, "You want them to lead the way for you in the future. That's your ultimate goal, right?" Xiaomeng didn't feel awkward about being exposed. She giggled and said, "But it's true that they can live. They are so pitiful. If we just kill them, they will be even more pitiful. Do you really have a way to control them?" Sima Yue asked uncertainly. "Don't worry, I can do this." Xiaomeng patted her chest and said, "You know these things." Sima Yue looked at her in surprise. "Of course." Xiaomeng said, "These spirit beasts have lost their minds because their divine sense has been invaded by the ghost qi. If they met an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But who asked them to meet my nightmare beast? When it comes to divine sense control, if we say we are second, no one would dare to say they are first. You're really cocky." Sima Yue patted her head, "Since you have a way, then do it. When the time comes, keep them in the spirit pagoda. When you meet those people again, you won't have to do anything." Xiaomeng laughed and went to control those spirit beasts. Sima Yue squatted beside the person who was tied up. She put one hand on her knee and the other hand on her chin, saying, "How should I deal with you?" Should I kill you directly or keep you and torture you slowly? Just like how you tortured those people? The person lying on the ground didn't move at all. You're still pretending to be dead. Do you think you can escape by pretending to be dead? Sima Yue said, if you want to die, then pretend to be dead. I'll let you really die, how about that? The person who was struck black like charcoal on the ground finally moved a little and opened his eyes. Why aren't you pretending anymore? Sima Yue smiled and asked. The person on the ground looked at Sima Yue's smile and felt a chill in his heart. It was as if she was the messenger who crawled out from hell. What do you want? The man asked. That depends on what you do. Sima Yue said faintly. After Xiaomeng finished controlling all the spirit beasts in the mountain range and returned, Sima Yue was torturing that person bit by bit. Yu, why are you still keeping him? I'm prying open his mouth. Sima Yue said, you're done so quickly. They're all under control. But if you want them to be completely obedient, you still need some time. You can handle this in the spirit pagoda. Xiaomeng said. Then let's go in first. Sima Yue flashed and led the mountain of spirit beasts and that person from the ghost clan into the spirit pagoda. That person looked at the sudden change in environment and was astonished. Little rascal, don't be surprised. This is my space. In here, everything will listen to me. Sima Yue said, little spirit, look after him. Don't let him die. Little spirit appeared beside her and looked at the person on the ground with disgust. With a look of disgust, he said, such a disgusting thing, why did you bring it in? Of course it's useful. Sima Yue said, I still want to pry some things about the ghost realm out of his mouth. What things? Little spirit asked. Recently you and Ling Long are stuck together like glue. You don't even care about the outside world. Xiaomeng chewed on a spirit fruit and teased. I didn't. Little spirit flatly denied. Little spirit has been sleeping recently. Sima Yue defended him, are you feeling unwell? Probably because you have absorbed too much of the lightning energy. I have also absorbed some. Recently, I have been digesting this energy. Little spirit said. Then how are you now? Are you feeling better? Sima Yue asked worriedly. And, no problem. I have absorbed almost all of it. Little spirit nodded. Then do you still have the energy to take care of this place? Xiaomeng did not believe him. Little spirit lifted his chin and asked, is it to take care of this person? Sima Yue nodded. What happened to you recently? Little spirit asked. Sima Yue's thoughts moved and little spirit knew what happened recently. Good, this guy dares to let so many spirit beasts come to kill you. Little spirit angrily stepped forward and kicked that person. I will let him have a good taste of this feeling of not being able to live and not being able to die. Actively cooperate with the special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Please report. Thank you everyone. Chapter 756. The following is provided for you, 756. Please enjoy. Sima Yue saw that little spirit was so excited and did not stop him. She just crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, remember, don't kill him. Don't worry, he won't die. With me here, he will understand that death is also an impossible luxury. Little spirit said confidently. That's good. I've been a little tired recently so I'm going to rest. I'll leave him to you. It's best if you can get some information out of him. Sima Yue said. Okay, you go. Sima Yue looked at Little Dream and asked, do you want to rest with me? Little Dream watched with interest as Little Spirit took care of that guy. When she heard Sima Yue's words, she didn't even lift her eyelids and said, you go ahead. I'll play with Little Spirit. Sima Yue looked at her shining eyes and shook her head and walked away. At the same time, the ghost wanted to self-destruct to end his pain but suddenly found that he could not move the death energy in his body. Want to self-destruct? Not to mention the door, there's no window. Little Spirit looked at him condescendingly and said, want to wait for me to leave before you die? Then I'll have to disappoint you. No matter where I am, everything here is under my control. How do you know what I'm thinking? The ghost looked at Little Spirit in shock. Little Spirit smiled proudly, you still don't know where this is. You don't know my identity. Where is this? This is the Spirit Pagoda and I'm the spirit here. You're in my body, so of course I know what you're thinking. Little Spirit said, it can be said that in here, you can do whatever I want. So your resistance is useless. Obediently tell me what you wants to know. Maybe you can live a little longer. I'm going to die anyway. The ghost's head tilted and looked like he was ready to die. Then we'll see. I hope that when the time comes, you can still say such words. Little Spirit did not boast and just looked at him coldly. Xiaomeng finished eating a spirit fruit and shouted to Little Spirit, I'm done eating. With a thought from Little Spirit, a pile of spirit fruits appeared in front of Little Dream. She giggled and hugged all of them in her arms. She took one and continued to gnaw on it. She even moved over a stool to sit down and leisurely watched Little Spirit take care of that person. When Yu Guang and the others heard that the Ghost Clan's people were captured, they all came to watch the show. When they found out that he actually sent so many spirit beasts to kill Yue, each and every one of them were incomparably furious. They all requested Little Spirit to properly teach him a lesson. This was the first time that Little Spirit was being looked forward to by so many people. He nodded his little head and said, don't worry, I will definitely make him regret being born into this world. After Sima Yue left, she went to the cultivation room. She had set up a spirit gathering array here, which made the spiritual energy even denser, allowing her to regulate her breathing faster. A day later, he came out of the room full of energy. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. After understanding the location of Little Spirit and the others, he rushed over in a flash. You came. Little Roar threw himself into Sima Yue's arms and looked at her as he said, You, when you go out, bring me along. I'm better at dealing with those dirty things. You, I want to go out too. Ling Long laid on Little Spirit's head and said lazily. Don't be anxious. Sima Yue stroked Little Roar's fur and said, no matter where I go, I will be attacked. I think that they are definitely secretly observing my situation. If you all go out and the other party knows about you, wouldn't they be able to guard against me? But it's very dangerous for you to go out alone. Little Roar said. With Little Meng around, there won't be too much danger. Sima Yue said, when there is danger, I will call you out. Wouldn't that be more effective to catch them off guard? That's true. Ling Long nodded, but if you meet those blind spirit beasts again, take me out and chop them up. This is much more convenient than slowly controlling them. What do you know? With those spirit beasts, you will have a suicide squad if she wants to fight in the future. Little Meng retorted. Sima Yue could not help but laugh at Little Meng's nickname. She had mentioned the suicide squad before, but she did not expect Little Meng to remember it. It was just that when these words came out from her little mouth, it made her feel as if she had traveled through time. Alright, let's talk about these things later. She persuaded the two of them, then asked Little Spirit, did you get anything out of him? With me going out, of course there won't be any problems. Little Spirit said, he said some basic information, but he might not have gotten everything. If you still have any questions, we can ask him now. Send me the information. Sima Yue said. Little Spirit nodded. With a thought, Sima Yue received the information she wanted. With so few people, they actually killed everyone in the bright red mountain peak. She sorted out the information, and the more she read, the more shocked she became. Although there are very few people, their strength is not weak. However, I don't know what kind of identity the owner has, to actually have so many capable people. Little Meng said. What I'm more curious about is how he came to the human realm. Sima Yue said, it's hard for people from the ghost realm to come over, but he actually brought a few people over. He's not even afraid of being destroyed after coming. It's a pity that this person's rank is not high. He's only an executor, so he doesn't know the inside story. Little Meng said. It's okay, we've already gotten a lot of information. Sima Yue said, at least we don't have to look around like headless flies. But we still don't know how strong those people are. If we just go like this, wouldn't it be too dangerous? Thousand Resonance said. Then we'll go and catch someone who knows the inside story. Sima Yue said, we'll get closer to the center bit by bit. We'll definitely meet someone who'll stop us. The higher the rank of the person, the more they know. When the time comes, they'll just catch them one by one and interrogate them. We just don't know if Emo Sha can absorb those souls. Will there be any effect if he does? Sima Yue sighed and said, let's go. The earlier we solve the problem, the earlier we'll know the result. Okay. She didn't bring Little Meng out this time. She left her in the spirit pagoda to continue controlling those spirit beasts. She wanted to use her in the next attack. She stayed in the spirit pagoda for a day, but only 2 hours had passed outside. She called out Chongming and flew towards the direction that person said. A few more days passed, and in these few days, she encountered a few more assassinations. There were 2 times when she controlled the spirit beasts to attack, but Yue didn't do anything. She let Little Meng control the spirit beasts to attack. And she still targeted the person controlling the spirit beasts. With a lightning strike, she successfully captured another prisoner. Unfortunately, this person was the same as the previous one. He was also the lowest ranked person, and didn't know more information. I love my academy, actively cooperate with the fight against obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 757. The following is provided for you, 757. Please enjoy. Sima Yue flew for a few more days before she saw a bigger city. I wonder if the teleportation formation here can be used. She flew above the city. The entire city was silent, without a single sound, as if it was a dead city. Chongming, let's go down. Sima Yue patted Chongming's back. Chongming brought her down to the streets. There's still the smell of blood here. Chongming said, but it seems like it's been a long time. The smell is not as strong. Maybe it's because the disaster happened a long time ago. Sima Yue said. Let's go see if there's a teleportation formation in the city. Ever since the strange incident at Bright Red Mountain Peak spread, the surrounding cities had closed all the teleportation formations that led here. She had to find the teleportation formation herself after coming here. Those teleportation formations, I don't think they can be used anymore. Little Dream said. It doesn't matter if they're rotten, as long as the spatial coordinates are still there. Sima Yue said. As long as she had the spatial coordinates, she could set up her own teleportation formation. Thinking of this, she felt that her decision to learn about formations back then was the right one. In this vast continent, if she didn't know how to use a teleportation formation, then she would have to spend half of her life traveling. There's movement on the other side of the city. Chongming said. Let's go and take a look. The 3 of them hurriedly flew over. When they arrived, they saw a group of people facing off against a group of spirit beasts at the city gate. Go to the city. Someone shouted. What's the use of going to the city? A bearded man roared, the city here is empty, the defense formation is gone too. Even if we go in, these fellows will follow us in. Then what do we do? Could it be that only death awaits us? A woman said with a sobbing tone. Senior sister, don't be afraid. If we retreat to the city, we can take a breather. Another youth in white said. Roar, a spirit beast roared from behind. The spirit beasts in front attacked even more fiercely. Two of them jumped to the city gate and blocked the people's path of retreat. The spirit beasts have blocked our escape route. A baby-faced woman stabbed her sword into the heart of the spirit beast in front of her. She looked up and saw the spirit beasts blocking the door. She took out another sword and attacked one of them. Her speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of the spirit beast and stabbed towards its glabella. Although the spirit beast had lost its mind, its movements were still very agile. When the baby-faced girl stabbed at it, it tilted its head and at the same time, its huge paw slapped towards her. The woman's sword stabbed into the thick leather armor of the spirit beast, but it was completely useless. However, she also used the momentum to quickly retreat, dodging the fatal slap. Should we help them? Little Dream asked from afar. Sima Yue recalled that Xiao Yi had mentioned that some people had entered the bright red mountain peak a while ago. It must be these people. We're all here to solve this problem. Since we've met, we should help. Sima Yue said. All right. Little Dream nodded and flew to the top of the city wall. She looked at the people fighting outside and tried to control them. Roar, the spirit beast behind felt Little Dream's attack and roared, counterattacking. Compete with me in spiritual attacks. Little Dream shouted, her hands forming seals even more frequently. She didn't know how that spirit beast was controlled. Although Little Dream's attack made it feel a little uncomfortable, it didn't take it down. As for the other spirit beasts, without its control, their fierce gazes became lax and their attacks were not as strong. Seize the opportunity. The full-bearded man shouted, reminding his companions who were stunned by this turn of events. SSSSS, the woman who spoke before wasn't focused and her head almost exploded from the spirit beast's claw. The full-bearded man pulled her to the side, but his arm was scratched by the spirit beast. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red. Don't be in a daze. He shouted at the woman and attacked the spirit beasts. Sima Yue looked at the people below who were still at a disadvantage and shook her head slightly, saying, Chongming, you go too. Chongming flew over and stood in the air. His normal pupils turned into two pupils as he stared straight at the spirit beasts below. Explode! He shouted in a low voice. The spirit beast that the full-bearded man was struggling to deal with suddenly exploded. The full-bearded man reacted quickly and quickly dodged, but he was still splashed with a lot of flesh and blood. However, he didn't care and turned to deal with the other spirit beasts. However, he didn't hit much before the spirit beast exploded again. The white-clothed youth who was close to the spirit beast didn't dodge and had his flesh and blood explode. It was very disgusting. The youth was stunned when the flesh and blood sprayed towards him. He blankly reached out to touch the flesh and blood on his face. He was extremely disgusted. When fighting with spirit beasts, he would try his best not to be stained with blood. Now that he was sprayed with flesh and blood all over his body, he couldn't help but want to vomit. Just as he was in a daze, another spirit beast next to him exploded. This time, fresh blood directly fell from his head, and his clothes were all bloody. Endure. Continue to endure. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and ran to the side to vomit. Sima Yue landed on the city wall. Seeing Chongming deal with those spirit beasts so simply and crudely, she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. That fellow who was vomiting to the sky and earth must have mysophobia, right? Very quickly, Xiaomeng took care of the spirit beast's head. Those people also took care of the other spirit beasts with Chongming's help. Xiao Meng returned to Sima Yoyue's side. She looked at the people below and said, "Those spirit beasts died just like that. It's too wasteful." Chongming came down and heard her words. He smiled and said, "You have so many. It doesn't matter if you don't want these few. It's better to have more." Xiao Meng said. "Then I'll leave them for you next time." Xiao Meng only smiled when Chongming said this. Those people originally thought that they would definitely die this time. They didn't expect to be saved. "This one is Blue Blade. We are disciples of the heroic sword sect. Thank you for saving our lives." A blue-clothed man cupped his hands towards Sima Yuyue and thanked her. Heroic sword sect. That first-rate sect that focused on cultivating the body and the sword. Sima Yuyue felt that it was too bloody and didn't want to go down. She said, "I was just passing by and gave you a hand. Everyone has just experienced a huge battle. Why don't you return to the city to wash up and rest?" Those people also had the same idea. After bowing to her, they flew over the city wall. "May I know our benefactor's name?" Blue Blade landed beside Sima Yuyue and asked politely. "Sima Yuyue." Sima Yuyue said. "Young Master Sima, do you know where there is water here?" The baby-faced girl asked. Sima Yuyue shook her head and said, "We just arrived here. We heard some commotion and came over to take a look. We haven't entered anyone's house yet. Since there are people here, they should have water. I love my academy, actively cooperate with the special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone." Chapter 758. The following is provided for you, 758. Please enjoy. Their group returned to the city. Blue Blade and the rest left to look for a water source. Sima Yuyue, Little Dream and Chongming strolled around the city, looking at the situation. Since they had met these people, they were not in a hurry to leave. They had arrived here before her, so they might know something about the situation. This city isn't small, but there are no survivors. Those ghost clansmen can't be that powerful. Little Dream said. You think it's strange too? Sima Yuyue asked. According to the information provided by the two people we captured, their strength isn't particularly strong. It's too impossible for them to destroy a city together. Little Dream said what she was thinking. Yeah. Sima Yuyue said, I think so too. Could there be other reasons that we don't know? Little Dream said. Chongming, what do you think? Sima Yuyue looked at Chongming. I think that maybe they aren't the same people. Chongming said. Not the same people. That's my guess too. Chongming said. The people we met before, maybe they aren't together. Sima Yuyue followed Chongming's thoughts. Suddenly, she clapped her hands and said, maybe it's true. We met a group of people who used spirit beasts as their main attacking force, and another group who used evil spirits as their attacking force. The people who controlled the spirit beasts were obviously weaker, while the evil spirits were much stronger. Because they took turns to attack us, we subconsciously thought that they were together. Perhaps, they are from two different forces. If they aren't together, then there are two groups of people. Little Dream said, that's strange. Usually, people rarely come here, but there are two groups. Moreover, they are only active in Red Mountain Peak, and not anywhere else. That's because the people who used evil spirits to attack cannot leave this area for some reason. They can only move around Red Mountain Peak. The other group is here to kill them. Blue Blade walked out of the house and explained. Sima Yuyue and the rest then noticed that they had walked to the place where Blue Blade and the rest were washing up. How did you know? Sima Yuyue nodded at him and asked. My heroic sword sect sent hundreds of people this time, but only a few of us are left. If we can't even find out this little bit of information, then wouldn't our disciples have died for nothing? Blue Blade said sadly. I'm sorry, I didn't know, Brother Sima, there's no need to apologize. It's not your fault. Blue Blade said, before we came in, we didn't think that this trip would be so dangerous. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to report back to the sect. Young Master Lan, you're able to become the blue sword of your sect at such a young age. I'm afraid the sect won't blame you too much. Sima Yue comforted. You know us? Blue Blade asked in surprise. I do. Sima Yue said, the Heroic Sword Sect is a large sect that integrates body refinement and cultivation. It is split into two factions. The left faction focuses on spirit cultivation and body refinement is secondary. The right faction focuses on body refinement and spirit cultivation is secondary. The right faction is further split into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, 7 different factions. The eldest disciples are named after their colors. The few of you should belong to the right faction. As for you, you're the eldest disciple of the blue faction, right? Young Master Sima seems to know quite well. Blue Blade said with a smile. I've heard a friend mention it. Sima Yue said. In the past, when she was drinking and chatting with Qin Mo had mentioned that there was a sect in the central regions. They were very righteous and many of them were men worth befriending. They were much better than the sage pavilion that flaunted itself as holy and pure. I wonder which friend you are? Blue Blade asked. When he saw Sima Yu's flash of surprise, he felt that something was off and explained, this Blue Blade is just a little curious. That's because outsiders don't know much about the Heroic Sword Sect. Someone who knows so much definitely has a special relationship with the Heroic Sword Sect. If Brother Sima finds it inconvenient, you don't have to say it. I see. Sima Yue smiled and said, actually, it's nothing much. It was Qin Mo who told me. Young Master Qin. Blue Blade was stunned when he heard Qin Mo's name. I never thought that Brother Sima would be young Master Qin's friend. I've been disrespectful. He and I only met by chance and shared similar interests. That's why we're closer. Sima Yue casually explained. She did not say that she was close to Qin Mo, nor did she say that their relationship was bad. Senior brothers, what are you talking about? The baby-faced girl walked out from the door and bowed towards Sima Yue and Chongming, saying, thank you for saving my life today. I can't thank you enough. If you need anything from me, Zhou Lan, in the future, just let me know. Sima Yue had a good impression of this straightforward girl and smiled, there's no need to tell me anything. We were able to save you because of fate. Otherwise, how could we have met in such a big place like Bright Red Mountain Peak? No matter what, we will remember this. Zhou Lan's attitude was firm. She would remember Sima Yue's kindness today. Oh right, you said that you have some information about the Ghost Clan. Would it be convenient for you to tell me? Yue hasn't been here for long and hasn't met anyone she can talk to. She's still in the dark. Sima Yue said. The 2 people in the Spirit Pagoda were automatically ignored by her. Why not? Blue Blade said, actually, this information is something we came up with. If it's not accurate, I hope young master won't mind. You sacrificed so many disciples to obtain this information. Why would I mind if I got it for free? Sima Yue said. Senior brother, young Master Sima, this isn't a good place to talk. Why don't we talk inside? Zhou Lan suggested. Although there was no one in the city, it wasn't good to just stand outside the door. Thus, the group of people entered the seemingly new courtyard. Yue looked at the newly renovated house inside. This house has been rebuilt, but the people are gone. That's right. Zhou Lan said, if we hadn't personally come to Bright Red Mountain Peak, we wouldn't have dared to imagine that on this mainland, in such a short period of time, such an empty city could be formed. Thinking about the tragic scenes we saw in other places, it really makes one's hair stand on end. What's the situation like in other places? How many places have you been to? Sima Yue asked. They happened to walk into a courtyard and saw a pavilion. The few of them walked over and sat in the pavilion to talk. We've been here for 3 months, and what we've seen in the past 3 months is more tragic than what we've seen in the past. What's more, we've found that we can't get out after entering this place. I love my academy, actively cooperate with the Special Action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 759. The following is provided for you. 759. Please enjoy. Can't get out. What does that mean? Chongming frowned and asked in a low voice. It means that you can't get out. After reaching Bright Red Mountain Peak, if you want to leave, you will be pulled in by a force, making it impossible for you to take a step forward. Zhou Lan said, when we arrived here, we realized that the situation was strange. It's not that we didn't want to leave, but the teleportation formation can't be used. Even if we reached the border was right in front of us, but we couldn't reach it. This should be the doing of those from the ghost realm, right? Sima Yue said. It didn't happen before. Blue Blade said, didn't people come in and leave? Although their minds weren't complete, they still managed to leave. But now, we can't get out at all. The teleportation formation can't be used either. If we want to catch those from the ghost realm, we don't know where to find them. Sima Yue said. Actually, that's not the case. This Bright Red Mountain Peak is smaller than other places. We can fly from the east to the west in about a month. Blue Blade said. Sima Yue blinked. Was Bright Red Mountain Peak that small? She hadn't been in Mushui City for long. She didn't expect to arrive here so soon, so she didn't pay attention to this. What do you think is going on with the two forces killing each other? When we were flying, we happened to see 2 groups killing each other. They were spirit beasts and evil spirits. We heard them talking from afar. They said that they were chasing and killing each other. That's how we knew that they weren't on the same side. Then the ones chasing you are bad? Little Meng asked. Blue Blade shook his head and said, people from the ghost realm, how can they be good or bad? In their eyes, the other races are all enemies. Otherwise, why would the entire Bright Red Mountain Peak be destroyed? That's true. Sima Yue thought about how the controlled spirit beasts and evil spirits had attacked her. In their eyes, as long as it was a human, they should be killed. However, there were some differences. The ones who controlled the evil spirits were more vicious and cruel. We've been chased by both sides a few times. Every time, there would be disciples sacrificed. It seems that if we want to leave this place, we have to take care of both sides. Sima Yue said. At the same time, she sighed in her heart. She originally wanted to find some souls for Mo Shu to nourish his body, but she didn't expect to be trapped here. Yu, I feel that this trick of not being able to go out must be done by those evil spirits. Little Dream said with certainty. Why? Zhou Lan saw that Xiao Meng was so sure and thought that they knew something. Because before we entered Red Mountain Peak, we met some ghosts in Mushui City. Sima Yue explained, because their ghosts can pass through, it's useless to set up this barrier. Naturally, this is what those people brought to the other party's spirit beasts. How did you come here alone? He asked. This is too dangerous. Zhou Lan said. Knowing that it's the ghost clan's doing, and that it's starting to threaten the towns outside, how can we do nothing outside? Coincidentally, I have some ways to restrain the ghost clan, so I came over. When Sima Yue said this, she despised herself in her heart, not to mention the beasts in the spirit pagoda who were rolling their eyes. Young Master Sima is so righteous, it's rare to see you in this cold continent. Blue Blade patted Sima Yoyue's shoulder and said excitedly, if we can get out of here alive, this Blue Blade will definitely have a good drink with young Master Sima. Sima Yoyue's mouth twitched slightly. This guy, he was really so silly that he was cute. Could he not tell that she was just saying it casually? Those friends of yours, haven't they taken too long to take care of them? She felt that she couldn't be so shameless and quickly changed the topic. The beasts despised her once again. You also know that you're shameless. Sima Yue glared back in her heart. Actually, she also had some thoughts in mind, but it was just in passing. If they really let Imo Sha absorb those ghosts, then wouldn't the matter of Bright Red Mountain Peak be resolved? Although the starting point was different, the result would still be the same. There was no need to fuss over that small matter. Zhou Lan and the others didn't know about the thousands of twists and turns in her heart. They smiled and replied, the few of them are more or less misophobic. Previously, we were always on the run, so we didn't have the time to properly clean ourselves up. Now that we finally have the chance, I'm afraid the three of them won't be able to finish it in 2 to 3 hours. That's those two guys, not me. A clear voice came from the courtyard behind. Sima Yue recognized the voice of the bearded man. Big bearded man, even if you're faster than them, you're still slower than us. Did you go and wash those beards of yours? How many times have I told you, you have too much beard, it's best to shave it. Zhou Lan teased. I won't shave it. Only men with beards are handsome and mighty. Don't you think I'm more handsome when I have a beard? Big bearded man touched his beard and said narcissistically. Sima Yue saw that big bearded man had delicate features, a high nose bridge, fair skin, and a slender body. If he didn't have that large beard, he would still be a handsome man. Big bearded man saw Sima Yue sizing him up and immediately asked, don't you think I'm more handsome when I have a beard? I've never seen you without a beard, so I can't compare. But Sima Yue looked at those eager eyes and said honestly, I think you're more handsome without a beard. More handsome without a beard. Big bearded man said, you don't know how to appreciate it, this is called male beauty. With a beard, I look more manly. Someone like you who doesn't have a single strand of beard looks very feminine, not as handsome as me. Sima Yue felt 3 black lines slide down the back of her head. Why did this guy drag her into this? And his sense of beauty was really different from normal people. Seeing Sima Yue like this, Blue Blade explained, Qi Wei's appreciation of beauty and handsomeness is different from normal people, so, cough cough, don't mind. I won't mind. Sima Yue smiled. What were you guys talking about just now? Qi Wei asked curiously. We were talking about the current situation. Zhou Lan said, we're trapped here alone without help, and there are people from the ghost realm chasing after us. There's no use hiding here, we have to think of a way. That's right. A sharp scream came from the courtyard behind them. Zhou Lan and the others immediately stood up and said, it's Yuqing's voice, go and see what's happening. Zhou Lan and the others quickly ran over. Sima Yue, Little Meng and Chongming were not in a hurry and slowly followed behind. I love my academy, actively cooperate with the fight against obscene and pornographic information on the internet, please report it. Thank you everyone. Chapter 760. The following is provided for you, 760. Please enjoy. Everyone ran to the small courtyard at the back. Zhou Lan immediately rushed into the house while Blue Blade and Qi Wei stayed outside and did not enter. Yuqing, what happened? Blue Blade asked from outside. The white-clothed youth from before had rushed out of the house and hadn't even buttoned his jacket properly. The moment he came out, he anxiously asked, what's wrong, what happened? It's nothing. Zhou Lan's voice came from inside, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's really nothing, Chi Wei said worriedly. You guys wait outside for a bit, Zhou Lan said. Then we'll wait, Blue Blade said to Chi Wei and Sima Yue. Seeing that the person wasn't dressed properly, he said, Ming Lang, why aren't you putting on your clothes properly? Xian Ming Lang pouted and quickly put on his clothes. At this time, Zhou Lan's voice came from inside, saying, Come in. Everyone went in and saw a large bathtub in the house. Yu Qing and Zhou Lan were standing to the side. What happened just now? Blue Blade asked. Actually, it's nothing. Yu Qing's face was red as she said, I just saw a rat and got a fright. Chi Wei immediately laughed, saying, A rat? Yu Qing, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're still a spirit master. How could you be afraid of a small creature like a rat? Yu Qing's face turned even redder as if she could resist water, saying, That. Alright Chi Wei, stop laughing. Yu Qing has been afraid of rats since she was young. It's not like you don't know. Blue Blade saw Yu Qing's expression and spoke in a low voice. It was to give Yu Qing a way out. Yu Qing didn't say anything else because it wasn't easy to say it. She couldn't say that she was almost attacked by a spirit beast in front of a group of men, right? This place is completely empty. It's a bit scary for a rat to suddenly appear. Moreover, this rat isn't just a little big. It's much bigger than a normal spirit rabbit. Zhou Lan said. That's right. It's so scary. If you suddenly saw it, you would definitely be scared. Yu Qing said. I'm not you. Chi Wei crossed his arms and snorted. If it was Chi Wei, he would definitely subdue it and let it show off in front of us. Zhou Lan said. Senior Sister Zhou, you don't need to know me so well. Chi Wei said with a grin. Well. Sima Yue interrupted their happy conversation and said, I have a question. Young Master Sima, please speak. Blue Blade said. That, Sima Yue pointed at the rat that was beaten to the ground and asked, There are no spirit beasts in the entire city, nor are there any humans. Where did such a big little rat come from? That's right. Blue Blade frowned. There were no living creatures when we entered the city. Where did this rat come from? Zhou Lan and the others were also silent. For a spirit mouse to suddenly appear in an empty city, it was strange no matter how they thought about it. Chongming. Sima Yue called out. Chongming came out from behind her and walked around the room. Then, he closed his eyes and sensed. What is he doing? Chi Wei looked at Chongming curiously. Don't speak. Blue Blade glanced at him and he immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Chongming sensed for a while and came in front of a wall. After feeling around for a while, he found a brick and pressed it down. Then, the wall beside him shrank to the side and opened up a path. Seeing this, everyone understood what was below them. They never thought that there would be a basement. Let's go down and take a look. Sima Yue said. Alright. The stairs were not high. It was only 20 or so steps. Below them was a tunnel. There were several oil lamps on both sides of the tunnel. Sima Yue moved her finger and a cluster of flames flew out, passing over every oil lamp. The lamps were all lit up and the entire tunnel lit up. Everyone walked in for a while. Chi Wei, who was walking in front, said, There's a barrier in front. We can't go in. Let me take a look. Zhou Lan was behind Chi Wei. She pulled him aside and walked to the front. She stretched out her hand and was blocked by an invisible barrier. Why would there be a barrier here? Yu Qing asked curiously. Naturally, it was left behind by Master. Blue Blade said, if there wasn't this, how could we not have discovered this secret underground room? Sima Yue walked to the front and touched the barrier, saying, this is indeed a barrier that can isolate auras. However, this barrier requires a large amount of energy. It can't be maintained for long. You know quite a bit about barriers. We didn't even know that there were different types of barriers. Zhou Lan said. That's right. You're amazing. Yu Qing looked at Yue with admiration. It's all right. Sima Yue smiled. This was all taught to her by Little Roar in the Spirit Pagoda. She did not know this herself. Eldest senior brother, can you break this? Qi Wei asked. Let me try. Blue Blade took out his sword. It's useless. Sima Yue said. Why? Yu Qing asked. Because this barrier will absorb all the attacks from the outside. Otherwise, how could the people outside not discover this place? Sima Yue said. Then what do we do? When we encounter this, we can only wait for the energy to be depleted or wait for the people inside to come out. Sima Yue said. Is there no other way? Zhou Lan looked at the corner of the tunnel with slight disappointment. There is, but I don't think you guys have the conditions. Sima Yue said. What other way is there? It's fine as long as you're naturally immune to barriers. Sima Yue said. How is that possible? Xian Minglang pouted. Why is it not possible? Sima Yue said, you guys wait here. I'll go in and take a look. Sima Yue said as she kept Chongming and Little Dream. She called out Little Roar and fused with him before stepping into the barrier. She really went in. Xian Minglang stared at Sima Yue with his eyes wide open as he watched her turn into the back. I tried just now, but I couldn't enter this barrier. I didn't expect her to really go in. Qi Wei said. She said that she can enter as long as she's naturally immune to barriers. Could she be that kind of person? She's not, but her spirit beast should be. Blue Blade said. But spirit beasts can, but she can't go in. Yu Qing said. Do you guys still remember that 100 years ago, Red Blade's master fought with someone outside the sect? Blue Blade asked. Of course we remember. Because one of Red Blade's disciples violated the sect's rules and did something bad, Red Blade's master was kept in the dark. He protected her and fought with that person on Mount Everest. In the end, he heavily injured Red Blade's master. In the end, the two of them became good friends. Qi Wei said. At that time, that person's strength was not as good as Red Blade's master, but he defeated him. He used a skill that we don't know, fusion. Blue Blade said, and that person is called Sima Lu Yun. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the special campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 761. The following is provided for you, 761. Please enjoy. What battle? Why haven't I heard of it before? Xian Minglang asked. At that time, you hadn't come to the sect yet. After you came, you didn't pay attention to the outside world. It's normal that you don't know. Blue Blade said. Ming Lang, you didn't see the scene of the battle. It was a complete upheaval. Qi Wei hugged Xian Ming Lang's neck. He was very excited when he talked about the battle. You saw it? Xian Ming Lang asked. Of course. Qi Wei used his other hand to stroke his beard, saying, at that time, I hadn't become a core disciple. The place where I cultivated was near Mount Everest. I saw that battle with my own eyes. Even my house was blown away. Such a huge battle, why haven't I heard you mention it before? Xian Minglang said. That's because the sect didn't allow us to talk about it. Qi Wei said, I don't know what that red blade disciple did to cause such a huge commotion. But after that, Master ordered us not to talk about it, so we didn't talk about it much. After so many years, if eldest senior didn't mention it, we would have forgotten about it. Was that battle really that earth-shattering? That's right. Especially the technique that person used in the end. His battle power instantly doubled. Red Blade Master was about to win, but he turned the tables. Zhou Lan said. He's called Sima Lu Yun, and she's called Sima Yue. Could she be from that clan? Yu Qing was shocked by her own guess. She reached out her hand to cover her mouth. I think that should be right. Blue Blade said. Actually, you don't know, but I know why Master didn't let us talk about it. It's that clan's request. They said that they can't let this matter spread. The sect was pressured and had no choice but to keep all the disciples quiet. That clan is that powerful. They're more powerful than us. Blue Blade didn't answer his question directly, saying, I didn't expect that we would meet someone from that clan here. The skilled are bold. I was wondering why she would come here alone. Now that I think about it, there's nothing strange about it. Zhou Lan said. As a result, Yu is designated as a member of that clan just like that. At this moment, the barrier in front of them disappeared. Sima Yu's voice could be heard from inside, come in. Blue Blade and the others thought that she had closed the enchantment from the inside, but they didn't expect to see more than 10 people squeezed into a small basement. Most of them were children and young women. Young Master Sima, what is going on? Sima Yue shrugged and said, they are the owners of this place. I haven't asked about the details. She then asked the oldest woman, what's your name? Qiu Ruo. That woman said, this is my younger sister, Qiu Rui. The others are our younger siblings. Qiu Ruo and Qiu Rui looked the same. They were twin sisters. What's the situation outside? Qiu Rui asked. An empty city. Sima Yue replied. What? Qiu Ruo and Qiu Rui cried, then our family, there's no one alive in the city, but there aren't many corpses either. Blue Blade said, when did you arrive here? It's been half a year. Qiu Ruo was calmer. At that time, Father and the others knew that they couldn't leave Bright Red Mountain Peak, so they prepared this place. Not long after, we were sent here to hide. Since then, no news of the situation outside has reached here. Then you haven't seen the situation outside? Sima Yue asked. Qiu Ruo and Qiu Rui nodded, their eyes filled with tears. Outside, I mean, what's the situation like in the other cities? Qiu Ruo asked. It's about the same as here. But it looks more tragic. Blue Blade said, there aren't many corpses here. In the other cities, there are mountains of corpses. Qiu Ruo and Qiu Rui hugged each other, suppressing the sadness in their hearts. The others also hugged each other and cried. The situation outside was so tragic, and their family couldn't leave. The result was self-evident. Those rats are yours. Sima Yue waited for them to cry for a while before asking. Yes. Qiu Ruo wiped her tears and said, those spirit rats were raised by us to play with. We didn't dare to go out casually, so we sent them out to scout the situation. The last few times, there was no news of them. This time, the one that went out is already dead. Speaking of the dead spirit rat, everyone's face flashed with embarrassment. Zhou Lan stepped forward and bowed, saying, your spirit rat was accidentally killed by us. We're sorry. We guessed it. Qiu Ruo said, I think it's because you found the spirit rat that you thought that there were still living people here. That's why you came here. Something like that. Sima Yue said. What happened to Bright Red Mountain Peak? How could something like this happen? Qiu Rui said hatefully, Father and the others are gone. The entire city is gone. The entire bright red mountain peak is dead. 2 years ago, everything was fine. How could it become like this now? 2 years. Since you found out that something was wrong 2 years ago, didn't you think of leaving earlier or asking for help? Blue Blade asked. These people were the first group of living people they met in bright red mountain peak. They had too many questions to ask. How could it be gone? Chiyo-ro said, in the beginning, the situation wasn't that serious. It was just that some idiots would appear in some places and some spirit beasts would die. However, it wasn't a large area. Everyone didn't want to leave the clan. After all, their roots were here and their ancestors had lived here for generations. They just wanted to find the problem and solve it. However, we didn't expect the situation to spread so quickly. In the end, when we wanted to leave, we couldn't. The clan wanted to send out a message to ask for help. However, it was as if this place was isolated from the world. The message couldn't be sent out and people couldn't leave. We could only be trapped here. At that time, everyone panicked. Many forces formed to investigate, but no one came back. Later, we were sent here. Chiyo-ro said. Sima Yuyue could imagine the determination of those people to protect their home. She could also imagine their despair when they were trapped here. Millions, tens of millions of people were trapped here and killed. There were also those spirit beasts. They were originally living well. However, because of those Ghost Clan people, they lost their minds and became walking corpses. Ghost Clan. Thinking of the tragic situation she saw along the way, she felt anger burning in her heart. It was the first time she felt so strong that she wanted to do something for those people. Blue Blade and the others' faces were also very ugly. They tried their best to control themselves so that they didn't rush out to seek revenge on those Ghost Clan people. Actively cooperate with the special campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Readers, please report. Thank you everyone. Chapter 762. Sima Yuyue and the others were angry, the Chiyo clan members were crying, the atmosphere in the secret room was heavy. Let's retaliate. Sima Yuyue broke the silence and said. Retaliate? How? There are so many people in bright red mountain peak and none of them succeeded, we only have a few people, what can we do? Yu Qing said with red eyes. Make a good plan, then you'll know what to do. Sima Yuyue said. We have to use different methods to deal with different people. When the time comes, we'll exterminate them all, so that the Ghost Clan won't dare to come to the human realm and cause trouble. Do you have a good plan? Blue Blade asked. He didn't know why, but when he saw her like that, he subconsciously believed her words. I need to think about it carefully. Sima Yuyue said, you guys should open the barrier, there are some spirit stones here, enough for you to stay here for more than a year. I'll go with you. Chiyo-ro said, I want to take revenge for my father. But your father let you guys stay here, so that you can continue to live. The situation outside is still too dangerous, if something happens. Sima Yuyue said. It's okay, as long as the Chiyo clan members survive, father's efforts will not be wasted. I'll go out, Rue, you stay here and take care of little brother and the others. Chiyo-ro said. Sister, I'll go, you stay here with little brother and the others. Chiyo-ro said. Don't fight with me, you stay. Chiyo-ro said firmly. Big sister, second sister, we want to go too. A little fatty stood up, his figure was similar to Fatty Chu's in the past. No. Chiyo-ro and Chiyo-ro said in unison. I want to go. The little fatty stomped his feet, the flesh on his body trembling. I want to. I want to go too. The children in the corner all came over, surrounding Chiyo-ro and Chiyo-ro. Don't make a fuss, it's too dangerous outside, just wait for us here. Chiao Ruo said. Big sister. Listen to me. Do you want to see our Chiao clan end? Chiao Ruo shouted. When she said that, the children lowered their heads and stopped talking. Big sister, they all listen to you. It's better if you stay. Chiao Ruo said. Sima Yue was thinking about something and had a headache from their quarrel. She said, all right, stop arguing. If you want to go, then go. If these children stayed here, no one would be able to harm them. As long as they have enough food, they won't starve to death. A few of them looked like they were only a few years old. They probably still needed to eat, so he had to leave some food for them. We prepared food for several years when we came in. Chiao Ruo took out a spatial ring and placed it on little Fatty's hand, saying, be good and stay here. When we succeed, we'll come back to pick you guys up, understand? If we haven't come back by the time we finish eating, send someone out to look for food. You can't go out alone, understand? Little Fatty gripped the ring so tightly that the patterns on it dug into his flesh. Tears welled up in his eyes. Big sister, second sister, we understand. Little Fatty said, we'll be good and stay here. Let's go out first. Sima Yue said to Blue Blade and the others before turning to leave. This kind of scene made one's heart ache. It was better not to look at it. We'll go out first. We shouldn't be leaving today. Come back up after you're done talking. Blue Blade said to Chiao Ruo and Chiao Ruo. Zhou Lan and the others nodded at the two of them before turning to leave. When they went back up, Sima Yue saw the dead spirit mouse in the house and burned it with a flame. Brother Sima. Blue Blade came out from behind and called out to Sima Yue, saying, if there's anything you need us to do, just let us know. Okay. Sima Yue responded and turned to leave the house. She went outside alone and walked aimlessly on the streets. That 100 ghost banner. As long as we get it, we'll be halfway done here. Mo Shaw's voice suddenly sounded. Sima Yue was delighted, saying, Mo Shaw, you're awake. Yeah. Mo Shaw responded faintly, still as cold as before, I see you frowning when I wake up. So useless. Actually, he had already been awake for many days. It was just that he had blocked their communication so she didn't know. Sima Yue didn't mind him scolding her the moment he woke up. She asked with concern, how are you now? Not bad. Actually, not good at all. You said 100 ghost banner just now. Didn't you just wake up? How do you know about it? Sima Yue asked. You retrieved your memories. Mo Shaw said. Oh. Do you know anything about this 100 ghost banner? Seeing Mo Shaw wake up, she felt as if she had found support. Her previously restless heart calmed down immediately. I've seen it in an ancient book before. Mo Shaw said. There's a book about the ghost realm and the devil realm. I've been to the ghost realm before. Mo Shaw said. Don't interrupt. Oh, continue. Sima Yue smiled with a bit of flattery. This 100 ghost banner is the ghost realm's supreme weapon. With it, you're practically invincible in the ghost realm. It's a treasure that the ghost clan's people scramble for. Mo Shaw said. What's the use of this 100 ghost banner? It can hold 100 ghosts. It can hold 100 ghosts. 100 ghosts is a general term. It can hold any kind of ghosts. Mo Shaw said disdainfully, even if it's a ghost emperor, as long as he hasn't cultivated a physical body, he can be stored in it. The higher the level of the 100 ghost banner, the more spirits it can store. The 100 ghost banner that appeared in the ghost realm before could store at least 1,000,000 evil spirits. Cultivated a physical body. What's that? And what's the level of the 100 ghost banner? Sima Yue felt that there were more questions the more she listened. She asked a few questions in a row. After a human dies, they will be sent to the ghost realm by the laws of nature. Those spirits can also cultivate in the ghost realm. When their level is high enough, they can cultivate a physical body. Then why didn't you go to the ghost realm to cultivate a physical body? Why did you have to split your spirit into two and make it so troublesome? Mo Sha was silent for a while before saying, if I went to the ghost realm, I reckon the entire ghost realm would be hunting me down. Sima Yue widened her eyes after hearing this, saying, the entire ghost realm would be hunting you down. You couldn't have killed their king, right? She had only said it casually, but she didn't expect Mo Sha to respond with an N. Yue was even more shocked, saying, how did you kill the ghost king? That's a ghost king. You actually killed the ghost king. No wonder they're going all out to hunt you down. So what if it's a ghost king? I'm also a devil king. Do you need to make such a big fuss about killing a ghost king? Mo Sha said faintly. His tone was arrogant. I love my academy, actively cooperate with the special campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone. Chapter 763. The following is provided for you. Chapter 763, with him, my heart will be at ease. Please enjoy. What a pervert. She pursed her lips and said, why did you kill the ghost king? Could it be that they don't like each other because they are both kings? It won't be that boring. Then why? He said I stole his woman. Come and fight me to the death. Mo Sha said. You slept with the queen of the world of spirits and souls? Sima Yue shouted, using shock to cover up the slight discomfort in her heart. I'm not interested in women. Mo Sha said. But the ghost king wouldn't accuse you of stealing his woman for no reason, right? Sima Yue didn't believe it. That woman came to me of her own accord. I ignored her too. Mo Sha said, but that old man in the ghost realm insisted that I stole his woman, and ran over to fight with me. I didn't do anything, so how could I allow him to be so impudent? The two of them started fighting. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, both of them were about to die. He was severely injured when he left and was on his last breath. I was in a similar state. But I survived, and he died. Cultivators can live as long as they have a single breath, right? He's dead. Sima Yue said, are you stupid? That ghost king was obviously killed by someone else. Why are you taking the blame? Mo Sha was amused by Sima Yue's tone. Inside the devil snare bracelet, his lips curled into a smile. Back then, when the ghost king was killed, he said that it wasn't his doing, but no one said anything. He only gave a simple description, and she knew that he didn't kill anyone. This trust made him feel warm in his heart. Although I wasn't the one who killed him, it was because he lost his ability to defend himself after fighting with me. It's all in the past, there's no point in talking about it. Mo Sha said, do you still want to hear about the 100 Ghosts banner? Oh, go ahead. Sima Yue also felt that it was meaningless to talk about whether he had killed the Ghost King or not. After all, it had been so many years and the people who wanted to kill him back then had already gone through countless reincarnations. The matter of the 100 Ghost banner was more important. Are there many 100 ghost streamers? No, only one. But you just said that the one that appeared before could contain at least 1 million evil spirits. This means that there are others. Sima Yue said. That's also one, just like how your spirit pagoda has had many masters before. Mo Sha said. Wasn't he invincible with the 100 Ghost banner? Why did it change hands so many times? Sima Yue asked. There are times when a dragon takes a nap. Who can say for sure what happens between them? Mo Sha said rather ruefully. It would be great if I could get my hands on this 100-ghost banner. Sima Yue rubbed his palms together. His interest was completely piqued by the 100-ghost banner. If anyone came to find trouble with her in the future, she would release this million evil spirits and eat them up. I don't know why the owner of the 100-ghost banner came to the human realm, but this is really a good opportunity for us. It's a good opportunity for you to be a bandit. Mo Shah said, but you have to be alive to take it. That's already my weapon. How could I not be alive to take it? Sima Yue said heroically. It was a pity that her words completely exposed her bandit nature. Not only do you have to deal with the 100-ghost banner, you also have to deal with the people on the other side. Mo Shah said, those people should know that the other party has the 100-ghost banner, so they chased you to the human realm. No matter which side you are on, they won't tolerate you. Even if it wasn't for the 100-ghost banner, I wouldn't let these people off. What they did in Bright Red Mountain Peak is enough for every human to go on a crusade against them. Sima Yue said hatefully. Since when did you have such a sense of justice? Isn't your goal to find souls for me to absorb? Mo Shah rolled his eyes at her. Sima Yue's anger was dispelled by his words. She felt that this guy was too good at pouring cold water on other people's enthusiasm. I've always been very righteous. She snorted, can you absorb those evil spirits? Those evil spirits are just normal spirits. They don't have much vitality. I don't need them. Mo Shah rejected. You really don't want them? Alright, then I won't be merciful when the time comes. Up to you. Mo Shah didn't care about that little bit of vitality. A few 100,000 of it couldn't even compare to a bottle of soul fluid. Also, the souls of the people in Bright Red Mountain Peak were most likely absorbed by the 100-ghost banner. Once they become evil spirits, they won't be able to keep their minds. Even if they reach the ghost realm, those people won't be able to survive. I understand. Sima Yue replied with a heavy heart. Mo Shah wanted her to be merciful when the time came. Also, those spirit beasts, leave the high-leveled ones. Leave the low-leveled ones, they're useless anyway. Mo Shah added. Let's see what little Meng thinks. I think she likes the feeling of being the boss. Sima Yue said. What do you think about the counterattack? Heaven's calamity, crimson flames. With these two things, no amount of evil spirits will be of any use. Mo Shah said. Then what about those spirit beasts? Little Meng's potential is beyond your imagination. Alright. I'll think about how to deal with this. When you steal the 100-ghost banner, it's best not to let those people be there. Mo Shah reminded. I understand. Sima Yue said, are you really okay? Just get me more soul fluid. Mo Shah said. Okay. Mo Shah didn't say anything else after that. The two of them fell into silence. After a while, Sima Yue said embarrassedly, thank you for last time. If you do something so dangerous again, I won't be able to help you. I won't. Sima Yue hurriedly promised. I don't trust you. Mo Shah said, I'm going to rest. After he finished speaking, he cut off the connection between the two of them. Sima Yue could feel that he was a little tired, so she just pursed her lips and didn't say anything when he cut off the connection so decisively. Actually, she wanted to ask if he had any thoughts after hearing what she said that day. But if she really asked, the two of them would be a little awkward. Forget it, since he didn't mention it, she would pretend that she didn't say anything. Maybe he didn't even hear what happened in the chaotic world. When Mo Shah woke up, her mood improved a lot. She planned to return home to discuss the counterattack with Blue Blade and the others. Roar dash, chirp dash, the earth-shattering roar of a beast broke through the clouds. She was shocked and turned around to look outside the city. In the sky, hundreds of large birds flew over. She flew into the air and saw that there were also many land spirit beasts rushing towards here. In just a few breaths, those big birds were close to the city wall. "Thank you everyone,"